to go crazy. I mean, I can still hang out. Well, it's up to you. What?
We can come tomorrow.
Yeah, but I still need a lift back though. Okay, but yeah, I mean, we don't have to. I'll buy us dinner that Friday. I'll buy us the burgers.
Only 2 riders have taken the spoil so far, and they both hail from the same household. 6 sprint wins so far for Marc Marquez.
And his name is John C.
Grand Prix at Silverstone a couple of weeks ago. Can anybody break the Marquez stranglehold on sprint Saturdays? He goes away from 4th place. What about Frankie Morbidelli? Keep an eye on Morbidelli.
Oh, I was
His name is John C.
With Mark, there is this grandstand. We are 93. The Alex Blue squad are out in force. Well, it was that grandstand there, wasn't it, where Marquez
dry it. No, I'm saying dry age is the way to go. Like,
43 days. What a moment that was for Mark. What a moment it was for his loyal legions of fans who have stuck with him through thick and thin.
What does that mean again?
I think it's fair to say right now he is back to his brilliant and formidable best as he looks to extend his 24.
Oh, like a water bath.
In the championship.
Oh yeah, okay, I know that. Okay. And then they vacuum seal it. Is that it? Yeah.
Leads out of turn 1 and through the first lap of this sprint. They may not see him again over the remainder of the 11 laps, and of course we will keep a close eye on that quintet of riders
in the
medium rear to see how they fare.
Oh, so like marinated and then yeah.
They may well have an advantage in the latter stages of the sprint. The first of those on the grid is 7th place Fermin Aldeguer.
Yeah, Mark did not see anybody else's rear tyre in both the
second
Grand Prix here in Aragon last September.
Oh, that's the thing Bella orders as well. When we were there, she ordered it.
29 degrees is the ambient temperature. I've got to say, walking to the commentary box about half an hour ago, it feels a lot hotter than that. We are expecting it to be in the low 30s tomorrow. And we are expecting a Marc Marquez romp in this sprint. Are we going to get maybe a few surprises? Who can maybe get ahead and ruffle the feathers of the 93? He comes to pole position then for the 71st time in his MotoGP career. It was pole position number 99 this morning with that all-time lap record of 145.704. So he can make it a century at poles next time out at the Italian Grand Prix in the spectacular Tuscany Mountains at Mugello. We're in Mothland.
What's the point in power if you don't get to have a little fun every now and again?
2025. 11 laps of sprint actually coming your way now. Lights out, we're racing in the sprint here in Mothland. Alex Marquez.
Wait, so now I guess I have to.
Marquez is going backwards. He's fourth on the brakes in the first corner. He's going to go around the outside of Acosta, maybe Morbidelli also. He's recovering lost ground though, Marquez. He was pushed back to 4th briefly. A poor start for the pole man.
Morbidelli had no problems from the inside, the pit wall side. He got a great start. Bagnaia from 4th got towards that. He's behind Quattararo.
I'm not in the game yet. It's all loading.
Quattararo chopped his nose off. There is Aldeguer getting busy on the inside of Acosta into turn 5. But those two have had some real close calls in the last couple of Grand Prix. Not a lot of love lost between those two. Bagnaia goes for an ultra-tight line into 7. He's got through on Gian Antonio. No way back through on Quattararo. But we've got a bit of a sprint on it because Marc Marquez, we've work to do from 3rd.
Alex Marquez trying to scamper off and bolt on this first lap with a rider between himself and Marc Marquez, although Morbidelli closing up downhill for the reverse corkscrew. So it's Marquez, Morbidelli, Marc Marquez, then 3rd from Aldeguer.
She gave me the power to cut the thread of life with a thought.
Yo, what? You see that?
But I can caress as well as cut.
Jesus.
That's why you should stay on the good side. And the best way to do that is to serve General Thor. I have a mission for you.
Oh, wait.
Play along. The closer you can get to the general, the closer you'll be to the answers you
all the way up
seek.
to sixth gear, around 345, 350 kilometers an hour, then hard on the brakes into the third
Yeah,
gear.
I mean, I'm not doing this shit for free.
Feel her presence in your
Closing
head
up
again.
visibly, isn't he? On
She
Morbidelli's rear
grips
tyre.
your
Surely
mind,
Mark's gonna
squeezing
have an
until
attack
your
on
vision
Frankie
blurs
into the
with
first corner on
pain.
the brakes. We're about to find
The
out.
absolute
Lap
blessings
one in
have
the
far
box.
greater
Alex
value than any
Marquez
price you
leads
could
by 3
name.
seconds.
Be wise. Obey.
Apologies, what do I need to do?
There is a relic that General Thorm requires. He sent his most trusted advisor, disciple Balthazar, to retrieve it. The relic is beneath the Thorm family mausoleum. That is where you will find Balthazar. But we have lost contact with him. Go there, aid Balthazar if you can, and bring the relic home.
Nah, we'll just kill him and then... Yeah.
Death would not silence Balthazar for long. But dead or alive, he is lost. Whatever has become of him, it is the relic that matters.
Okay, so we can just kill him if we want to. Okay, good to know.
The shadows around the mausoleum are deep and hungry. You'll need a moon lantern to survive them. Take one
We have a
from
moon lantern.
Balthazar's chambers. But don't
Oh, you can get one.
The last person who snooped into his secrets lost their head. I believe he uses it as a chamber pot.
Okay, well, you can have it then.
He's dropped 4 places. Miller made contact, and Mir goes down. Unfortunately for Mir, it is another DNF.
And it looks clearly where he's pointing the finger of blame. We'll reserve judgment until we've seen exactly what happened. It looks like clearly that Mir feels like there was contact from Miller. Yeah, the gap now is only 7/10 of a second. Alex back to Mark. We're on board with Acosta.
whatever that
on
is.
the brakes into turn 16. Acosta fancies this, doesn't he? He's closing in now on Morbidelli. Just look at the corner speed that Acosta's able to carry. A full lean angle on that KTM C16. Alex fastest ride on circuit, 147 flat. This was coming. That's successive laps where now Morbidelli has lost position. Marquez got him in the end of lap 1 and they almost touch on the exit. Acosta tries to tap it out on the inside through 2, but Morbidelli sees his P3 back.
I was thinking as Acosta was coming to the inside, I'd be impressed if he got that stopped. He didn't quite get it stopped. Morbidelli was able to take it back on the inside through turn 1 and into 2. This is the battle for the bronze medal.
Oh, it's a trail of blood here, dude.
Aldegan next behind him in fifth, but Alex Marquez
Oh, look here, bro.
47.0 last time around was a third of a second quicker than his older brother.
We've had to wait until the sprint around
Downstairs.
but the real Pedro Acosta is finally standing up in 2025. He's been in great nick all weekend, hasn't he, the Spaniard? As we drop down now through 8 and 9, this magnificent reverse corkscrew section.
My lantern is asking for help.
Just how much the circuit drops away, and now you start climbing back up through the Marquez corner. This is turn 10. That gap between Alex and Mark through the first sector was close to 3/4 of a second. Sector 2, though, is where Mark is really strong. He's got the gap back down to under 6/10.
Look at this trail of blood.
Penalty. The FA MotoGP stewards, of course, have got more angles available to them than we've seen so far. They've clearly seen enough to give Miller a penalty for that contact with Mir.
So Marc Marquez starting from pole position for the 7th time here in Aragon in MotoGP, just on wheel spin. Look at that, you can see his wheel spin weaving around. There's big contact as well,
Oh,
wasn't there?
fuck, I saw that now.
Shoulder barge from Acosta.
That means I'll disconnect as well.
Conversely, Alex got a perfect launch rate, didn't he, on the 73 Gresini Ducati. Elbow to elbow, knee to knee. Oh, that was really close, wasn't it? Between Acosta and Marquez as they jostle for position. That was all because of the wheel spin, wasn't it? That dropped Mark.
Yep.
A great start by Acosta. That's how their paths crossed.
Elbow to elbow between Acosta and Marc Marquez. Mark was doing well not to lose some aero there as Acosta goes wide. He was busy trying to attack Morbidelli. He's now having to defend from Fermin Aldeguer. The 21 in third, that's some breathing space.
On that third lap, Vinales picked off Bagnaia. So now Bagnaia has been pushed back from 4th on the grid to the back end of the point scoring places. His Saturday sprint struggles show no sign of ending, do they, for the Italian. He's got Brad Binder for company now, who's regrouping from a terrible first. I'm not sure what happened to Binder further down, because at the end of lap 1 he'd gone from 6th to 13th. Now he's trying to force his way back into the point scoring places.
And of course, two of the places he gained were Mir and Miller moving out of the way as they made contact with each other. Clearly contact initiated by the Australian, who has on that penalty, and he's out of the points anyway, down in 14th place. So Costa now, of course, regrouping from that mistake he made into turn 1. As Bagnaia on our left-hand side of the screen has lost a further 3 places. He's now out of the top 11. Binder into the points in 9th ahead of Ralph Fernandez and Bezzecchi. But what has happened to Pecco Bagnaia? He is down to 12th now.
Aldeguer has gone for the full lunge on the inside of Acosta down the hill into 12. He has made it through. Yeah, you got the sense.
You went quiet. What did you say?
Party. You could just see the how aggrieved Mir was when he came to arrest it.
Did you mumble to yourself?
Aldeguer and Acosta. A battle of 2 rising stars in the MotoGP World Championship. They've already had their big tussle so
PCA,
far.
always got to validate something.
KTM surely is the only bike that can out-drag a Ducati down this long back straight here in Aragon. But Aldeguer has the inside line. Some battle.
I started watching
keeping the fans on the edge of their seats as Alex Marquez once again fires in another fast lap in a sprint 146.9. Almost back matched by Mark in second. The gap still just under 6/10.
47.5 for Morbidelli, his personal best, now that he's clear of the Aldeguer Acosta.
I can't even talk to you.
Seconds up the road. Acosta did a 49.1, of course, with that mistake into turn 1.
I was having a conversation. I was watching this cool new anime. Not anime, but it's like animated. It's called Predator. So it's when you know Aliens vs Predator? You know the story? This is a take on it where how they landed on Earth, but like in each like all-time region. So like one was, it's like kind of episodes mashed into like one movie. I haven't finished it, but like the first setting was in like the Viking era, and then the second one was actually Japan, so like in 1970. Yeah. Netflix. No, not Netflix. No, Disney Plus. Yeah. On your account. Haha.
There's a move coming, isn't there? Very, very shortly. Alex,
yeah, bro, you gave me your account.
What is going to happen very, very shortly? They click through that Sigma shift gearbox on the Ducati GP24, which Alex is riding, the latest spec factory bike in the hands of Mark.
Yeah, bro, I've been loving it. I've been watching the shit out of that streaming service.
Then they power out to the final corner over this crest. Then a short dart now to the finish line. The gap is down to just.
Oh, you should check it out, bro. It's called Predator something. Predator Hunter.
Into the first corner. A bit of a block pass there, wasn't it? Just hugging the inside curve. There was nothing that Alex could do about that. And is this sprint as a contest now over?
Just parked on the apex, didn't he? Alex was thinking of the comeback and going back underneath his older brother, but Mark just stood it up on the apex and forced Alex to back out of it. So Mark Marquez on lap 6 finally hits the front. He gained half a second on Alex Marquez, and it wasn't so much Mark getting quicker, it was Alex getting substantially slower. He did a 147.7. Has he taken too much out of that soft rear tyre?
Like what?
There's only 2 riders on screens right now, Mark and Alex, who are quicker on circuit than Vinales, who's in 8th place. Vinales just on his PB lap of the sprint, a 147.799. The home crowd roaring on, the home heroes. Mark and Alex, born and bred in Savannah, just about an hour away from it. This was Bagnaia.
Miller's just disappeared behind him into the long lap penalty loop, of course, after running into Mir early on. Bastianini passed Bagnaia on the last lap. He's back into 13th place now, and no sprint points are coming the way of the double world champion.
Yeah, he's lost 9 positions, and it's been another.
Yeah, but it's interesting. It's kind of like, it looks like it's running at 20 FPS, but it's kind of cool. Like, I don't know. Yeah, almost. Yeah. It's 3D.
Bezzecchi fires through. Ralph Fernandez came through on the track out of Aprilia. He drops now down.
No, it's not that 3D. No.
There were 16
It's more
places on the grid
kind of
between
like
Bagnaia and
no,
Bezzecchi.
it's
And not
something
even
new.
halfway through the sprint, Bezzecchi's able to get on through and just look at the daylight. Massive gap already.
Just look at it.
Between Mark and Alex on that lap. What?
Do you remember
6
Curving?
of 11. Mark took
Yeah.
6-7 tenths out of Alex behind him. We feared that as a
Velas
contest
is
was
alive.
over, and that looks like being the case.
Oh, contact nearly there between Quattararo and Viñales. Viñales
Enjoy-
on the inside
enjoy his
and
show.
taking that 7th place, and Quattararo nearly tripping
Hopefully she
over it
doesn't
on the way
cry.
out of the corner. That relegates Quattararo now down to 9th, and Bezzecchi from the back of the
You
group
were
is
saying?
about to take the point position
So,
off him.
you remember
Bezzecchi
the movie
now
Cowboy?
on lap 7 of 11 from
Yes.
20th into the points.
You know when she
Another overtaking exhibition this is from Marco Bezzecchi. I think they can make that a pretty work on a soft tyre. He's had so many issues qualifying on RSGP so far this year. Race pace.
I don't remember anything about that movie. I just remember the
Just a
name.
little bit of a look over his shoulder just to check what the gap is.
Do you remember the
Back
movie?
to Ralph Fernandez. There is Mark.
Yeah, I do.
sweeping through,
Like some,
his,
to be honest,
favourite
I'm
turn
thinking.
10, and
I don't even
he's
think I
now
watched
three
Killboy,
quarters
to be
of a
honest.
second ahead of Alex.
Yeah, I don't
Alex
think
in a
I've ever seen
comfortable
that.
second. No concerns for him.
It's
with
really
Morbidelli. 2.5 seconds behind him.
Insane.
Not a given though that Morbidelli's
Well,
gonna
let's
hang on
watch
for
it
that bronze
then,
medal because Aldeguer
yeah,
behind him was 4
watch
tenths
it.
faster on the
Anyway,
previous lap,
like,
and now that medium rear tyre is going to come into its own, isn't it?
Faster and faster, won't he, as the others struggle on their
But then
soft
it's
rear
also like
tyres. So Aldeguer
animation
has
stuff.
got a firm chance of
Bro,
getting
you
those
literally on a
two
PC. You can use your second monitor. Just
Keep an eye on
Google
Alex
Predator
Marquez,
Hunter.
because he was back in the 48.
Just see what it looks like.
Morbidelli only did a 47.9 behind him. But the rider on the move, without question here, is Fermin Aldeguer in 4th.
Yeah, trying to
Oh,
bolt
weird.
at the start of the
Okay.
sprint. Looks like
Well,
Alex Marquez
we have
has really
phones.
punished that soft rear tyre. He's in the 48 on the last lap. He's still in the 48. Just no response whatsoever to Mark, who's now 1.1 seconds clear. The gap between Aldeguer and Morbidelli has shrunk once again. That's now 2 laps in a row with the benefit of
Predator
that medium
Hunter.
rear tyre up
New
to
animated.
now. Aldeguer has been 4 tenths faster than Morbidelli.
Really cool.
Gian Antonio, who's in 6th place outside of Mark Marquez, who did a 47.4.
My son, tell me why we fight.
Because our enemy still lives.
You all have traveled far and miss the warmth of home.
On board with the rookie Aldeguer. We drop them now down through this beautiful complex of 8 and 9.
Oh, that's dude. That's my favorite movies as a child. It's iRobot. It is iRobot. Oh wait, it's not Giant Robot.
It's not Giant Robot either.
No, it's wait, Iron Giant. Iron Giant.
Having had that horror first lap, a points saving ride coming in from South Africa.
Is that movie? Do you know what makes it as well? The music. If you really like,
Diesel's the Giant.
yeah, I know that.
Fair play to Morbidelli on that soft tyre because he got brilliant acceleration, picked up the throttle perfectly out of that second gear, tight turn 15. Just never
I don't know, just like the style and like the suspense of it.
Just see,
It's so good.
there's more movement on that soft rear tyre as Morbidelli was squeezing the power back on through 17.
Oh, yeah.
They had to
Just
draw it.
fast out the sprint, 3 laps in a row now. He's cut 4 tenths into Morbidelli. I'm afraid to say, thank you, Morbidelli.
Like
I
today,
don't think he's going to be clinging on to this bronze medal for much longer here in Aragon.
At this stage, Morbidelli will be managing. Aldeguer won't be. He's just got no concerns. He just breezes past Frankie Morbidelli. Morbidelli's going to try and think about fighting.
Today,
He's not got the
everything can just be
principle.
mass-produced because of AI. You can just, you can literally do anything.
Impressive 125 and Moto2 rider himself back in the day. That was just easy as you like. The difference in grip.
Oh, I was waiting for you all the time.
was so noticeable there as Aldeguer eased on the inside through turn 4 on Morbidelli. Yellow flags out in the first sector.
I think it's Augusto Fernandez who's dropping down our order. He was running in 15th place on the wildcard Yamaha. I think he's dropped out of the race somewhere. He's brought those yellow
I spoke to this
What's the
Tony
point
now.
in
For,
power
this
if
is
you
going
don't
to be
get
the
have a
third
bit of
time now.
fun every now and again?
and Fermin Aldeguer now with the distance he's already put between himself and Frankie Morbidelli. Morbidelli now just has to make sure that he doesn't fall into the clutches of Acosta and his teammate Gian Antonio behind.
Yeah, Morbidelli's now looking at Aldegan and going, that should have gone for the medium rear tire.
I think we need to save after speaking to this lady now.
The bronze medal at the front. It is Marc Marquez who is cruising to what's going to be his 7th sprint success of 2025. He comes through turn 16 of 17.
So you're just taking it easy this weekend because we quite busy last weekend.
Third sector on this current lap.
Augusto Fernandez stopped, but it wasn't a crash. He has had a technical issue somewhere around the racetrack, so that was why the yellows have been brought out. 47.4 for Marc Marquez, 47.6 for Alex Marquez. Confirming Aldegan now with 7/10 of a second in his pocket. Morbidelli to Gian Antonio on that medium rear. Just had a first.
You got this fight or?
Is the fastest rider on circuit now. He just put in
Eh?
a 1:47.196.
I got the 17th or
With a thought.
That he was only slower than two Marquez boys further up the road.
yeah, same.
Now Vinales
Oh yeah, well,
But I can caress
same yeah.
as
So
well
I
as
can stay till Monday and then I have to
That's
leave.
why you should stay on the good side.
fair play to Bess.
Yeah, of course.
Best way to do that is
And
to
I was thinking to order the
I have a
port
mission
online.
for you.
Get 2 of those. Yeah, 2 ports.
Play along. The closer you can get to the general, the closer you'll be to the answer.
Yeah, we just have our own bottle each and then we just play boulders.
The clutches here of Pedro Acosta, who said it might be a case of just managing it now for the final couple of laps. Well, Acosta sniffs a 4th place here on that KTA rather than worrying about the Gian Antonio on the medium rear, chasing him down. Acosta looking to go on the attack here.
Get down there early to turn 12. He's not going to be
Indeed.
close.
Oh yes.
The
We
absolute
need to figure out what makes him.
more than mortal.
This sprint, Aldegan,
He's
you can just see there,
unstoppable.
off into the distance. They drop down through turn 14 on course for his 2nd sprint podium in the last 3
feel
rounds.
her
And
presence
another
in your head
potential
again.
double podium in the offing here for Brazilian
The absolute's
racing.
blessings have far greater value than any price you could name. There is a relic that General Thorn requires. He sent his most trusted advisor, disciple back. Death would not silence Balthazar for long. But dead or alive, he is the shadows around the mausoleum.
With the Italian, trying to fend off this late onslaught
We
coming
shave,
from Costa.
we shave, and then we find this grass.
Acosta's there, Gian Antonio's there, and so too is Vinales. VR46, KTM, then VR46, then KTM. 4 riders in a line, and Morbidelli is clinging on to this 4th place.
Always be. There must be a. Oh no. I don't think there is a setting to automatically.
Successive PB laps of 147.323. He's just got phenomenal lap pace. We're on the final lap then. A final lap which Marc Marquez can certainly enjoy as he starts in 1.8 seconds clear of Alex. What can Frankie Morbidelli do? He's gonna
It's actually good because we got like a solid. I think it's a solid version
So
of.
that was my first, like, legit. Whoa, hold up.
When they leave turn 15, so we know how fast Pedro Acosta on that KTM is down the back straight to the final corner. So
Yeah, let's follow the
Morbidelli needs to
blood.
make sure he gets this 3rd sector absolutely spot on.
I've seen Morbidelli. He is good at getting that Ducati off that turn 15. This time around, he's going to have to be actually millimetre perfect on that throttle because you can see Acosta.
A new
Acosta just
face.
went in a little bit hot.
There is a
Vinales
warden.
also went charging in too hot down the hill into turn 12 as he was looking to pick up some slip through. Acosta, Acosta's trying to work out how to close in on Morbidelli. He's got bigger problems coming in because the Gian Antonio could actually be knocking him back to P6 into the final section.
Oh yeah, it is, bro.
And after a bit of early drama, from pole position to 4th place, having made it a magnificent 7 poles here in Aragon in MotoGP, he's going to
But we
make
can't
it a
steal, though.
magnificent 7 wins in the sprints in 2025. Marc Marquez increases world
Let's see
champion
what-
lead over Paul Alex, who takes the checkered flag in a lowly 2nd place. It is a 2nd sprint podium in the last 3
Scroll of
rounds
false.
for rookie Fermin.
Oh, is that a dead dragon?
Top job by Morbidelli, who somehow did hang on to 4th place. Acosta took 5th, head of the Gian Antonio. Points for Vinales, Bezzecchi and Binder. Unbelievable ride by Bezzecchi.
Yeah,
from 20th
around the
on
corner,
grid
yeah.
to 8th. A good job by
Oh, yeah?
Binder as well.
What's
who
this
came
here?
through
This-
after a poor first lap, 13th to 9th.
That dragon.
This is going to be a very, very popular podium in this part of the world, isn't it? A close-knit trio are Marc, Alex and Fermin Aldeguer.
So I found the main quest is up there, but like this is.
Make that move when Alex at that first corner with what 5-6 laps remaining. It was, you feared game over, and that's exactly as it panned out. 2 seconds or just over 2 seconds was the winning margin.
Over 2.
As Marc Marquez will say, normal service has been resumed on Sprint Saturdays. The British Grand Prix just a blip.
I went out around the corner and go.
Back with yet another gold medal around.
Look at all these levers, bro. Cell 2.
Oh, it opens up the cells.
Yeah. Go around, dude. Not through that door. Go around the.
Ultimately, one winner that so many of these fans came to see today and will come back to see, they hope, tomorrow, as Marc Marquez goes for a second consecutive Aragon double. An old Ducati top 4. KTM did get 2 riders in the top 7 and 3 in the points in the end, but it was another Ducati day.
Yeah, that's the best sprint result we've seen so far for Acosta.
Seems like the best way.
Just his top 6 of the season. So some hope for KTM. Fast on sprint that was. It was 7 seconds quicker than the sprint here last September, which is half a second a lap. So the pace is pretty hot as the conditions here. As Fermin Aldeguer, well, he is loving life, isn't he, the rookie? Yes, he's got a very strong and competitive motorcycle underneath him. Was the world champion motorcycle from last year. But you've still got to twist the throttle and grab the brake, and he's doing an excellent job. The Marquez, we are 93 grandstand. That's what they came for. They came to see Marc Marquez take pole position and another sprint victory on Sprint Saturdays as Pecco Bagnaia comes to the back of the factory Ducati garage. Didn't see that coming. I'm not saying I expected to be fighting with a victory, but to go from 4th on the grid and take the checkered flag in 12th place. There's his wife.
Why are you whispering?
I'm scared.
I don't know where the fuck you are. I'm trying to find you.
Going back.
2 sprint non-scores in the last 3, and across sprints and Grand Prix, that is now 4 non-scores in his last 5 starts. Pecco Bagnaia, as the pace continues to pile on for Pecco. With Marc Marquez after
why are we in a fight? What's going on?
British Grand Prix weekend.
Fight? I'm not in a fight.
For the first time this season, we don't see Marc triumphant either Saturday or Sunday. Marc Marquez resumes his sprint dominance in 2025 and ekes out that World Championship.
I'm gonna fight now too. What is?
Points. Whatever happens tomorrow, Marc Marquez will leave.
Bro, what did you do, bro?
As the World Championship leader.
His 8th sprint victory.
You
His
gotta fight these
21st
people now.
podium. Maverick Vinales. Not the top performance by KTM as he would have wanted to have been, but his late pace was really good for the podium. A very special podium as well, taking part in the zone here in Aragon. And of course, we're in Spain, and the Spanish fans love nothing more than seeing their own do the business. And it's an all-Spanish top 3 once again. Just as it was, of course, in the sprint. This is your sprint top 3 from Le Mans a few weeks ago. But Marc Marquez, well, he had top billing, and he lived up to it. Another crushing victory on that Sprint Saturdays for him. Pedro Acosta. Well, there was a good early battle with Aldeguer on the factory KTM, but just did not have the late pace, and unfortunately wasn't able to get ahead of Morbidelli, despite putting up all kinds of pressure on the Italian late on. But he's done it once again. Yeah, there's going to be an even bigger party tomorrow night if he does complete the pole, sprint and Grand Prix victory treble for the 2nd year in a row.
Oh, there's some nice chests up there.
Back on top with another gold medal.
Maximum points on Super Saturday for Marc Marquez. Alex Marquez second from Fermin Aldeguer, a 2-3 for Cassini. Frankie Morbidelli, who was up in the top 2 early on, fell to 4th, but did cost to Gian Antonio on the last lap. Maverick Vinales second. Marco Bezzecchi from 20th to 8th. He did also race the medium rear tyre in that sprint, incidentally, to take 8th. Brad Binder 9th, and the final World Championship point. Ralph Fernandez 10th. Quartararo plummeted with clearly fading grip late onto 11th. Pecco Bagnaia never really a factor in the sprint today. He finished 12th with Jack Miller 13th after a long lap penalty for taking Joan Mir down on the first lap. So Marc Marquez will lead the World Championship whatever happens at the end of tomorrow's Aragon Grand Prix. He's 27 points clear now. Alex Pecco Bagnaia, 84 now adrift in third, and just 20 ahead of Frankie Morbidelli. John Zarco, fifth in the World Championship, 5 ahead of Fabio Di Giannantonio. Zarco did not score today. Marco Bezzecchi is 7th in the points, as he was at the start of the day, although Fabio Quartararo drops 2 places. Pedro Costa stays 9th, with Fermin Aldeguer leading on the pair of them up into 8th.
Concentrate. Never a dull moment. Nothing important is ever easy.
Should we just free everyone in the cells? Maybe they help
Best be
us.
on my way.
Help us attack. And we must remember to go up that ladder because I saw there's like 4 chests up there. Oh, that's a good idea when you climb down. Yeah, bro, I'm dying.
Cena and Paul on the eve of Money in the Bank. The pressure's mounting and no one's backing down.
This'll do.
On Friday night SmackDown. It's lekker to be a South African. We hanging around the bride to the heartburn and acidity.
Ah, I made him scared.
Don't let heartburn and acidity crash your party. Speak to your pharmacist about heartburn and acidity relief with Sun Pharma OTC's unmatched 16+ hours of acid control. We've got you covered day and night. When you go big without the burn.
It all started with the advice
Yeah, calm down into the acid.
that diversify the portfolio. That
Wait, what?
investment
Nothing happened to it.
that yielded the growth that funded the holiday, that turned investing in global shares into traveling the world. Unlock invaluable with advice from everyone.
They call people. I need help. Fuck, dude. They called another person. If you can't get to the lever,
Cutting to the chase.
do it because these people can help.
Better not be cursed.
Can't use it now, I don't have enough resources. Fuck.
Hopefully you can after.
What a beautiful day we've got in Western Australia today for a resumption of play in the Repco Supercars Championship, the Bosch Power Tools Perth Super 440. A glorious city. We've come a long way for a part of what's effectively going to become a long-distance doubleheader here in Perth and then moving on to Darwin in a couple of weeks. And there's our field. 25 cars today, including 1 wild card, are out on the grid in preparation for the 14th of 34 races in that championship. A piece of passionate supercar. West Aussies are out to witness the action under a beautiful blue sky and a lovely temperature out there at the moment. We're roughly about 50 odd kilometres to the north. It's around about
This is what it looks like to live in Donald Trump's America today. That video was taken in Los Angeles, California, where an unlawful assembly was declared after ICE was engaged in vicious raids in courthouses in Los Angeles, in factories in Los Angeles, at Home Depots in Los Angeles. And while all of that's taking place in LA and across the United States, we highlighted what was going on in San Diego, Memphis.
No, I'm holding my ground here. It's fine.
Massachusetts, and frankly in every state. Here's what Donald Trump's been posting. Just inspected the site of a new ballroom that will be built, compliments of a man known as Donald J. Trump at the White House. For 150 years, presidents and many others have wanted a big, beautiful ballroom. What the hell? And then Donald Trump reposts Roger Stone saying, it's time to put President Trump on Mount Rushmore. Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna has sponsored legislation to put Trump on Mount Rushmore, and he urges people to support that initiative. So while Donald Trump is posting about Mount Rushmore, you have things escalating in Los Angeles. Here, play this clip right here. But what is Donald Trump doing then? He's posting things like this. The new presidential portrait of one of the most consequential presidents in world history. That's what he's posting. Or he's reposting this message by David Schoen, who goes, I was hired to lead Jeffrey Epstein's defense as his criminal lawyer 9 days before he died. He sought my advice months before that. I can say authoritatively, unequivocally, and definitively that he had no information to hurt President Trump.
There you go.
I specifically asked him. So Donald Trump's reposting a dude who literally knew Epstein 9 days before Epstein died. And Donald Trump thinks that that's helpful to him. Meanwhile, Trump's feud with Elon Musk continues, and Elon Musk writes, I will apologize profusely as soon as there is a full dump of the Epstein files. Elon Musk says that the reason Donald Trump has not released the Epstein files is because the DOJ is covering it up, because Donald Trump's name is all over it. And Donald Trump seems pretty scared about Elon Musk. Donald Trump was on Air Force One. He was asked about Elon Musk, and Donald Trump said, I just wish him well. I just wish him well, is what Donald Trump said. Here, play this clip.
What's your view on Elon Musk as of today? I mean, have you heard from him at all?
Honestly, I've been so busy working on China, working on Russia, working on Iran, working on so many, I'm not thinking about him. On the China, I just wish him well.
And while Donald Trump says, I wish him well, this is what's going on outside of MDC in Los Angeles. Take a look at, you see ICE officers, LAPD, ATF, and protesters right there. Here, play this clip. And I think seeing the contrast between these images just shows you what's happening in America, how detached Donald Trump is. And it's not just Donald Trump sending ICE to disappear migrants in courthouses and construction sites. Like people who are following the law and people who are working, that's who ICE is attacking. But Donald Trump is not addressing the horrible stories that killed dozens of people.
What? 2 shots. Both my guys are dead.
Of our troops who have died in Lithuania and 2 troops who died in New Mexico. He doesn't mention that. And then when Donald Trump's asked these softball questions,
we
Air
fucked.
Force One, did the Ukraine drone airstrike against the bombers, did that change your view that Zelensky has the cards? Zelensky's incredible military operation against Russia. Donald Trump's response is, no, that just gave Putin a reason to go and bomb the hell out of them. So again, Donald Trump takes Putin's side here on Air Force One. Play this clip.
Did the Ukraine drone strikes against the bombers inside Russia, the airfields, did that change your view at all of what Zelensky, the cards he has?
Well, they gave Putin a reason to go in and bomb the hell out of them. When I saw it, I said, here we go. Now it's going to be a strike. You know, I did something that people don't talk about, I don't talk about very much. We solved the big problem India and with Pakistan. And I spoke to Pakistan, I spoke to India.
Actually, no, I have an idea. Instead of fighting, let me turn invisible, switch the lever, and then they're free. Yeah, might as well. We're not going to win this.
Again, we just have the most pathetic person in the Oval Office. Every aspect of this guy is pathetic. You know what? He's gearing up for a military parade. A dude who's never been in war before, who's never had a military victory, is doing a military parade on his birthday. It's also despicable. And also, another taco moment. Trump always chickens out. Remember when Donald Trump said, no way, no how, under no circumstances will he be bringing Abrego Garcia home? Abrego Garcia, the migrant who lived in Maryland, who was disappeared to CCOT, the detention center. I call it a concentration camp in El Salvador. The Supreme Court said facilitate the return of Abrego Garcia. Trump said never going to happen. Well, they did bring back Abrego Garcia on Friday, but then the Trump regime immediately indicted Abrego Garcia on a trafficking charge for bringing other migrants into the United States in a conspiracy to commit trafficking. But then Trump and Pam Bondi started like linking Abrego Garcia to like child trafficking and like being a terrorist and things that were nowhere in the indictment either. But here's what Trump says about Abrego. Play this clip.
They should have been returned. He should have never had to be returned. But you take a look at what's happened with it. You take a look at what they found.
As soon as Abrego Garcia was indicted, Ben Schrader, who was spent 15 years working in the United States Attorney's Office in Nashville, because the indictment happened in Nashville, Tennessee. Ben Schrader, former chief of the criminal division, he quit. He posted his resignation actually on LinkedIn the moment that politicized indictment dropped. And this is someone who was in the Obama administration, Trump administration, Biden administration, and now Trump administration. It is interesting to see what they're talking about on right-wing media. This is what Charlie Kirk says.
That's the ferry, bro. She wants to get out.
We're supposed to believe there's going to be a smoking gun of something in the Epstein files.
The army marches
but what is in the Epstein files is, yes, President Donald Trump has probably mentioned. He was mentioned in the Epstein file dump back in February. You know why? He lived in Palm Beach. There's probably thousands of names in the Epstein files.
As the symbol
Part of the Epstein client list? Absolutely not. That is complete nonsense. But to say that Donald Trump is not releasing the Epstein files because he's in them in some incriminating way. Yes,
I want to see what's in there.
It's very clear that if you live in Palm Beach, you might have been mentioned and caught up in some sort of conversation with Jeffrey Epstein.
Okay.
This is Memphis yesterday. Here's what went down. A hat tip to the Tennessee Holler for posting this clip.
Yes. Where's the cargo?
As Justin Wolfers explains, he's an economist, he's a professor at University of Michigan. He says, here's the progress report on the 90 countries the White House is negotiating trade deals with. There's 0 deals in 90 days so far. What happened in the United Kingdom was not a deal, it was just Donald Trump capitulating. It says, this is not a deal. On the bottom it says, this is a memorandum of understanding and not a binding deal. The unemployment rate is slowly creeping up. It is really the highest it's been, I think, since like 2021.
You can't open that chest
because
it's red,
in the healthcare
isn't it?
Sector and in restaurants, but there was no growth really anywhere else. We lost 8,000 manufacturing jobs in the past month. There was 92,000 jobs lost. There was a revision over the past 2 months of jobs that were lost. And then again, while you have these horrific images that I've been showing you across the country, this is Donald Trump golfing, and here's just kind of what Donald Trump, this is what he goes about and does. This was taken a few months ago, but this just goes to show you like this is what he's doing. It's just, he's just a gross dude. Here, play this clip.
I love that hair. I want her hair. Can I buy your hair? I'll pay you.
A pattern of blank minds newly born. They carry only a bare shred of memory inherited from
It should also be noted that Washington, D.C.'s Reagan National Airport is set to close on June 14th because of Trump's birthday military parade. So Trump's going to be causing massive flight delays. You have Donald Trump posting the following: Trump meme coin is a tracker of his success somehow. He's touting his meme coin. How disgusting is that? Is and then the last thing I want to point out is here's Peter Navarro talking about, oh, don't worry, the deals are coming with Maria Bartiromo.
That is still placid. Thousands of tadpoles happily awaiting their hosts.
The EU is doing this fast tracking.
The winged serpent of the Zentarim. It seems their pursuit of profit extends even here.
The United States Trade Representative building, I don't know if you've ever been over there, it's right across the street. It's a historic building. It played a really important role in the Civil War, but it looks more like a deli now where you go in and you get your number and you stand in line and you do that so you can negotiate with Jameson Greer, the USTR,
to protect from
the Secretary of Commerce.
The curse.
And that's what we're doing. We've got a formula and a template. We go through 5 different verticals to make sure the American people are protected. And we will have deals. It takes time. Usually it takes months and years.
Bro, but we don't need it anymore, do we? Do we need this?
Days, we're on task and on target. And at the end of the day, you know what we want, Maria. All we want is fairness.
We don't, because we have got the waypoints. We can just fast travel anyway now.
It's not a China problem, it's a world problem, and we're going to fix it because that's what President Trump does.
I'm going to do a whole nother hot take on what's going down in Los Angeles. I want you to watch that. Keep checking in on our videos today. I've got a lot of videos that I've been working on that I want to share with you.
But dude, okay, what must I do?
Subscribers. We're pretty close to 5 million. So thanks for watching and have a good day.
Fine, I will.
Check out the Midas Plus Substack for ad-free articles, reports, podcasts, daily recaps,
Finally! Been trapped in that coffin with no one but a mad rider and my own fart for company. Did me a good turn there, didn't you? What do I owe you?
Ooh. Okay. Look at this, Kermit.
Okay.
This is promising.
Hopefully.
Okay, what should I do?
Ow, ow. That's why I wanted you to break. That's clearly not from the virtual.
Sure I can.
That is so much more gross. Because it, you know.
Yeah, sure, why not?
Oh, thanks.
It was about $6,000.
Here.
$6,000.
Give this
but
bell
we
a
bought
shake.
it.
Speak the magic
Why would we
words
do- how
and
is
you'll
this
get
$6,000?
what you've earned.
There is an extension.
Protection from the shadow curse.
We'll get to it later. It's
What
the last
more
one we're
could
going to
a
look at.
dingus
You bought a
want?
go-kart? Yes, sir.
You're welcome.
Damn.
Well, no, I mean, is it for adults?
Yes, it's
Yay, saved. We did it.
But have you ever seen the sequel to Segway? To our sponsor.
Okay, I'm gonna look at it now. What
Oh,
do I
that's
do?
our sponsor?
Okay.
Yeah, Coolify by Taurus. They actually sent us all of their products today because we saw them as an ad, but they were already interested in sponsoring an LTT. We thought we'd take a look at it.
I want to start with the light.
Oh, we've been blessed already,
Yeah,
so it
usually go for certain removal
doesn't really
of
matter.
things.
And this
Fuck, I should have asked for something else.
What joke? It might remove.
Fine.
Do we have dust mites? What even is a dust mite?
I thought it was an insect that like lives as part of dust. I might be wrong.
Have you ever seen one? Can
No.
you prove it exists?
Good point.
Well, this thing's huge.
It was actually a lot bigger than I thought it was too when I saw the initial ad.
Yeah, that looks so
All right,
small
bro.
and cute. Does this not look like a feminine product of some sort? Just the styling?
You know what? It does look like it could be like a hair curler.
Yeah, right?
Like it looks like that
Is
style.
that what you use?
It says it's quiet. Would you define that as quiet?
I mean, I wouldn't call it loud for a vacuum, but it also doesn't suck very much.
Well, you have to put the pressure down. I don't know about you, it works.
It's a handheld mini bag?
Yeah, it was $90 US.
But it's so cheap feeling. What makes it for mite removal?
Well, like you said, it might remove it.
Upgrade double beat strong penetration. I told you.
Okay, do not include that.
Lightweight body, long use without getting sore.
Oh, it does.
Dehumidification?
Dude, it makes a lot of claims.
It's a little motor and
Where the hell is this guy's chambers? To get the...
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let's go pick up some dust, I guess?
Sure.
I bet one of the editors has a super dirty desk. Okay. Well, he's definitely got some food remnants, mates.
Oh, she gave us...
So don't be alarmed. That was on high. No wonder they don't call it a handheld vacuum, because this thing doesn't
Alright, well, I guess we're going back inside then.
Good thing you didn't take a sponsorship from them. Okay, what's next? Okay, hold on. I think I'm wrapping my brain around this.
Okay.
The Coolify Air does cool, warm, and fan.
Let's see.
And the Coolify 2S does cool only.
No.
Oh no, it also does warm.
It does
also
also
has a fan.
These are different price points, as well as different batteries, as well as different weights, as well as different performance. So the Cyber is their top of the line one. And like I said, these were actually ads that showed up on our feed that we were like, oh, these are kind of haha funny, but they were already in Disney's inbox being like, hey, we're thinking about sponsoring an LTT, so we're kind of like, well, let's give it a go then. Apparently Coolify was really proud because they sent all the athletes in the Paris Olympics these when they had that massive
Conversation has been cut
and a bunch
short.
of the athletes ended up using
These
it when they were like
prisoners
walking
are for
between
disciple
buildings,
Balthazar's
and
attention
a lot of them had
only.
very positive things to say.
So I guess the Air is their lower end, because it
Correct.
doesn't come with a fancy carrier case.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Different neck. And some of them actually have different cooling areas. So yours mainly prioritizes
Oh,
the back side here.
yes.
This one actually does all
Your
three
reasoning
sides.
is
So
hard
the
to
sides of
argue
your neck
with.
and the back
You're
here.
free to speak to the prisoners.
Yep.
Okay, so
Yes.
close air up here.
Right now you're just in the fan mode.
You ordered that guard about as if you were the Absolute herself. What do you want with us?
Yeah, this one just has the 3 buttons on the side. These two can actually have app controls, which we'll get into in a little bit.
Were I to get
That's
such
the
help,
chill
I'd be
mode.
appreciative.
And you're on stage 1.
But
Goes up to
why
stage 3
would a
for each
true
mode.
soul
They
be
do a good
offering?
job of separating the hot side, so you can actually tell it's blowing the hot air here from the Peltier. And
The
then
first...
keeping the cool side
Dude,
in.
I'm very good at persuasion, eh?
The general air movement is not impacted by that.
I've been in
cheapest one
worse
is about
spots,
150
and I
US.
ain't
The
dead
most
yet.
expensive one, which does
Move along,
way better
true
cooling,
soul.
better heating, and more powerful fans,
Okay,
is
start again.
about 300 US.
Oh wow!
You ordered that guard about as if you were
really
the Absolute herself.
And I
What do
have
you
the app
want
here.
with
So
us?
right now you're on about
Exactly.
22% cooling. But if we
Were I
crank
to
that all the
get
way up,
such
it
help,
both
I'd be
accelerates the
appreciative.
fans, but it'll
But
start to
why
accelerate the cooling
would a
as
true
well.
soul be
You should also
offering?
even feel it on your sides.
Oh, 6.
Oh, no, I can definitely
Easy,
feel it
man.
on the sides, but man, this could be a friggin' lifesaver if you're stuck out in the heat.
Yeah, so in the wind mode, you get like 15 hours. And
The
then in the cooling
Absolute
mode, you
thinks
get
she's
2.5,
got you
and
by
then
the
heating
scruff of the
mode,
neck.
Okay.
you can do 4.5.
But it's the other way
But
around,
I gotta
isn't
say,
it?
I think I'd probably end up
I
with the
reckon
pink one,
you and
just
I
because
were
I
meant to
don't
meet.
use the app.
Got
This
it.
one has
I'm
all the physical
Wolverine.
buttons here.
Yeah.
Man, I want it back on, dude.
I'm Waterkin.
We've a
I'll
plan,
tell you about it.
but all the determination in the world
Sure.
is
You need the
nothing
briefcase that's
without the
under it
right
as well.
equipment. We need tools.
I'm
That
curious if
head
you can
case
guess what
of
it
a
is
Warden
first.
robbed
It's a
ours, but
mystery
anything
puzzle
that
box.
breaks rock
Correct.
will do.
Okay, well we've got a rip
Even
off
if it's
Milwaukee
not
battery.
Iron Hand
It's a
quality.
battery.
It has a barrel charging
Whatever you
jack on
find,
it.
That's
throw
how you
it to the
charge this
boss.
battery.
The contacts are not
Love of Gerdle,
there,
make
where
sure
they
a
wouldn't
guard
be on
doesn't see
normally
you.
this housing.
Or
of a
we're
battery.
both done
No, they're in
for.
the rails.
So it's a tool,
Mm-hmm.
and it's this
Correct.
tool.
Do the thing.
It's
Go
a
ahead.
pressure washer.
It is a battery-powered pressure washer.
Wait,
that
let
you
me
can hook
show
up
you.
to your hose, or have this
Give
connected to this
Wolverine
filter.
something that can break stone.
Like, I don't know, your basic-
So maybe...
It has so much pressure that the original ad had an individual
I
fly.
could give him a
with it.
sword
It
or
was
something?
immediately removed
A
from Twitter
dagger?
for false advertising.
I mean, it might be pretty great.
What breaks stone?
Oh my god.
Do I give him a
Does
dagger?
this
I mean,
lithium
what
battery
breaks
charger, which operates at 21
thousands
volts,
and
2
thousands of
amps,
years,
have
or
anything in it?
an immense
Excellent
amount of
question.
pressure.
I'm ready.
This looks like it was made before I was born.
That made this infinitely more scary. On the website, they claim 435 PSI is what it can generate.
What are you doing, bro?
It comes with 2 different nozzles.
There's the jet nozzle.
It's like you prepping for a fight here.
Well, there's no
I'll take this way.
I'm gonna throw this dagger through. Let me know if I can throw it. Is there guards around? What are you doing? Freaking me
Not a
out.
strong start.
Well, it has no water in it.
Yeah. This is gonna fire like a wimpy little like water gun.
Well, we're gonna go outside and test it.
We sure are.
This chute's already completely off the rails.
Huh.
I meant to save this one for
What do
last,
you
but
have?
it's my
Do you
fault
have
for letting
anything
him
that
just
can
pick a
crack
random one
stone?
off the table. Here, I'll turn the hose on. You should be in frame. Trust me. Trust me. No, you
What
should.
crack stone? Like another stone?
Like a diamond for crack stone.
Yeah.
Their fitting is broken. That's just the water pressure. Okay, so
Yeah, what about this? You have something. Gold.
Hey!
I'm gonna do this.
It is the exact same. Maybe you need the different
You're literally
nozzle.
freaking me out, Kevin. I don't know what
This is
you
great because we can actually evaluate
what you
if
do.
it adds any power
I'm trying to
to
go
it
invisible,
whatsoever.
but this fucking eye thing can see.
I think that's a negatory, soldier.
We might need this one.
Washing the car. Washing the car.
I got something.
Do
It
you
might
think
help.
the PSI is gonna rip the paint off? We should be careful.
Whoa, watch out, watch out, watch out.
Wow, it's even worse
The
than
Let me
eyes,
know.
watch out, the eyes.
Would you like to hear the price?
Okay.
If this was more than $30, I'm gonna be really
And then the guard's coming.
Sorry, continue your sentence.
upset.
Okay, well, it's on sale now for $130, but we paid $200.
Can we get a refund?
I'll try.
I kind of broke the power thing.
Yeah. How about the 68-in-1 precision screwdriver set?
That is the plan.
Brilliant. Oh,
They're still there.
Magnetizer, demagnetizer. Yep. The cheapest ever charging.
No.
cable. No. She's heavy. Oh. Lock and load.
And you can charge it while it's in the case too. It's got a little
get us out
pass-through,
of here.
so.
I don't want to hear about it.
Ooh, magnetic bit storage.
For a bunch of different
Is that good
sizes
enough?
and a bunch of different lengths. So if you had something that was a little deeper into like a remote or a controller or something,
It
you
said
still
no.
could add them.
Little tricksy to remove. Surprisingly, a little bit adequate pair of tweezers. It looks like they actually did make an adjustment to it post-manufacturing to make sure they meet. You can tell because one of these is snubbed off and the other one is pointy. Yeah. So they're trying to make sure that they meet. They still like are. They're not great, but they're there.
What else? What
I
else
think
is
this is
there?
supposed to be just like a pry to help separate the glass screws.
Mustn't let anyone see.
Electric precision screwdriver.
This
Oh,
way.
look, there's the batch number. This is made in Xianxi Village. Easily
Let's see.
decipherable lead. Oh, no, there's no lead. Oh, you just have to put all your bits in so that they face you. Oh. Sounded like it struggled a little bit on that.
I think it did for a tiny bit. One of the other button that's there, you can actually switch
What'd you pick up?
gears. Yes, it's a little bit faster, yeah.
Ooh, no, that's noticeably faster.
Not for me.
Oh, wow.
There you go.
She really struggled on that one.
Yeah.
I was pretty excited, maybe even impressed. Now I think you're just laughing at me.
We have seen it as low as $12 US.
Oh, what's this place?
That's why I think it's pretty impressive.
I think we pay more than that for our bits.
I understand it's not
Oh,
necessarily
let's save, yeah.
the best
That's
electric
interesting.
precision screwdriver you could get, but for $12, it's pretty solid.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly not liquid.
Now he's like, gotta stay. He's like, well, hold on, let me pull up our precision screwdriver.
So let's see who can put more up
We
in
can
it.
talk later.
3, 2, 1,
Might
go.
find something
There's
useful.
nothing. Oh, there goes. No.
No.
Oh, you can go down here,
Oh, no,
Kevin.
you like dented
Look at
and
this.
scratched mine.
Oh, okay, so who's finished chips first?
Whoa.
Yeah.
That's a great
Oh.
value, though.
Yes. 30. But we've seen it as low as $12.
At $12?
Whoa, what the fuck?
The magnetizer, demagnetizer has a
Look at
little
this
spot
monster,
here.
bro.
But they just like didn't get that one and they just got a different one that doesn't fit.
Yeah.
What the heck?
Like I said, there's things they could improve. Which one's next?
What? I was gonna say, well, we gotta do the game stick. But the industrial endoscope, I think, is gonna have to be the one. This is an industrial endoscope with HD camera. It is powered by Smart. 480p.
Breathe deep and move.
That's not HD.
But hey, it's 10 meters, so you could get way up in there. It looks like they repurposed one of those little volume control thingies from like a headset.
Oh yeah, you're right.
There's a mic on it. Called USB camera.
No, I just downloaded a USB camera app. I didn't trust that QR code because it took me to an app that had like 5 downloads. Okay, there you
Oh, okay. Well, that's quality.
I have no idea how much of this footage we're gonna use.
It's so blurry. It's like useless.
Yeah.
Is it because I was breathing on it?
Oh, maybe.
No, that's at the other end.
Oh, well, we can try that end.
Wow, this thing sucks. The light.
Whoa.
The light's on. Oh, maybe the wheel adjust up right now. Whoa, buddy!
Okay, now.
Yo, go into my
It
daggers.
is just as. Oh no, it's a little bit better.
It's a little better. Now I have to know if my throat's inflamed.
Oh, that is so much more gross. Guess the price.
This can't be more than like 25 bucks.
What's the gun?
It was 50 Canadian. Yeah. You could probably get it cheaper if you got like the 2-meter one.
Bitch.
The original 3D rocker.
Yeah! The ad was like, hey, if you buy this, you get 2 free controllers, 10,000 free games, free game stick.
How much did we end up paying for it though?
About $50 US.
Very free then, is it?
The ad said it was all free. I just gave the credit.
Caveat for sure.
Yes,
Bruh.
there's a lot of caveats for sure.
I don't think I've ever.
I need healing.
Wait till you feel the controllers.
Man, you're really
Nice.
reaching for features that you have to put.
Nice.
Don't make me bring out the hammer again. Is there anything in here?
Excellent question.
The text isn't sunken.
Also, look at the buttons on the
My
controller.
faith will guide
It's
me.
ABXY.
Oh, so just put a game controller dongle into
There
a
you go.
little Android stick, and then a micro SD card with some games on it.
I will
Don't go
say
into my
that all the
daggers.
value
I've
in
got
this
a
is
long
the
road ahead.
Oh, there we go.
Hey, hi there, buddy.
That is an Overwatch picture on the Sega Mega Drive.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Overwatch on
Let's find out.
Space is scary.
Or not. You're gonna pick something else, okay? Like Donkey Kong.
This is nothing like Donkey.
You're jumping over barrels. Oh, doubles. Does that mean it's just...
What are these random pictures?
I know, I don't...
That's clearly not from the Virtual Boy. 3D baby, let's go!
I have myself time.
Bop, bop, bop! Come on, where you at? Where you at? Where you at?
Dude,
I didn't use
it's
arrows.
USD.
Could have said something.
Okay.
Oh, I could have said something actually. Sorry.
I thought this said birth. Okay, breath.
Cool.
I'll bite.
You had to guess what this product is.
Plug it in via USB-C. And you wear it as a necklace?
Yep.
Look, there's something on the other side.
It's for breathing.
Let's save you, bro.
exercises.
This is fuck.
You feel the top. You're supposed to inhale.
Look at this. It's like we're stepping on dead bodies.
And
Look
then
at
if you
this.
feel the bottom
You
motor.
see this?
An effet d'oubliette.
But they have an
Right
app.
beneath the towers.
Couldn't your phone just
The
vibrate?
colony must be
No, because
close.
this is supposed to be on
Another
your chest.
parasite.
And so you
Collect
can,
it. It might be useful.
Ooh.
Does it work without this?
You need to pair these first.
So this is just a hardware key for an app that reminds you
What?
to breathe.
You can choose a different mode too.
I can
Where is it?
figure it out.
Yes, sir.
It's how to breathe, Elijah.
No, but there's different
Another
breathing
parasite.
techniques and modes.
Collect it. It might be useful.
He looks confused for a second.
I didn't collect anything.
How much do you
This
think?
is some new age hippie crap if I've ever seen it. And there's no way that this thing is less than $200.
It is exactly 200
That
US
is,
dollars.
it's 3D
Oh, you have
fucking
it.
printed. Like,
Nice.
are you kidding me right now? I don't want to.
No, I have it as well. Oh, it works both
this,
ways.
or who buys
Okay,
it,
cool.
or whatever.
No, you should.
Let's use it.
But I wouldn't buy it, and I wouldn't make it. I liked Reese's guess that it was a breathalyzer.
Yeah.
Well, I heard him, but I didn't want to go with his guess.
Yeah.
But I was like, oh, I don't know. They're based in Edmonton.
Oh man, if you're not from Canada, that joke does not hit.
Don't worry, I'm cheering for the Oilers this year, so you can't be too mad at me. Hi-Fi audio MP3 player for a responsible person.
Correct.
There you go. It's a lot smaller than I expected. Headphone jack, line out jack. Oh, crab rave, let's go. Okay, that's really loud. Is this volume? Okay, yeah, it works. Very fine control. So it took a little while to realize it was working, but that's actually good. I like fine control. Oh, look at that. Add to playlist, delete. Got a little wheel interface here. Oh, wow. Viewing angles on this? Not great. Check this out. You can see which one's highlighted, huh? Now you see it? Now you don't. Which one's highlighted? Kind of heavy.
Yeah, well, it's well made. Because
Oh no, it didn't work for me now. It showed up I had one, but because you used it, you know what I mean? Like,
What's hiding here?
no, don't be sorry.
And you can plug it
I
directly.
see there's another way here. The marker, what is...
Oh, this
So-
wheel sucks. It's got concentric circles like
Really?
machined into the surface, so it's really hard to turn, and it's knurled on the sides, but there's this in the way.
Oh.
So like getting in there is not great. I hate it. This is probably like $250, but it should be like 180.
Hey, you're gonna be happy then. It was 120.
Fine. I have no idea if it's any good. Like, it sounds fine, but I have no context for it. There's other options that are like a little bit.
Good idea, I think.
It's still very expensive. You could just use your phone.
Well, yes and no, right? Now that so many phones don't have a flippin' headphone jack.
Sure. I guess if
these
you
sound a heck of a lot better than my AirPods do. Wow, that is one loose ass.
Guess that was that.
Henry, can you just that is one loose ass.
Yeah.
That is
What did you get?
okay, digital camera it is. Chuzhao, digital camera. The first camera for young people.
The screen is 240 by 240.
I mean, it's stylish.
We'll get into that, but that's actually how you film video. So that pops up.
Got a lens in the front. You got a flash. Huh?
As far as I could tell, it didn't work for me. I don't think it's actually a flash.
Hold on, I'll check now.
I bet this is actually a flash. Boom, got him!
Flash storage.
Oh yeah, so it starts recording. Does that actually have anything to do with the... No. It just starts recording when you start to
No, but then when you stop, it counts down
the fewer
for a couple
hit points,
seconds and
then
then
the
stops the
number of your
recording.
It's hard to film
it dies
at eye
and all
level.
nearby creatures take away
Unless
the
I was
full
Lucas
sound
filming me.
Psychic
Then it would be fine. It's just so convenient.
Did you hear that?
Wow, look at this photo of Andrew.
Yeah.
Check it out,
Sounds
taking
cool.
off his pants.
I'm at a boat. I can use the boat
That
here.
does look like
So
that. That's not at all what that footage is.
put
The
my
problem
hands
is because you crank it, it shakes the screen beyond belief.
Yep, did not think that through.
Yeah.
Well, as long as this is like $30.
The stink of that place might never wash out.
It's 200. We bought it on sale for 120 though.
We just paid $120 for a 16 gig micro SD card.
We paid for the aesthetic.
All right, let's drive around in the go-kart. Maybe it'll make me feel better.
Yeah,
Did we seriously get an ad for this thing?
The go-kart?
Yeah.
Yeah, we did.
Now, fun fact, I have a handful of the first-gen ones that my kids and I have been daily driving over the last 4 years. Well, not daily, but certainly whenever I want to ride a go-kart, that's what I ride. So I have a ton of thoughts on what they can improve from their first-gen
we need to
offering.
loosen
And
the
this is
ropes.
Pro 2.
What?
This
Well,
is
what is
the
it?
second or the second upgrade?
Or is study by the
They
boat
called it
stuff
the
that
next
cannot be
generation.
used? Okay.
It's actually a
Let's
3-in-1.
loosen the-
So it is a go-kart, a Segway, and it can plug into your computer and be the
Oh, yeah.
racing
Okay.
sim
Attack the
for any
ropes.
racing game you want to play.
There you go.
The Segway
Doing
part
something.
is old.
Okay.
The racing
Just gotta keep
part
tacking
is
it.
new.
Tack the ropes
It
that side.
unfortunately arrived today.
So it
I haven't
loosens?
gotten to configure a computer with it yet. This looks like the game kit.
Almost.
So it looks like where you plug in your USB into your computer, but then it's also got a stand to rest the go-kart on, I guess, so it doesn't roll away. But I would hope it also doesn't
Just attack
go
it, like me.
while you're
Look,
playing the
13
racing
out of
games.
26.
Oh no, where do I begin? They still have an irritating system for pairing to your phone with Bluetooth. It's powered by 6 AA batteries rather than being
There you go,
powered
mine's
by
loose.
the rechargeable battery that's in the Segway motor at the back, and it does not work.
Really?
Yes.
I was not aware of that.
You not only use the app to set the speed limiter, which is actually
Yeah.
super useful, especially when your kids have friends over and you.
And we can use it.
Current is powerful.
Can't use right now.
Calling at the
Oh,
boat.
okay.
Should you leave, you
Oh,
will
there.
not be able to return
Now we
to
can.
Moonrise Towers this way.
Range you have left, although I'm not sure if you'll need that on this one anymore because it looks like there's a display built into the steering wheel. That's a new upgrade.
That display shows things like speed and battery, as well as what gear or mode you're
So we should stay here.
That's super cool. My nemesis, the loose adjuster for the steering wheel, makes a return. I've had to do a few modifications
Okay.
on mine. So one of the things that I had to do was put some extra washers in here so that I could really crank this.
You see this wall here? This is behind the cell that
Yeah,
the
here it is.
dude
It's the
needs
same mechanism as before, so you just
something
screw
to
this
break the
on,
rock.
Put it through, and then you tighten it like a bicycle seat.
Yeah.
Expect to have to.
I was wondering, can we break this? We can break this wall.
More
Look.
thoughts. These will come off. These bolsters, the way that they're attached is, I would describe as temporary.
But we need an explosion.
Rethink the design
Something.
of the seats on these, which they clearly haven't done. Also, they rate it for people up to 220
What?
pounds. My ass
You did?
does not fit in this seat. I mean, Ninebot's a Chinese company. I'm thinking maybe it's for like a super tall Chinese guy who's over 20 pounds, because it certainly is not for my fat white booty.
As one comment describes them, your lesbian hips.
Thank you for that. Yeah. The adjustment mechanism here, kind of a pain in the butt. It involves 4 Allen keys that you have to painstakingly tighten and untighten every time you want to slide it to a different length. However, I will say this, it can accommodate anything from like an 8 or 9-year-old to a full-grown adult, although taller people end up looking a bit like Waluigi. And it does sit pretty securely, unlike this thing, which tends to kind of loosen over time. The rear slicks are lots of fun, especially on wet asphalt or, don't tell the local parks, wet grass. The e-brake I almost never use, but I guess if you're into it. While we're down here, 2 Velcro straps. Not the greatest way to secure the drive unit to the chassis. You got to really crank them tight so you don't end up with a lot of slop when you're braking. Where like this will stop and start, and it'll kind of pull apart.
Oh, I've looked there already.
I ended up breaking one of them, just trying to keep it tight enough. On the subject of braking, there is one major issue that if they fixed it, I'll forgive all the other ones. But for me to know, we're gonna have to actually drive it. All right, well, we can go full speed, which is 43 kilometers an hour, by the way. This thing frickin' rips. You ready?
Yeah, let's go. All right, should you be wearing a helmet?
What is strong enough to...
They didn't fix the braking. There's no fine control of the brake. The brake is either on or off. So as soon as you touch the brake, it's like, "Ugh! We are stopped now, sir. Thank you." So in order to have any braking control, you kind of have to like feather it a little, which sucks. Because it's like, oh shoot, overcooked it. No! With all of my complaints, all of which appear to be entirely unaddressed by this new iteration, I can't deny that it's a lot of fun. By the way, this is great.
Yeah? Oh, dude, yeah.
Now that I'm actually like outside, like, yeah.
Thanks again, Coolify, for sponsoring this video. If you guys are interested at all in any of the products
Well,
they
that
showed
dude.
off or anything else that they have, they actually have this handheld little fan as well. Make sure you guys use the link down below for an exclusive discount. You think they'll be able to tell when we can get our money back?
I don't think they'll be able to tell.
All right.
There.
I've never seen Trump put so much effort into coming off restrained. Very interesting. It shows you his fear about really escalating things with Elon Musk. But we now have information about what he's saying to people privately. So let me show you the context of a clip of him going, "Oh, I don't know about that New York Times report about Elon's drug issues. That seemed unfair to him." Privately, he's calling people up and saying,
too?
"This sucker's
I'm
a
glad
drug
I got the
addict."
warden
Okay,
and not
so
Zarel.
a little bit of different
Don't get
messaging
chatty with the
from him.
prisoners, mind
Did you
you.
have any concerns
The
about
warden
his
won't
drug
like that.
use when he was working for you?
That took the edge off.
I don't want to comment on his drug use. I don't know what his status is. I read an article in the New York Times. I thought it was, frankly, it sounded very unfair to me.
You said earlier today that...
What is he really saying though? Trump is calling people.
Oh, let's save here, bro.
It's Donald.
I want to try something. I
Elon's
want
a drug
to
addict.
go invisible.
And telling them that Elon Musk is a big-time drug addict. Not even one of them friendly neighborhood drug addicts. He's a big-time drug addict, according to Trump. President Trump has been privately telling allies that Elon Musk is a big-time drug addict. According to a report published Saturday.
Oh, you can see.
The newspaper spoke to 17 different sources
What
on
do
the
you mean?
heels of the two-day unraveling of a once-time strong
By who?
alliance between Musk and the president.
said-
I don't know if you've heard about this, but
The warden is here.
Elon and Trump were tight. And
right, there's to
then,
the left there.
if you've been under a rock, something
Yeah,
happened.
but I'm
and they
invisible.
split
How
up.
can you see me?
Okay.
went invisible in
And
front
all
of
sorts
him, so she saw
of
him.
fireworks were popping. Trump was
invisible.
reportedly rattled by Musk's attacks on his big beautiful budget bill, and shaken Thursday when the billionaire CEO
I can't
echoed
turn
impeachment
invisible anymore.
rhetoric about him. The president has reportedly spent recent days calling confidants
Okay, I don't know what to do, bro.
to navigate the high-profile split. So a few different interesting anecdotes from this. The biggest one is that publicly he's not really leaning into attacks against Trump other than hinting he might go after his government contracts, but privately he's calling people up and saying he's a big-time drug addict. And what was interesting was we saw in the wake of Elon exploding, Trump got pretty quiet and then just had reportedly dozens and dozens of calls with reporters trying to set the narrative differently without it seeming like he's out there speaking publicly about it. So rarely with someone as unhinged as Trump do you see him be this cautious. It does give some insight into what he believes about Elon. You see Elon. I think we all acknowledge when he goes nuclear, it's nuclear. And so Trump has to be mindful about distancing himself from Elon, but not completely creating a lifelong enemy that does everything to destroy Trump, which I'm rooting for, obviously. Trump was said to have made at least one call in which he called Musk a big-time drug addict. Wow. That quote is showing up a lot of times. And this also goes through how he's telling JD Vance, which I'll show you some clips of JD in a second here. He's saying, just don't escalate too much, and telling his allies, don't escalate too much. So they're all trying to be treating this with kid gloves, but then privately spreading rumors, which this is the most, you know, the archetype of a friend who walks up to someone in the school hallways and goes, oh my gosh, you're so beautiful. Oh, you're so adorable. Okay, bye-bye. She's a bitch. And I heard that she has more bodies than Bonnie Blue. You know that person? That's Trump right now. I wish Elon the absolute best. He's a drug addict, a big-time one. He made it in the drug world. Like this, he's like, I treat him well.
What's your view on Elon Musk as of today?
I've been so busy working on China, working on Russia, working on Iran, working on so many. I'm not thinking about it. On the China, I just wish
I'm not thinking about Elon at all. Did you hear that he's Yeah, I don't know. I heard he's make this quick. I don't know. I mean, this is not mine. But yeah, I heard that. No, I know he has a lot of kids, but he has to be on like heavy ED medication to get back. I don't know. What does that have to do with the conflict? I'm working on Iran. I'm working on Turkey. It's turkey time.
This is my faith will protect me.
Talking turkey.
But I'm just telling you what I know, okay? Vote for the big beautiful bill. And then one of the things that keeps coming up about what made Trump believe
this guy's strong, dude. Watch this.
Elon got into a... We heard about the conversation with Scott Bassett, but apparently it got physical. Between
These
Elon
boots have seen everything.
and Scott Bassett. We'll look at this. We'll look at JD. We'll look at some other things. While we go through, please do click the subscribe button. Live show tickets.
But there is a process. You just can't come in and get everything you want and do it entirely your way with not thinking about people at all. What Elon did, I think the president tried to make sure that he had every opportunity. We all want to cut federal spending. His promise and commitment to the president of cutting $1 trillion in federal spending was something he stuck to.
Did you just attack our person? You killed him, the main quest.
The physical
person.
altercation you had in the West Wing right outside the Oval Office between the Secretary
No, bro,
Treasury,
the
Scott
plan was
Bassett,
to kill these guys and
and
you
a
just...
very even-handed guy. He and Elon got into a physical altercation.
I do want to start a petition. I would like for
Just
Scott
use the lever
Bassett
afterwards.
to do some drugs.
And that's because, number one, people felt that day that Elon might have been on drugs. And number two, Scott called him a fraud to his face and said, look, we're in the middle of a terrible budget fight. You committed to $2 trillion, then you committed to $1 trillion. Now you talk about $160 billion. We don't see where you got anything. And obviously that got under Elon's skin. So I think the president went out of his way to basically give him every opportunity to perform. And it turned out just to be a fiasco. And
So even Steve Bannon, who has always admittedly had a problem with Musk, but even someone as MAGA as him is taking our stance on how much a failure Doge has been. Because some of the Republicans pay so much respects to, listen, I don't appreciate what Musk did. What he did with Doge. I pledge of allegiance. Pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of Doge. But if you're honest with yourself, even as a MAGA person, you can acknowledge that it didn't do what you thought it was going to do, and it just wreaked havoc. It didn't really make a dent in our debt problem at all. President Donald Trump was dejected, processing his very public split with the world. And it goes on. There was a physical clash between Scott Besson and Elon Musk, where Elon Musk was being berated by Besson for how much of a failure he was, because he hasn't done with Doge what he said he was going to do. I love how even pro-Trump folks are going, did he find any fraud? Like, we heard about the transgender mice and the condoms, but I don't know if any of that was real.
We can say more
about it. And so Elon shouldered, jabbed his shoulder into Scott Besson. And that's when things really spiraled, and when Trump became convinced that maybe
I'm right here
Musk
behind you, though.
is not in his right mind. So, speaking of Elon, he did post
I'm behind Shadow.
in response to someone saying he needs to apologize to Trump. What's the apology
misty
for exactly? Be precise. I will apologize profusely as soon as there's a full dump of the Epstein files.
But as soon as I do, I will.
And then
no choice but to keep going.
Very interesting. Very strange. I'll keep you updated. JD Vance, similar to Cash Patel, was also recording a podcast while Elon posted the initial Epstein bomb. And it is really interesting. What happened to JD?
What the hell happened to JD?
It's really interesting to watch someone who, despite all of his issues, is pretty rhetorical, to struggle so badly to rhetoric his way out of this.
Airwaves today. Bring it up, dude.
Oh, man.
The fucking shit missile is in the cannon. Okay. Wow. Time to drop the really big bomb, right? And I thought this was going to be on Iran.
So it's funny, I haven't even seen this one.
But he goes, at real Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. This is the real reason they have not been made public. Have a nice day. I'm a signature from the South African DJ.
Well, so just so your audience is aware, when is this going to air? Like,
you save more.
It's airing now, dude. No, I'm joking.
Well, I'm just saying, like,
no,
presumably when this comes out, people are going to know more about this than
Right,
even I
people
do,
will.
because
I just learned about
this kind of happened on the plane when I was.
Let's see if I can put them in darkness. I don't know.
Yeah.
See what I can do.
Here's my.
That guy's so
First of
strong.
all, like, absolutely not. Donald Trump didn't do anything with Jeffrey Epstein. Like,
I'd bet my last copper.
The guy is whatever the Democrats and the media says about
I don't have anything.
Yes. Here's my basic read on it. First of all, I'm the vice president.
May the gods take you first.
And I think that.
So already I'm really uncomfortable. He's set up multiple. All right, so listen. Okay, like here's the. All right, so listen. Here's my basic take on the whole thing. All right, so and then he just eventually gets to, I'm Trump's vice president, so I have to be loyal to him. That doesn't sound like the biggest confidence proclamation. I do just want to say though.
What?
This is not a good idea.
A lot has been said about
But
JD
I'm gonna
Vance.
get another bonus.
He
but I
once
didn't-
said Trump could be America's Hitler, and then he started supporting him. He doesn't stand by his principles. He's a national disgrace.
Yes, did.
If you edit his face, he looks really funny. If you don't edit his face, he looks really funny. He
Should we
looks
save
kind
you or
of
not?
dilapidated in that suit right now. A lot of things get said about JD. Sometimes he's called JP by Trump. Sometimes he's called JD Mandel by Trump. So a lot of things are said. What I don't appreciate is that no one acknowledges. Maybe the eyeliner bring this out, but the eyeliner. But he genuinely has really pretty eyes. I was just noticing that.
Wow. Wow.
Very pretty blue eyes. I don't know why the media won't talk about that they'll talk about how he just doesn't seem to do much as vice president, doesn't seem to be a great leader, doesn't seem qualified to be vice president.
Yeah, fucking cool, actually.
Etc. But they never talk about his pretty eyes. And that is, I've had just about enough of it. His beard also helps, but his eyes really are, I think, what is ignored by the legacy media.
Elon, he's actually done, I think, effort to root out waste, fraud, and abuse in our country.
That
really
is the plan.
And look, man, I'm always going to be loyal to the president, and I hope that eventually he comes back into the fold. Maybe that's not possible now because he's gone so nuclear, but I hope it is, man.
Unless
because
this
why, though?
get us out of here.
Yeah,
I don't want to hear about it.
So, look, I think number one,
stop
I'm
saying
gonna
look.
use my thing.
It's so you come off so nervous. All right, look, listen. All right, hey. All right, look, we're all listening. We're
Your
all
friend
looking.
is lending a hand,
Go,
but I'll not
make your
turn
point.
down extra
Let's
help.
save it, save it, save
Got
it.
any
yeah,
tools?
I mean, so, look, I think number one, so, Elon's new to politics, right? So,
Yeah,
he's
don't
being
help
attacked
me.
nonstop.
Just
They're literally like firebombing some of his cars. And by the way, I mean, some of that stuff we're looking into is an act of terrorism at the Department of Justice because I think it is an act of terrorism. So I think part of it is this guy got into politics and has suffered a lot for it. But I mean, and I get the frustration there, and I get the frustration that, I mean, look, Congress, you've got the spending bill. But the main purpose of the bill is not actually spending or cutting spending, though it does cut a lot of spending. The main purpose of the bill is to prevent the biggest tax
Better not be
increase.
cursed.
But I understand, like, it's a good bill. It's not a perfect bill. Like, the process in D.C., if you're a business leader, you probably get frustrated with that process because it's more, bureaucratic, it's more slow moving. So I think there's just some frustrations there.
Oh, it's a cutscene.
I really, man, I think it's a huge mistake for him to drop the president like that. And I think that if he and the president are in some blood feud, most importantly, it's going to be bad for the country. But I think it's going to be, I don't think it's going to be good for Elon either.
Dang. Now didn't he say I was on the plane whenever this was happening? So he actually, I think, knew about this, and that was what he could cook up as a thing. All right, listen. So, all right, focus. Ready? Lock in. Ready? Look, I know about the media is wrong about the Epstein, and I'm the vice president, so I'm second to the president. And look, listen, I'm gonna be loyal to the president. But if you look at the spending bill. Look, the spending bill is cause I got my big boy fingers out, so I'm making a point here. Ready? Even Kash Patel, who looked like he was about to be hit by a car during his interview. Before Rogan even got the tweet out, he went, "That's not my lane. I'm not gonna speak on that. No, that's not. I'm not gonna be a part of this." And even he, I think, handled it a little bit better. I do just want to say, a lot of people have been asking, well, maybe we'll listen a little bit more to this podcast and then we'll answer the question, what happened to Kimberly Guilfoyle?
Well, Elon also tweeted that he thought that in the second half of this year that there would be the Trump tariffs will cause a recession in the second half of this year. Now, who knows what could cause a recession in the second half of this year? It could be a buildup of our entire just history of being alive. But he's...
Theo Von, ladies and gentlemen.
Saying this. So it seems like, and this is just me guessing, and I don't know Mr. Musk. I never met Mr. Musk. One time he fed my buddy spaghetti at a party, though, dude. My buddy, people were raging and shit, and
your buddy couldn't feed himself the spaghetti?
Well, my buddy said, he offered my buddy some spaghetti, and my buddy said, yeah, I'd like to have some. And then instead,
but only if you feed it to him?
But instead of getting him a plate of spaghetti, he made him some and put it in his mouth, dude.
Does your buddy know Frederick Douglass?
My buddy, I'll say this. My buddy actually is a friend of FDR. Or no.
That's some different.
Sorry, of, shit.
Frederick.
I don't know. God, dude.
Okay.
Oh, fucking ruin this shit, dude. Fuck, dude. Civics, man. Chill out. But he said that he thinks but do you think that he just thinks that there's too many, that it's not a fair bill for the people? Do you think Elon Musk is for the people?
I mean, I think that he's making a mistake in going after the president.
Okay.
Yeah, I think his heart is in the right place, man.
Okay.
I do. Like I think he got into this for the right reasons. I think he's frustrated.
We just gotta kill this guy inside here.
I'm a very emotional
Get the
guy.
lever.
Like it's the president is
Wait,
it's interesting because if you read the media reports, you wouldn't necessarily see this. He's not like quick to temper. Like he's not one of these guys who flies.
Bullshit. JD, don't say that. Don't. Dang.
Your
That's
feet
just-
fly
even
fast,
his
my
fans
friend.
Don't
All right.
believe that.
Any
They
luck with
believe
those
he
tools?
flies off the handles, which is why they like him. They like that he flies off the handles.
Like quick to temper. Like he's
Might as
not
well
one of these
take a
guys who
look.
flies off the handle. That's a
Give
little
us
bit
power.
more what I'm like, honestly.
Oh, he's
and I think
smooth.
he's smooth, man. He's stoic.
Yeah,
And
I think there's fucking 007, dude. That motherfucker is.
I don't know if that's good. Yeah, I get what you're
Let's see
saying.
what's
But
to be
it's
said.
like, it is where it is.
But I
You
think
spoke of the
so yeah, I think
familiar.
Elon means the
Do I
best.
know you,
but I
true
think he's making a
soul?
mistake.
Yeah, got it.
That's my
Understood.
view.
Perhaps.
Wow. Can you imagine saying just Trump's?
You will witness
he's just so
assaulting
even.
someone.
He's
You're
so
headed for the-
level-headed. He's not quick to emotion. That's what I thought
Survival
you
is
all
all
liked
He's
about
invisible.
him.
Oh, fuck.
I'm very
Elon also-
confused. Apologies. Like that again. So totally miscellaneous. I did see some people online asking what happened to Kimberly Guilfoyle.
That's not good.
This person who was Donald Trump Jr.'s fiance of many, many years.
Ladies and gentlemen, leaders and fighters for freedom and liberty in the American dream, the best is yet to
I didn't know that was in there.
I opened the cell.
Oh, that scared me. Yeah, the best is yet to come. Her, Kimberly Guilfoyle. She, if I'm not mistaken, to answer that question, kind of split up with Don Jr. and then went to Greece to be an ambassador. So she went bye-bye alive. Good bye-bye, but bye-bye somewhere else.
Yeah, we have to go upstairs, eh?
That's where she is.
Thank you, Kimberly, for your service to this
I'm going up.
Share your thoughts in the comments.
I can see I can see
Well, that guy's not gonna call for reinforcements. Good.
Very well. With a major ongoing right now. What happened?
Brian, on the wrongful deportation front, it really feels like the dam is breaking because now in rapid succession, the Trump administration has facilitated the return of not one but two wrongfully deported men. They returned them both to the United States. You know, saying in court up and down 6 different ways, it's impossible for us to facilitate the return of somebody who's a separate country, a sovereign nation. We have no authority and no power. Well, guess what? They just did. Not once, but twice. The big one is the Abrego Garcia case, which has been in litigation for months in federal court in Maryland before Judge Sines. And
Oh, he picked up the dagger that I...
Department of Justice, these third-rate lawyers repeatedly said, yeah, Judge, can't be done. They actually, I believe, used the word impossible. Well, now they've done it. So I guess
thought that would work.
it can be done.
I threw it
It's
through
not
the gate.
impossible. And, no mistake, no misrepresentation by a DOJ lawyer. So unaddressed. More to come on that front in the near future, I believe. But then they actually brought back a second wrongfully deported, unconstitutionally deported person. This time it was a Guatemalan that the Trump administration unlawfully, unconstitutionally deported, did not honor his constitutional due process rights of notice and opportunity to be heard. They just stuck him on a bus and they sent him to where? Not
Wonder if the
Guatemala,
gods are watching
but
me.
Mexico. Well, guess what? A judge had previously ordered that this particular man, who is identified in the court papers and in the reporting only by his initials, OCG, this Guatemalan immigrant, will not be deported specifically to Mexico. Why? Because he fled Mexico, where he had been kidnapped and brutally assaulted. So a judge entered an order saying the Trump administration may not deport OCG to Mexico, which of course is precisely what the administration did. So this judge, a federal judge up in Massachusetts, issued an order saying the administration must, quote, immediately take every step available to have him returned to the ready for it. The Trump administration abided by that court order instead of fighting it, instead of delaying matters, instead of offering bullshit explanations and excuses about why we can't possibly facilitate the return of OCG. No, this man was returned. The reason it's such a big deal, Brian, is because now we know that when the Trump administration goes into court in cases like Abrego Garcia and says, oh, Judge, we can't possibly facilitate the return of anybody who is in a sovereign country. It's up to that country to return them, not it looks like those incessant claims that were being audited in other immigration cases in court were lies, flat out lies. And I hope that this is the beginning of a trend where the Trump administration begins to comply with court orders and begins to return to the United States the many people they have unlawfully and unconstitutionally deported.
Glenn, why do you presume the Trump administration did opt to comply after so many instances where they were just perfectly content to outright refuse any court orders?
Yeah, Brian, it's a great question, and I'm afraid we don't have a definitive answer, but let's tease it out a little bit. So, this gentleman, OCG, was a Guatemalan migrant.
When all else fails, play the lute.
Gonna play the guitar.
Been deported. Now, after he was deported, there is reporting and there are court filings that he was brutalized in the country of Mexico. The reporting is that he was kidnapped and I'm quoting the reporting here, he was raped. So he came back into the United States, again, illegally. He'd been deported once before, but once he got here, he made his way into court, he made his case, and the judge said, yes, this man may not be deported to Mexico. And of course, the Trump administration didn't care. They violated that order. They didn't give him his due process rights, and they just sent him to Mexico. So now the Trump administration finds itself in a position where they have deported him to a place where he had been brutalized previously, and maybe they felt like, listen, this is the kind of case where we can facilitate his return, and then you know what the Trump administration is going to do? I predict they're going to give him his due process rights, and here's what I think the courts will do. They will say, look, he had been deported previously, and the only thing we ordered is that he may not be deported specifically to the country of Mexico. However, he may end up deported to Guatemala, where he was from. Part of this court ruling involves not allowing the Trump administration to deport people to third countries, not their countries of origin. So if we tease it out, and I'm kind of looking into the crystal ball here, Brian, the Trump administration believes there is some upside to bringing him back, giving him the process, having a court order that, okay, he can't go to Mexico, but you can deport him to Guatemala. Wouldn't the Trump administration maybe feel vindicated, feel like that's a win? They could deport this man, but you know what?
Bruh.
It's a win for the Constitution, because here is something that gets lost in the mix all the time, largely courtesy of Trump's disinformation and propaganda. There are people in the United States who can be deported.
I want to stick that thing somewhere, bro. That's fucking. You can't play, and you have to learn the notes. You can't do it.
There are plenty of people who deserve deportation, but the United States government
when I level up again, I'll become professional.
Point up in your first
Really?
How does the Trump administration then go
Yeah,
into
we kinda
court
close.
and continue to say that we have no ability to bring back someone who's out of our jurisdiction, who's out of the country and in the hands of sovereign countries like El Salvador, for example, when they've just done exactly that here?
Brian, that's the perfect question, and if
These
only
boots have seen
mainstream
everything.
media, legacy media, corporate media would
just
focus
thought of
on
something.
that, I think the American citizens and the American
Yeah,
public
picture.
would be far
Yeah.
better informed, because here is
A
what
crossbow. I
I'm
think your
saying.
crossbow.
Trump. I would say, looks like you can
It's Savior, bro. And we gotta talk to that person.
So I would put it directly to Donald
I sent you a crossbow.
Return somebody to the U.S. who happens to be in a sovereign country, another country. Well, you were lying about it. You've now exposed yourself as liars. Now, do Abrego Garcia and the other 140 Venezuelan immigrants that you unlawfully, wrongfully deported to El Salvador.
Also, Glenn, it's worth asking, in light of new reporting, for your reactions to the fact that a number of these people were deported despite not having any gang affiliation, yet that was the pretense under which these people were deported.
I am not proficient.
Yeah, Brian, and that's the subject of a brand new ruling in yet another immigration case, a ruling that was entered by Judge Boasberg.
Oh, well, these guys disappeared.
Court in Washington, D.C. In recent days, he issued a order saying so many of the people that the Trump administration deported to that prison.
Oh wait, they're outside. Rescue, help genomes. The gnomes escape. There.
Any gang affiliation.
Okay.
I'll tell you, Judge Boasberg used a
Is it
very
good?
pointed word. He said, and yet, those Venezuelan immigrants were sent to that prison in El Salvador, and they were, quote, entombed. They were entombed. He didn't use the word.
Yo, we fucked up these people. Actually.
A couple of times should do it.
I'm just trying to pick a lock over
Which connotes, for example, somebody who is
Oh, upstairs, right?
they are
yes.
So, you know, Judge Boasberg said, yeah, we're going to give all 140 of them
Fucking did it.
constitutional due process rights, and you have 1 week to come back to me and tell me how you will accomplish that.
In light of this new unprecedented move by the Trump administration re-importing somebody who was wrongfully exiled to another country, what can we expect to see in these subsequent cases of what the immigrants' attorneys are going to do?
I think the plan
I got it.
It's now clear that the Trump
No, I didn't.
administration can facilitate the return to the United States of people they unlawfully deported. So I think gone is that argument that there
Yes.
federal judges in multiple
No.
immigration.
What?
So what I would hope to see, Brian, I'm not going to go so far as to
15.
see, but now that we know Donald Trump's administration can
No, 15.
and can facilitate the return of these folks to the U.S., I am hopeful that they will begin doing precisely
Yes.
that, and they begin
Yes.
to
Yes.
the Constitution, which is all that the American people are asking, and all that the immigrants that the Trump administration is trying to move against deserve.
And finally, let's finish off with this.
Potion of
what
superior
are
health.
next steps, at least as it
Ooh.
relates to this case in particular?
Yeah, it's a great question because next steps are now OCG. We only have the initials of the wrongfully deported and ultimately returned Guatemalan migrant. He will now get to make his case in court about why he shouldn't be deported at all. He may lose that argument.
So look at the map. Look at the
Process, which is at the end of the day,
finishers.
what this entire argument in all of these different cases is regarding.
He gets his due process, and his attorney may be even more focused on not wanting his client deported where?
Sometimes you just gotta slap a woman.
What the fuck? No.
That's what he said.
Why would
I
you
would
say?
like to think even the Trump
Sean Connery,
administration
that's what he said.
doesn't want to be part of the machinery that
He said it in an interview.
lawlessly, never mind, lawlessly deports people to a country where they can be expected
Yeah.
to be victimized, assaulted, or worse.
Well, we will of course stay on top of this case and the other cases that are obviously similar.
Those were the
and deal
days,
with
eh?
wrongly deported migrants, wrongly
No.
and what
No,
the
it's horrible.
implications of this case
Horrible.
is on those subsequent cases. So for those who are watching right now,
I am in a fight because we caused so much cock in the area. Now, a fight.
I'm Brian Taylor Cohen.
And I'm Glenn Kirsch.
But at least we saved. So it's all good.
I'm joined now by the U.S. Senator from Arizona, Kelly. Thanks so much for taking the time.
Brian, thank you.
So we're right now in the midst of an ongoing battle where Trump and Republicans are trying to get this reconciliation bill passed. It's right now in the Senate. Senate, Trump has realized that
Blood comes easy these
final,
days.
hurdles to this thing actually getting passed are just a few Republican senators, and so he's really trained his focus on people like Rand Paul and John Hawley.
At least we're getting XP from all this.
Here we go again.
Against the Medicaid. He's come out numerous times. You're not bad.
Bruh.
How against these cuts he was. Rightfully pointed to the fact that this bill would cut Medicaid as his reasoning to come out and speak out. That bill hadn't changed between the time that it was passed in the House and come to the Senate. Josh Hawley has come forward and saying just a great bill.
Oh no, you. That spell.
And so apparently all
The
Josh Hawley
worst, bro.
needed was some reassurance from Donald Trump, and he switched his entire tune. Can I have your reaction to the fact that, again, that's really all it took for him was Donald Trump saying it won't, and so despite what all of the data says, despite what all of the scorekeeping says, despite what
I need to get out of here.
Josh Hawley suddenly doesn't believe that it's going to have any impact on Medicaid.
Then I shall have to keep.
Well, let me just start, Brian.
How are the guys just chatting there?
It really is, and if it passes, millions of Americans are going to lose. That's in the form of losing.
Okay, I need to kill this guy quick.
Through Medicaid, as kids and that's upwards of 13 million people. And you know,
How did he get more health? I don't understand.
come out strongly against it. And I hear what you're saying.
Oh wait.
I haven't spoken to him about it. I claim
Wait, these guys weren't alerted?
really stands on this because he indicated that he did not want to see people kicked off of Medicaid.
So wait.
I don't think he
Help genomes escape. It's this way. We have to kill these guys. It's this way. If they're in here.
You know, we're seeing this talk trotted out elsewhere. Trump's director of the Office of Budget is saying the same thing, and so
The genomes, bro. We have to help.
where they are pretending now that if they say that this bill is going to cut Medicaid, that somehow that's going to manifest.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
Watch this, bro.
In terms of when this bill would pass versus when the Medicaid cuts would actually
Fuck, I'm good.
Well, first of all, it's not necessarily going to pass. They also have to convince Ron Johnson, and you mentioned Rand Paul, who they, have an issue with the amount that this adds to our deficit and our debt. It is trillions and trillions of dollars, and eventually this is going to catch up with us. And we shouldn't be kicking people off of the
Oh, this is where we take them to the boat. That makes sense, bro. Remember? We're gonna take them to the boat now. That makes sense.
increases will have to be more if we don't start taxing billionaires. So, but this bill has all kinds of problems. I mean, there's problems I was working on last week with some of my colleagues that have to do with tax incentives for renewable energy.
Yeah, bro.
Solar,
Oh yeah, this guy's strong. This guy's cockstrong, bro. But is he stronger than me?
So the bill has all kinds of problems. It's not a done deal that it's going to pass in the Senate. As we look closer and closer at it, as my Republican colleagues especially look at it, I
Light
think
on my
you'll see
feet.
people have problems with it.
Digging into the subsidies for renewable energy, clean energy, what does it do if the U.S. retreats on its effort to become a leader in clean energy? The adoption of renewable energy in light of the fact that we have other countries like China that are diving headfirst into trying to be the leader in these spaces, knowing full well the potency that they'll have as we head into this, this new.
Well, it's just like anything. If we don't do it, our adversaries will move into the vacuum, that we
Did, bro.
whether it's energy,
Did, bro.
semiconductors, or other technology. We've invented most of this stuff. We're the best innovators on the planet. And if we have good policies that support American industry, especially
Have to help
in
the
areas,
genomes.
that also have an ancillary benefit. We've got a climate problem that is not going away. the Republicans, my Republican colleagues, say what they want about the science. The science is solid on this. The planet is warming up. I've seen changes in our planet.
I went through the bill.
As I orbited the Earth on 4 different missions from my first space flight in 2001.
Wait, but the quest said this way. That doesn't. What? Oh wait, it's 2 here and to the left. Wait, we are on the right. I think we go. Okay, just
harder to live on certain places on the planet.
heal us.
You're going to have more mass migration. You're going to have food supply issues eventually. We've already got issues with shores in California and Florida. Those problems will grow. We have to address this. And if we don't manufacture clean energy here, it'll be done somewhere else. And that technology will be built somewhere else. And then we will have to, eventually we'll have to import it. So why don't we just manufacture it here? Those incentives are in the Inflation Reduction Act. And some of my Republican colleagues, they get it, because if you look at the map of where these energy projects are, more of them are in red states than they are in blue states. That's another major issue with the bill. We're trying to address this.
I'm not drinking anything.
With Republicans about what the impact is going to be in their state.
Why do you presume that they make these moves to strip those things out of the bill? Clearly, that wasn't introduced by a Democrat when it was written in the House and passed out of the House with unanimous support from
Time to press ahead.
except for Thomas Massey. But why do you think they put that in there? Because these are folks who, these
Hello.
come out and talk about
I'm
how
good.
we need to restore American ascendancy in light of these threats from China, and yet at the same time, by virtue of what they're doing with
We go here, Kevin.
manufacturing and the adoption of renewable energy, we're really just ceding all of that power to China in the future.
Yeah, one reason, money in politics. If there's one thing I could fix, a campaign finance reform. John McCain, who used to sit at this desk here physically, this was his desk when he was the
Kevin, you'll never guess what's happened now.
McCain Feingold, we tried to reform.
Because you long rested, the quest is no longer active. Because they were here.
If I could snap my fingers and fix one thing, it would be that. The amount of money that corporate PACs, oil and gas,
Back to your save point. Yeah,
put
good
into
idea.
our political system, into campaigns, it magically changes people's views on things. And oil and gas companies don't like the competition from solar and wind and hydro. Solar power is the cheapest power to add to the grid right now. If so, it comes down to just money in politics. That's why they don't like it. Oil and gas companies tend to support Republicans.
In terms of this bill kind of making its way through the Senate, I know that you've spoken to your own constituents. Look, you don't live in some liberal bastion. You live in a true purple state. What have your constituents said? I know that you just recently had a town hall in Cochise County. What are folks in Arizona actually saying about this bill? And I'm especially interested in folks who are not,
So look here, bro.
Democrats.
See, there's the quest now.
For Trump, people who have voted for Republicans.
Well, I don't ask people who they voted for, right?
Let's try this way.
I've done 3 of these Medicaid town halls. Cochise County was the most recent one. I've done Pima County, Maricopa County.
That took the edge off.
Half the population of the state.
Disappeared again. It was there. Hey, did you see it?
Yeah, it was. How this affects them personally. There was one woman
Let's just explore this thing.
had
To go up
two
here.
adopted kids. One had a lot of healthcare issues and needs. And when you adopt a kid out of foster care, Medicaid.
It means he's safe.
Her
he's
husband
safe.
was a 20-year Navy veteran.
Oh, shit.
Retired,
But let's not go to the
Navy.
inn.
And these kids are on Medicaid.
we have
And
to
she
go
was
to-
terrified that they're going to lose their Medicaid coverage. And she said to me, she said, it's like the Republicans are burning down my house and there are still people inside. My kids are inside.
Rescue World.
That's how she feels about
No, but we can't go to the Thorn Mausoleum unless we have the dingus.
and they lose their healthcare coverage. Another
Forgot
woman
what it's called.
Tara, I think her name was.
No, it's something else.
Who doesn't use
So I think we need to talk to
but she did
Walbrin.
when she was a single mom when she was younger.
At the inn.
And she says she would not have been able to
I think so.
without those benefits. And now she's
Like there's two things to do there at the end. Well, we can just fast travel. Yeah. Let's just talk to.
So there's like really scary stories. This isn't about removing like waste in the system. It's not waste, fraud, and abuse. They bring up this fraud comment all the time about the fraud. I want to see the indictments.
Yes.
I mean, Elon Musk talks about fraud. When are the indictments coming? Fraud is against the law.
Go to the end.
Ketherick's lackeys found me already.
So it's rhetoric.
Yeah, it should. Yeah,
you need to deal with him.
Money in the form
Wait, what?
of food benefits, food stamps,
Is that it?
and healthcare benefits in Medicaid.
Ketherick's lackeys found me already.
And giving it
Blast
to
it all.
rich people. We've
You
been
need to
doing this for decades.
Wait, what?
And the income inequality
I'm so
in
confused.
this country is certainly
I'm so
higher than it's
confused.
ever been before. Yeah, 3 of the richest people in the country own more than the bottom 50%. 3 people. Not 3%. 3 people. More than the bottom 50%. It's unsustainable. And it's gonna bankrupt us because the $37 trillion of debt, this is unsustainable. You know, eventually people will stop buying our bonds, or the interest rates will be so high, it'll be the largest thing in the budget every year. So what we should be doing is looking for opportunities to make the delivery of healthcare better, but not to get people off of their.
Alright, Kevin, let's see where your plan then.
And at the
Let's
same
do your
time,
plan.
we need to generate more revenue.
What?
And that revenue
Your grave God's still alive, you reckon?
millionaires
He better be,
and billionaires.
or I'm a dead man.
The middle class.
It's just, yeah.
The debt becomes
Let's just do what you want to do.
we're already at the point where it is. I believe it's the second biggest, or either the second or the first biggest
Okay.
in the government. The interest on the debt for a political party on
I'm not sad.
How are there only 1 or 2 senators right now who are coming out against a bill that would add, what is it, $3.8 trillion to debt?
Brian, they're only fiscally conservative when there's a Democrat in the White House. That's like half the time. And the other half of the time,
I wish we'd
it's
gear
tax
up
cuts,
and head out.
regardless of the Constitution.
All this standing around is
why
making me
only,
antsy.
You know,
Got
two
to have a
in
plan.
the United States Senate locally right now. is because
I'll follow you, bro.
in the White House, and he wants this. He wants to help out his rich friends, I guess.
Yeah, that's it. In terms of, look, a lot of everybody that are your colleagues in the Senate, certainly everybody in the House, these people were around back in 2017 when they last tried to strip healthcare, last tried to cut the ACA, and they watched what happened in 2018 midterms.
Okay.
Democrats won the House by the biggest margin in history, 41 seats. And again, that effort to gut the ACA.
Yeah, they weren't even.
How long till we level up? Let's see. Oh, not bad.
And so,
Almost.
not recognize, this was only a handful of years ago. How do they not recognize what happened? What the
Something
political
cheese from the Dale
consequences are when
lands.
you try to go after Americans'
Or what's left of
healthcare.
it.
And they're doing it to a bigger tune right now than they even sought to do back in 2017.
All the way from
Well, I think you
Thay.
got to see who they're beholden
Jewels
to.
and
The Toll
gems,
Master.
probably.
Donald Trump.
One's still in there.
Who's the Toll Master?
That's the joke of the Republicans.
The hell?
To some extent, he controls whether or not they have a primary opponent.
Are you the Toll Master?
And they're also beholden to
Look at this, bro.
a lot of
what
rich
the
people,
fuck?
a lot of corporate PACs.
Wait.
One of the few people. Well, I don't
Look
support
how
corporate
fucking
PACs.
strong he is.
What do you
Who are you? Don't take. Oh, don't steal our gold, please.
On that, I have a public schedule. I'm the only
Seems to me you have enough.
535 members of Congress. I'm the only person that has taken those steps. You must pay. This is about who.
It's attack.
Those members get into office, and it's a lot of wealthy Americans.
Should we attack it, Kevin?
They like tax cuts.
And finally, let's finish off with this.
Let's see what you want to
You
do.
mentioned that this bill isn't a done deal yet. It often does feel futile from the outside because us pinning our hopes on Rand Paul or Ron Johnson doing the right, or Mitch McConnell doing the right thing, it often feels like such a fool's errand. And so this is kind of a two-parter here, but how confident are you that there
Kevin.
will be enough Republicans that can do the right thing in terms of this bill?
Just do whatever
and
Fuck.
what can
You see, when I say do it, then you don't have nothing to say. Then you can.
Healthcare, free assistance being shipped away for millions of Americans.
Well, I am not confident. it's more likely that something will pass out of the Senate. I think we've got a chance to redo Trump U.S. Senator or with the legislature goes back to the House, couple House Republicans.
I thought we long rest. I'm dead.
That's a possibility. That's not likely. I think what's likely is they fall in line.
I'm dead.
Comment. That's the path most of them will go down. Need 4 Republicans in the Senate to kill this thing. I doubt there'll be 4. The second part of your question about what people do, they can show up. They need to show up at a protest, make a phone call,
Dude.
might be surprising to people. Republicans here as well. And if there's enough of them,
This thing's strong, but imagine if we kill it.
Don't slow down.
all right, thank you, Brian.
Now we have the editor-in-chief and co-founder of All Rise News, Adam Klasfeld. Adam, thanks so much for taking the time.
Thank you for having me.
So we have some major news here as it relates to one of Donald Trump's biggest priorities, and that is the imposition of tariffs on which is happening in the DC.
What happened in the courts was a 3-judge panel in one voice declared that the entire architecture and what happened is this 3-judge panel represented and one was appointed by Trump, Timothy Wraith, another one, Katzman is an Obama appointee, and another is a Ronald Reagan appointee. And having seen this hearing as it was happening, it was clear where the wind was blowing, and that's because Trump is the first and only president to have ever claimed the power to unilaterally
I was going to say I should put them in darkness, but they're probably immune to darkness.
international economic powers act. And they found it authorized no such thing. As a matter of fact, the
What?
legislation doesn't mention the word tax. So they went through and
Pretty sick. Could someone help Korak up? See the...
and all 3 judges in a per curiam order,
I mean, molten water.
speaking in a single voice, found this entire system was unlawful.
So
Thank you.
what happens to all of the goods that are en route right now that have been
Critical hit.
may have paid the additional tariffs that were imposed by the Trump administration, but done so in a legal fashion.
Right. Well, I mean, the implementation something about 10 days, and you can imagine it was destined to be appealed, and Trump the Trump administration put in their notice of appeal almost immediately. So we'll see how this determination comes into fruition. But it's very unlikely that
I think we can kill this thing, bro. I think we can do it.
for them, it was not a close call. This 1977 legislation was supposed to restrain the president from being able to take actions like these. It was supposed to put some constraints on it. Trump was for the opposite. So from any kind of country thinking that there's going to be a
God, the fucking guitar.
breathing easier, even though the story broke a couple days before this ruling that they've already called Trump bluff. There was an around a taco Trump always
Fucking guitar.
They don't have to worry about whether people chicken out because you get the legal architecture just wasn't based on any sort of legal foundation.
And yet that's what he has a pattern of doing exactly that. when Stephen Miller threatened that the Trump administration could suspend or habeas corpus was literally put in place as a check on the executive branch. It was expressly so that a monarch or a king could political opponents, dissidents, whatever it was, without the Trump administration to be able to say how to wield as opposed
I think we can do this, bro.
itself, a check
Not now, but when we come back.
to pretend that they have powers that don't exist. You had brought up this idea of taco, and that was Trump always chickens out that acronym. There is some worry that knowing who Trump is, knowing his character, that he would actually take that as a challenge, and he'd say, in very much the same way that like Obama back at the correspondence dinner, circa 8 years ago, basically made fun of Trump and said he'll never be president. That was like his inciting incident. That was like the inciting moment where this villain was born. If somebody says that Trump always takes that, there's some concern that when you see that, you're like, oh shit, like that may actually mean that the entire global economy is now Trump has been challenged on his inability to carry through on these tariffs that have been imposed, and so tomorrow he's going to go ahead and to the end, no matter how much he takes down with it.
Right, well, Trump can declare anything he wants, but the courts have now found it's illegal. Someone's going to have to carry out in order to raise the tariffs. And right now there's an order that's barring him, the entire apparatus of the government, saying that this action is totally illegal. So if Trump declared that, if he took that as a dare, then we might see other contempt proceedings than what we're already seeing in the immigration cases, for example. I want to go back to something you said about the habeas cases. You were right on about how Kristi Noem getting habeas exactly backwards, and the power of a king. We should also remember that habeas corpus is a principle from 2015. Kristi Noem wasn't only wrong, as we put it in one of our stories at All Rise News, it's literally medieval. High Middle Ages is what we're talking about. And King John, a monarch, was forced to sign the Magna Carta, which brought us habeas corpus. So that's how far back we're talking about turning back the clock. But I would say that the TACO acronym that's buzzing around Wall Street comes for a reason. The administration does ultimately back down, and it happened today just before the tariffs story. They had been trying, there was this heartbreaking story of an immigrant whose initials are OCG, fleeing anti-gay persecution in Guatemala. And just hours before this ruling on the tariffs, there was a status update from the government saying that they are going to get a plane to try to send him back to the United States. And that happened because they were forced to by litigation. So for all of the very justified concerns, because of the rhetoric of this administration about, we don't need to listen to the courts, the courts are all left-wing and all that nonsense. For all of that rhetoric, that's a concrete example. That's a person being planned to be sent out of the zone of persecution where he is currently standing. That shows the court rulings actually in action and leading to results.
Need to find a way forward.
Any glimmer of light.
What's that?
In terms of the Trump administration recognizing the barrier put in front of
Moonrise.
them by courts right now.
What? Moonrise.
Moonrise Towers, yes.
Are you there? Is that what you said?
I'm sure that they just found AIPA, which is the statute that they could then try and distort to fit into their tariff policy. They just found something that they thought they could, distort enough to make it work for them. Is there some possibility that they can find something else on the books, while they're going back hundreds of years to try and figure out some way to
Right,
just
I'm with you, bro.
justify their actions right now.
Right. Well, they had to get pretty deep to try
I
to
thought
come up with
we're attacking the things.
Another thing I
This
would
is
say
where it is.
to a certain extent, the administration, even though this
Oh,
is
you've given up on that. Okay.
I wonder if in their heart of hearts, if they're not
Like, I want to go back.
because this is a disastrous policy for the administration. It should be emphasized that the problem isn't necessarily the law, it's that Congress has the power to impose tariffs. And I think that Congress, particularly the GOP Congress, there are many people in that who did not want their fingerprints on this tariff scheme, which is why they were intervening. But now that
Why are you laughing?
I'm sure that some of them are breathing a sigh of relief that this is very unpopular with their constituents, and now they don't have to touch it.
You seek
so
arms.
will they find something
I
else?
seek a warrior
There's not
worthy
much
to
there in the
bear
bills
them.
because the Constitution is clear. Congress has the power to impose tariffs, not the executive.
You're exactly right in the sense that that this.
I just want to make progress. I don't know what we do.
Get moving, will you?
I'm just barreled ahead with this is because you know he's driven largely by his ego, and so he already started. He's
So
hot
we
committed.
have
He
to-
views any
but the
capitulation
thing is, we need
as weakness, and so he's just gonna barrel ahead and try and protect his own
Yeah,
ego
and
through
it's
all of this.
we just need to find that chamber, but I just don't know where it is.
Do you have any concern that Trump is going to also view the courts taking an axe to this
Like I have the key for it. It's called. I can tell you what it is.
against him, and so knowing that he
It is.
often doesn't just give up, even though it would be
It's
good
Baltazar's room key.
this
I
is
just
good
need
politics as
to
far as
get
he's
into
concerned.
his
And so
room,
do you have any
wherever
concern that he'll view
that
this
is.
as like an act of hostility against the courts and just be driven yet again by
Where's
his
that
ego
area
and want to
again?
appeal
Where we find the?
Right, well, he's currently appealing
Is this
to
it? Is this the place?
farther. As for his hostility to the courts, he has been in open conflict and war with the judicial branch of our government since the beginning of this
Araj
term and
O'Blaughter,
earlier, whenever
trader
things
in
would go
all
his way. I
things
remember covering
occult.
the
A
aftermath
very
of the
great
2020
pleasure to meet
election,
you,
and he found
true
ways
soul.
to
Should you be
hand wave the fact
interested,
that
I
his
have a
own
particular
appointees were
offer I'd
ruling
like to
against
make.
him, that judges appointed by presidents across the political spectrum
Put
are ruling
plainly,
against
I'd
him
like your blood.
because his
A vial of
lawsuits were
true
nonsense.
soul's
And the same
blood,
thing is
specifically.
happening here, that
With
I
one
think
drop,
by the New York
I can brew a
Times'
rather
count,
potent potion
more
for
than
you.
170
The rest,
rulings
I
have
keep
at
for myself.
least temporarily blocked some aspect of the administration's actions. And breaking that down even further,
No idea,
that's
but it will be unique to
170
you.
findings
Your blood
that
essence
the
and the
administration
Absolute's
was
blessing
doing
intertwined.
something that was likely
We can learn exactly what that means
illegal or
together.
unconstitutional. He's going to keep pushing the limits. He's going to keep testing the edges of it. And I think the greater concern isn't he'll be really angry that the courts keep stopping him, but more that the courts
Just a little
won't
prick and it's
stand up,
all
won't,
over.
Show their back.
Close your
But
eyes.
right now, that's what they're doing. They're standing
There we are.
firm.
All of your very best traits.
Right
In a
now,
bottle.
there have been
Use it well.
rulings in both directions.
And
certainly on
if I may,
by and large,
would you have a moment to discuss another more personal
administration
matter?
facing
Truth be told, I heard tell of your coming before you arrived. Catherick's dogs prowl far and wide round the tower. I know you travel with a delightful night walker in your retinue. Please, I have a proposal for him. I will reward you both handsomely.
administration is ultimately going to comply with any of these rulings, how they're simultaneously trying to prevent the courts from even engaging.
I will speak of it when he is here,
in the instances
not
where
before.
they don't want to.
But it will be to your advantage. I
raise a good point,
promise.
Brian, because right now, I think you're referring to the budget bill, right? You have the,
Yes, Thing is a vampire.
trying to sneak in.
Could use him as a companion.
I must prepare myself for his arrival.
From exercising their
You remember
I think
at our camp?
that's also up on
Oh, he's a vampire.
seeing what's going on, seeing what
Welcome back,
are trying
true
to
soul.
do, and making sure the reps understand that there are three co-equal branches of government, and that the judiciary has to be empowered to do to play its role in our constitutional order, and that may mean calling our representatives, or letting the lawmakers know. I mean, I'll talk about this. There was a town hall where one of the GOP lawmakers was confronted with just that very topic that he raised, and he had to be forced to admit that he hadn't read that provision of the big, allegedly beautiful bill. That part of it escaped his attention. So that sort of people informing themselves of what's in the legislation and keeping informed about the news and what
Let's play COD.
are doing supposedly on our behalf, and making their voices heard in counts, because that provision is not a law yet. It goes to the Senate, and there will be time to hear from the public to make sure that the checks and balances of our government remain.
I don't know. What does this chick want? What is she saying?
Come back anytime.
Call your elected officials because it matters.
What did she say she'll give us?
That exact point. There are a lot of dangerous provisions, like the
Oh, okay. Are you gonna switch now?
It's
intriguing.
as well. And so,
Does she have anything? I want to see what she has.
the opportunity to bring this into the public, into public view.
Obviously, I would.
Show me your stuff.
You have so
What do
many
you have?
followers already.
Adam,
I wouldn't want to crowd you.
watching right now, read more from you.
Oh, dude, she's nothing cool.
In that case, I'd be happy to tag along.
So if you log on to Substack's app, you can go to All Rise News and subscribe to us. We're about a month old,
Keep your
and
distance,
we're
darling.
getting strong, and we are constantly having an eye on the decisions and also on your power to act upon the headlines that disturb, that provoke, and that move us to civic action.
Well, I love that, and look, for everybody who's watching, I have followed Adam's
Yeah, I'm gonna get some wine.
a very long time. This is exactly the kind of stuff that we need to be supporting here. So I'll put the link to All Rise News right here on the screen, and also in the description of this video. Adam, appreciate the work you're doing, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you so much, Brian. Appreciate your work as well.
Why, thank you.
Now we've got the founder of All Rise News, Adam Pasfield. Adam, you and I spoke yesterday about a major ruling where Donald Trump's tariffs were deemed unconstitutional by a Court of International Trade panel. That was a panel that included 2 Republicans and 1 Democrat, and still they decided to overrule Trump's ability to impose these tariffs. That was immediately appealed up to a federal court. The appeals court today
So fucking cool.
to reverse.
What? He can bite people.
Is this something that we should be
Oh,
worried
what?
about in terms of Trump's ability to actually have these tariffs stick?
That is cool, actually.
Now, one thing I want to be clear from the outset: this panel did not rule on the merits.
I never thought I'd see one.
All right, I'm
I
interested.
read about your kind for so many years, but you are a finer specimen than any bestiary could describe.
That is
You're really a vampire. At least one of their sport.
As a matter of fact,
Oh, don't worry. We're all friends under the absolute. I won't bite.
Oh, I'd prefer if you did.
I think 4 of the judges.
And he's yours to command. My envy's palpable.
H.W. Bush. The rest were appointed by President Barack Obama, President Joe Biden, Clinton. If anything,
Well, I hope you don't mind sharing him for just a minute. Do you have a name, Spawn?
Astarian, but hold on.
Good.
Let's remember,
Now,
the first panel
Astaria.
what
I've dreamt of being bitten by a vampire since I was a young girl.
I'm sorry. You want to be bitten?
To feel your life's blood slipping away. To dance on the edge between life and death.
A favorable panel, not
Yes.
a favorable panel.
I want it. I'll even compensate you. A potion of legendary power that forever increases the strength of the one
What?
who consumes it. It's
That's
not for
insane,
sale,
dude.
but it's yours. If you bite me.
I will have to decline.
What?
Excuse me? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and you're
Yes.
squandering it.
I gave you my answer.
Can't you talk some sense into your obstinate charge?
Just to clarify,
No, force him to bite her. Force him.
Why? Oh, why?
for the Constitution.
Just bite her. Just bite her.
I'm sorry, but could you excuse us a moment? Are you actually asking me to do this?
Yes.
Trading me for some potion?
Yes, we don't care about you.
There's something wrong with her blood. I can smell it from here. It's rank.
Don't be dramatic. It's just a bite, one nip, and you're done. It's not your choice.
You won't have to taste whatever sludge is in those veins.
I don't have all day, true soul.
He wasn't able to win on the merits and
Fine. I'll do it.
Yes.
Darling, I've had a sudden change of heart. After all, who could resist such a delectable neck?
I guess that raises the question
Hold
here.
very,
On the merits, the Court of
very
International
still.
Trade panel found that what he was doing was illegal. Why?
Fuck, dude.
Incredible. That is 7-4
Incredible.
Republican. Why would they impose this stay? Why not just allow the lower court ruling to stand while they then go ahead and litigate this issue on the merits?
I think what goes on in a lot of cases like this,
We're just gonna
you have a very
die, bro.
high-profile case. That
Not to your
goes
taste.
The powers of the government to operate.
You're
when
fetid,
have,
full of
have
corruption.
judges who are,
I feel
reluctant to make
exquisite,
rulings
though.
without
So here's my
reason.
part of the bargain. I
Preserving
hope you
the
find it as
status quo.
satisfying as I
Remember
found
yesterday,
this.
Yeah.
It was everything I imagined, and then more.
Until
I'll be able to put this to good use.
they could have had this giant change in the process.
Damn, dude.
Hat
They
shit.
made a decision on the merits, knowing
That was
that
crazy.
this is
What did she give you?
appeal to the Supreme Court.
interesting.
So that's why there's
Mike,
this
Mike,
routine
Bungie, Mike, Mike,
process.
Bungie.
The system is
Right,
slow
right.
and it's frustrating. It
I'm
happened
fine,
in
sorry.
the case of
Bull boy.
as
Worldwide.
Gilmar Abrego Garcia.
Sorry, my
There was an
Oma.
administrative stay put in place where we eventually had the Supreme Court
I do
saying, no, people do have due process rights. You can't end run that.
What did she give? What did she give you?
Did you see my bag?
A hearing.
What?
on
How's
measure.
that?
Find out.
How
So
you think
the
about that?
administrative
How you
stay,
think
there's
about
been
that?
A lot of spinning
Hater
about it,
MC?
a lot of spinning from the White House claiming vindication that, oh, these judges
I'm so
overstepped.
fine, I'm fine.
But what happened here is something that's very routine that we've seen twice
How you dare? How
before
you?
from the
How you
Supreme
dare?
Court, and right now he's going to a tough path.
Well, obviously this issue is
Mic
really
drop.
important that this gets
Mic
figured out because
drop.
every day that these tariffs remain in place is another day that small businesses
Lodi
might be
dodi.
one step closer to shutting down, or folks who are trying to afford something can't because of the tariffs
Mic
that are in
drop.
place.
Mic
And so
drop.
how quickly do we anticipate that the federal appeals court is going to
Once upon a time.
remedy this issue, and is there some degree of urgency given the fact that this is trade is something that's happening every day, and it's not something that we can just
Permanently increases your strength by 2.
Right. Well, the appeals court said in their ruling.
Oh, who are you gonna use it on, bro?
Schedule for motions.
On Shadow Art or
Appeal, it's
Serena?
Bam.
Their
Did you see
plaintiffs
my
are
bag?
going to
Did you see
respond
my
to
bag?
the government's motions by June 5th. And
How you
then
think about
the
that?
That's pretty-
How you
that's
think
pretty
about
crazy,
that?
though.
on this will be June 9th. So it's very possible we'll see it that this stage of the litigation coming to a head next month. And we're almost at
Good time for a chat.
To the left, to the left.
so,
Shadow curse.
like I said, the whole
Doesn't
process
seem to
of
affect me like it does others.
On
appeals and grants
Spotify.
and
Not as
out,
badly,
and
at
these are
least.
songs
issues
Do you know
that they
what
put
this
into the
means?
category of songs that you
as
play a
noted,
lot.
Brian,
I must be
There are
blessed.
statistics.
There are small businesses.
Like I'm sure
Lady
they
Shah
collect
is
all the
protecting
data
me where
anyway.
others are left to
That's why
face her
companies
wrath.
will show you the data.
She loves
and
me.
their only solace will be
I'm sure they
She
show
must
you
do.
like
acronym.
your
that
iPod used to
Trump will
say like,
check it out
oh, you play
anyway,
this
so
song
the,
like
courts don't
50
provide
times.
data.
You're resourceful.
What?
This is the way the
Why are you
process
laughing?
goes.
Don't give me that look. It's a good thing that I'm resistant to the shadows. This way I can help you.
That this is
Yeah.
a victory for Trump. And
Lady
he
Shah
What, babe?
bless
does
me
have
like
the
this for no
power to
reason.
do this.
What?
all this was
There must be something she wants of me.
Okay.
Those signs we found about Dark Justiciars.
Punchy,
Perhaps they were no
punchy!
coincidence.
Mic drop.
In either case, I need to watch for any place dedicated to Lady Shah. A temple, perhaps.
Maybe it goes the other way because the Supreme Court makes a decision in Trump's favor. Not saying that will happen. I think
May the darkness
ruling
protect you.
by the Court of International Trade makes absolutely clear that Congress has the power to impose tariffs. No other president felt otherwise until Donald Trump and claimed a power to do this under this
Crowded,
law.
don't you
that
think?
is
You'll need to swap
absolutely
out someone if you want me.
Two tariffs, mentioned tariffs, and was in fact meant
Lead the way,
to
then.
restrain the president from using a national emergency to do whatever he wants with the
Voice
economy.
active shout out, bro.
Well, look, now this thing has already been ruled not in Trump's favor at the trial court level. It's going to be in front of a panel that is pretty clearly not falling in Trump's favor. Again, 7 Democrats to 4 Republicans. And so if the appeals court decides to rule in the same way that the Court of International Trade panel ruled, which is to say against Donald Trump, does it make it that much more difficult then if and when this thing inevitably gets in front of the Supreme Court? Is the Supreme Court going to see this and say, okay, we've got a trial court panel saying that Trump has no
Still alive, so that's
ability
progress.
to do this. We have an appeals court that
Yeah, I'll give
agrees
it to
with
you.
them, and so does that have some bearing on how the Supreme Court ultimately rules?
Well, you know, the Supreme Court will have the lower court's decision showing absolutely belaying the legal arguments that the Trump administration brought forward. They will.
Should we just investigate Thorm Muslim?
The writings of James Madison took a giant historical detour through this and went deep into the law.
From where do you think is the best point? From the light's end, probably.
All of that is clear, but when it comes to somebody like Clarence Thomas and Samuel Alito, how much weight does it actually carry? Because these people aren't acting in good faith. So if they were, look, if these people were acting in good faith, then we wouldn't have the criminal immunity for a president that was created out of whole cloth, and then you have these justices that are pretending that it's somehow in the Constitution.
Just
if
out
these people
of
were acting in good faith, then Section 3 of the 14th Amendment wouldn't be disregarded as it relates to Donald Trump and his previous embrace of and aid or comfort to those who engaged
Making my way.
in insurrection. So clearly these people are willing to either create out of whole cloth or disregard the plain text of the Constitution in deference to Donald Trump.
Something
so
slimy
matter
seems to be
this,
dripping from the
where
rafters
you can
above.
have a lower court ruling absolutely filleting
Something
this,
slimy
this
seems to be
idea that
dripping
Donald
from the
Trump and his
rafters above.
administration came up with, which is that like he all of a sudden
Something
has this power
slimy
that just
seems to be
didn't exist
dripping from the
yesterday
rafters above.
Actually, the Rayworth town is.
That's what I'm really trying to figure out.
Right. Well, you know, there was never a doctrine of criminal immunity until the Supreme Court created one. And I get your point, and it's a good one. I'm not going to predict the future here. There is going to be a decision on this one way or another. It's going to come from the Supreme Court. I will say, when there are such incredible
What's the Mason skill?
where the president is claiming the power to ignore the writ of habeas corpus was 9-0 against him. When he was claiming the power to deport the folks in
This looks
Texas to a third party that had never been, that was a 7 with the immunity decision, that was very close. And it was an untested thing, and it was a thing that the Supreme Court created out of whole cloth, and there are those decisions, and we'll see what happens.
Oh, no, I'm just done.
To be in such a position
Hey, Mano.
that it's going to be very hard.
You ready?
For even this.
I'm ready.
To
Yeah. Okie dokie yo.
to create a power that
Okie dokie
isn't
yo.
to be found in the Constitution or the
Okay,
law.
dokie,
Let's see
yo.
what long road ahead of us.
Yes.
Clarence Thomas.
Okie dokie, yo. Say
Challenge
la
accepted.
la la la
Okay,
la
so,
la
so as
la
far as the Supreme Court goes, one more question on this, and that is the Supreme Court, would you anticipate that the Supreme Court will opt to take up this case if we do see
I found a spot, bro.
identical rulings from the
Join me,
trial
bro.
level and the appeals court?
Thank you. I want
If
some
they agree
cheesecake.
with the
Yes.
appeals court,
I
can
want
they
some
just
dead
say, "We're not gonna
president.
touch this thing, the lower court rulings"?
Join? Join me.
I think what
And now?
Just fast travel to that. Let's check now.
What?
Yeah, and then go up towards Mason's Guild. Other way. You were going the wrong way. Wrong way. Wrong way.
Controversy here for us to look at.
You're going the wrong way.
Bye bye, girl. Oh,
So go back across the bridge.
Well, I mean here.
More time.
I can see where you are. Just run
Oh
back.
my yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
And she
Run.
said, is that true? Yes. Okie dokie, yo. Is
And then stop here.
Yes.
And then go up.
Yo.
But what the state of
Yes. Correct.
Okie dokie, yo. Say la 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 la.
And then you gotta jump. I think there's like an area where you jump. Yeah. And then you go through here. Yeah.
International trade. So if they
And then
lose
Sure.
on that, and I expect that they will, just simply on that technical issue.
Yeah. And you go up
it would
from
mean
there.
That the one court, the jurisdiction, that this is one track this is going to go on, is the Court of
Oh, what?
International
I didn't
Trade.
even get into any fight.
Tomato.
Appeals for the Federal Circuit, and then the Supreme
We're
Court.
king.
So,
So we
Where?
don't anticipate district splits here because it's not like, okay, this will work for yes in California, no in like
I don't
the
get it.
circuit. Like,
Must I come to you?
really the only issue, the only court that deals with international trade is the Court of International Trade. So that ruling doesn't apply.
I see you.
Oh, nah, no, no, nah. Gola.
I mean, let's see. It's
Ma.
so
More time.
trying to persuade a judge in California.
Oh my yeah.
California that she does have jurisdiction.
And she
but
said,
seems
is that
very
true?
skeptical
Yes.
of that.
Okie
And what's
dokie,
going on
yo.
now is that
True?
it seems
Yes.
to be
Okie
shaping up
dokie,
that
yo.
everything's going to the Court of
Yes.
International Trade. on
Okie
this
dokie,
issue,
yo.
because that's
Say
what
la
the court
la
wants.
la la.
Well, in a way, I mean, I understand why California is in this issue to protect their own interests, but in a way, if the judge in California in this jurisdiction, Brian, does decide to take up this issue, then doesn't that open up other
See, I avoided all this.
Yes. I told no. Yo, and now we're going up. No, 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 no. It'll be yo.
in
Oh.
Mississippi, and we can find judges
Nope.
who are much
We
more
are there.
conservative who may not
Oh.
allow Donald Trump to do what he wants. In a way, isn't it
Okie
better
dokie,
if
yo.
this
Is
issue
that
is actually
Yes.
blocked as far as
Okie
California is
dokie,
concerned?
yo.
So that international trade
Oh, I don't want to.
Well, I think you're exactly right, Brian.
One guy's dead.
California was making those arguments before that rule was changed. Before they found out what the court was I wonder if they're both kind of secretly wondering, hey, can we switch sides here? Let's keep it in the Court of International Trade. California might think, and Trump might think, oh, let's have it in all the federal.
Right, yeah, you have the California prosecutors going to say, you know what? You guys are
Honest.
we
You
overstepped
can
the
call me
jurisdiction. No, we insist. You guys have your Adam, how can folks who are watching right now
I'm
support
proud of it.
Thank you so much, Brian.
Irony.
So go to All Rise. Go on the Substack app. Through us, you'll get.
Know what I am. I know what I want.
Nice,
I'm
dude.
never gonna change.
And find
I'm
out.
never gonna trade.
One of the key parts of our editorial mission is also factoring what's in the reader's power.
Talking. Talking.
So it's the law.
Do what I do.
Excellent. Well, look, I've been following Adam and his content for a very long time, so highly
You can
recommend
stop me loving myself.
support media. Please check out All Rise News.
What?
I'm going to put the link on the screen and also in
Loving myself. The headphones are talking.
Yeah.
Stop.
It was very loud.
Oh, sorry. It's just under background symbol.
Yeah, I know. One's dead.
What?
Yeah. Yes.
How did the fucking guy?
What do you mean? I didn't miss him.
Also a constitutional law professor, so you get both a expert.
Can you help Shadowheart? Maybe you can.
You also get an expert in the U.S. Constitution. Since being sworn in 2017, he is becoming.
I mean, not Shadowheart, fucking Korak.
Something happening that is pro-democracy in the halls of Congress. Jamie Raskin. He was also the lead impeachment manager for Donald Trump's second impeachment and served on the House Select Committee on the January 6th attack. Brian Tyler Cohen, who is going to be our moderator and host for this evening. Brian is a good friend. Progressive journalist with more than 7 million subscribers across all social media platforms. So without more further ado, I'm going to turn this over to Brian to lead us through.
I appreciate that. Thank you for the kind words. It is an absolute honor to be here with both of you. You could
There's
not
one
find
left.
bigger heroes for democracy than the two of you. So we'll have more to say on that. But thank you so much on behalf of everybody who's watching right now and who's going to watch this when it's put online later. Thank you for the work that you both are doing. Okay, so let's get right into this because I know that there are a lot of issues that we're contending with right now as it relates to threats to democracy around the certification of this election. But most immediately, I want to talk about what Donald Trump previewed when he was on stage at Madison Square Garden, and that was this idea that he has a little secret that he'll only unveil after the election. Of course, the obvious suggestion here is that he's going to engage in some scheme along with Mike Johnson to refuse to certify the electors in hopes that it will be kicked into a contingent election where House delegations can decide. But I want to ask right off the bat, can Donald Trump succeed at this effort not to certify the election? And if the answer is no, can you walk us through the process for how it works?
Sure, I'll jump in first with the process, and then I will let the because he's a better constitutional lawyer than I am, and
We see a man drain his tankard in an inn as he listens to a flaming fist play the lute. He's better than his uniform might suggest. You feel a rush of outrage. This woman worshipped Shah to the end, so why does the night singer's curse not spare her? You see a man drain his tankard in an inn as he listens to an older man turns his head away in shame. His neighbors would not renounce Saluna. Now they hang in the town square.
Light on my feet.
Which could lead to a term of imprisonment. He faces other indictments and views the path to his personal liberty as running through winning the presidency of the United States. The fact that the Republican Party seems to be going along with that, or not seems to be, but has embraced it, speaks volumes about the moral.
Was that a click I heard?
But
There's something about these plaques.
Out at the landscape right now, being told by his pollsters and by other people around his campaign that he may very well.
Are you gonna heal Korak?
What's that? Whatever comes, I'm ready.
Ooh. Figure this out.
How's Korak?
Undermine certification at the county level and the state level. We've seen that. There's been litigation. They've been losing these cases. I think that in the post-election, we can assume that if that's what it comes to, that's what they'll try to do again, as they tried in 2020 and failed. They'll try in 2022 and failed, and they'll try in 2024 and fail. The first step is to prevent counties from certifying election results, then prevent states from certifying election results. The good news I have for folks, courts have been pretty uniformly uniformly rejecting these efforts. And I have every expectation that lawyers like me and others will continue to beat back these efforts to subvert the election results. So what do they do next? Well, then they try to get, in more desperate efforts, they try to get the courts to throw out votes. And this is where Mike Johnson comes in, and where I want to sort of hand this over to the congressman. Because in 2020, the federal elected official most responsible for January.
Oh, wait. Stop. Don't do anything.
What happened?
It opened.
Wait, what?
There's an entrance.
I said this about Mike Johnson before I knew who the hell Mike Johnson was. When he was just
You're a genius.
The curse has no effect here. What is this place?
What?
Yes, we're underground. So we don't get cursed, bro.
Yo.
What if this is like a better way to fucking get down here, like into the tomb and shit?
Here's another puzzle. Yeah.
Are you bold of heart and sharp of tongue? Can you turn any and all to the Dark Lady's cause?
Oh my god.
We have to move all the things to the middle.
I'm in a thing. Difficulty.
The game plan they tried in 2020, and he wants to try it again.
Come on.
Lots of reasons why that's not.
Confidence.
No.
You feel like there is nothing
you can't do,
no one you can't win over. The statue seems to agree. And
come on.
Jeffries is going to be the speaker on January.
Yes.
On January 3rd, the U.S. House of Representatives and the Senate will reorganize, and the new members.
Do you accept Shah's test of your intellect?
I'm worthy.
You feel a small pulse of
Yes.
energy race up your
Fuck it.
spine.
I can do all of
And a
this.
strange
I don't.
sensation
Shadow
of
Heart is
acceptance.
like.
Oh, that's awesome.
So with that congressman, you can offer a more expert insight, probably more
Yeah.
Mark, it's a great pleasure to be with you.
The statue gazes at you impassively. Its challenge has
This most momentous of all elections, and thanks to all of our thousands.
Your blood.
altar to Shah. It appears to seek prey and a blood offering. Your blood.
Ridiculous foray into
Oh.
politics will be announced
don't do
as
it. I'll do it.
a big fraud, a big con, and he was just kidding, and he's going to get out of politics and let us resume American history without him. But I'm afraid, no, it's far more likely that the little secret they've got is the
No, it said I was worthy. What's the right?
back in 2020. Remember when he said to Jeffrey Clark, his erstwhile Attorney General, who I think still claims he was Attorney General for a while, that just I want you to get in there to declare that and then leave it to me and my.
See, yours was wrong.
Jim Gordon, it looks like he's Mike Johnson, but the idea is to somehow.
I'll give it a shot.
Claim
Little busy.
there's something.
Oh fuck. Well, that's why. Oh, we fucked.
The House of Representatives must fall into a. And now, why did they want a
Jack, slow, rain, everything slow.
Nancy Pelosi and the Democrats were in charge? Well, they understood that in the election under the 12th.
Yo, they got some cool armor though. Fuck, we can kill them. They look like you can fuck us up though.
That they had 27 states where they had majority. The Democrats had 22.
I'm gonna put them in darkness.
Split down the middle 9-9. So they were nullified immediately, even as Liz Cheney had from Wyoming gone with the Democrats to stand up for the actual winner in the race, which was Joe Biden, who had won by more than 7 million votes in the popular vote, 306
I picked up some scrolls.
college. They still would have had that majority. Now, we don't know, since it's the new House of Representatives voting, exactly where they will be, but I'm with Mark Lyons that in the actual House, majority, the Democrats, it's quite possible that
what?
Wait, he broke the spell. Just like that.
Pandemic's over.
Trending Republican, of course. So,
Everybody say.
Big trick that he's alluding to.
Fuck, what?
Of
Chicken and
force it into election. Now, Mark mentioned that the new House of
Poison
Representatives
myself. What the fuck?
Hands up in the air. Feel it. Can you feel it?
There is speculation that the Republicans might try to pull a rabbit out of a hat or throw a monkey wrench. Third, to actually deny seats to members this has not been done before. The House originally accepted the certification House elections that have been sent in by the states, but we know like a democracy party. It operates like an authoritarian cult of personality where anything goes, and we know one of the hallmarks of the party is they don't accept democratic elections. They don't put those that are away. And as we've seen, they're perfectly willing to condone or to refuse to disavow political violence as an instrument for opinion. So we just have to make sure that not just the president.
Nice. Pushed him in there.
Mark Elias working on that, but we also have to make sure
So bad.
the U.S. House as well against any the MAGA party will try to throw at us because the two are intertwined.
Okay, so let's take this one. With regard to the electoral count,
Almost dead.
prior, what thresholds have to be met in order to have this decision get thrown into a contingent election?
Okay, so a contingent election is triggered if there is not
I'm fucking lonely.
He's dead.
traditionally that's
Oh fuck, I killed you. Shit, you didn't even say anything.
How could I say anything? You fucking killed me already.
Fuck, bro. Sorry. Okay, that's my bad. That's my bad.
You fucking killed me. And now you don't even have the decency to help me out.
I can't. I don't have. I don't have.
the states in theory that there were still people in the state legislatures complaining or there were these counterfeit rival
Time to let so many memories on the floor. Now I hate the city. Don't but just wanna go back home. I'm fucking lonely. So fucking lonely.
So, the rules have been
Somebody's lonely.
clarified that no, the vice president doesn't have the unilateral right to modify electoral college votes or return electoral college votes. Nobody ever thought that seriously, and of course, Mike Pence refused to go along with that phony claim.
A little help, please.
I'm fucking lonely.
Vote on it. So that process has been made more difficult with the increase of members vote on that. Still, of course, the party operates violence. We're not going to have Donald Trump in the office.
Who should I help? Which one?
And then sitting on his hands.
Which one?
Munching hamburgers and French fries, watching the proceedings on TV as Congress gets overrun by and other violence.
Shadowhawk.
We have Joe Biden there, so he would obviously call the National Guard in a situation like that. But we're going to get, this has already been declared to be a national security event, so we're going to have much better security to begin with. We're going to have non-scalable fencing. So I think that we're going to do much better in terms of protecting us on January 6th. I hope that January 3rd will go the same way. You know, we're counting on Mark Elias and the great teams of lawyers we have around the country to prevent the certification process from being defeated and thwarted in different ways early.
You can help, Serena.
We're going to be in a much better position to stop them on January 6th. That's their plan. I'm much more to try to throw monkey wrenches in the process at the precinct level, at the county level, and at the state level.
And that was my exact.
Where are you running to, bro? I'm immune to acid, bro.
So cold. These are shoes.
A few, you know, with some governors that were more friendly to Donald Trump. There was no Republican governor who refused to sign this. And there really aren't, with the exception of Bryan Kemp in Georgia, there aren't really Republican governors in any state, any swing state. And so I think the chances that a state does not send a significant ambassador to the winner is very dramatically less than even in 2020. So that's the case. There is, I think, a lot.
Where's he going?
I do agree that, you know, where we need to be, where I think people need to be first and foremost in making sure that they vote, right? Because, like, ultimately at the end of the day, and so if people vote, they show up and vote, and they vote, that is going to be the single most important thing. The second is to make sure in the days after the election, when Donald Trump is falsely claiming saying Donald Trump lies about everything.
Keep going a little longer now.
When he says he's won, people just need to like tune up the nonsense.
You said you picked up the dagger. What does it do?
There may be a period in which there is uncertainty, but honestly, there's been periods of uncertainty after the elections for many years. People get more anxious about them now.
Better get to it.
You know, there will be lawyers making sure that every vote counts and the like. But I have a lot of confidence that we have learned a lot from 2020. Let's not forget that Donald Trump tried to subvert the election results in a lot of different ways in 2020, and he failed.
No time for Danny.
We've learned a lot from that, and so I think if people
Let's see what we have here.
we should have confidence that the process will almost certainly be okay.
Our next question is: Joe Biden could avail himself of any presidential powers newly imposed.
What are you making?
So if he needs to,
What are you making?
I'm making
we should or could expect Joe Biden to
chicken
do
sandwich
now that the Supreme
for you.
Court has basically said that anything is permissible
Thanks,
by a president so long as it falls under the official.
I want to take you to my house.
So look, this is the thing.
You know what this band's called? This one.
I both
What?
love about being a Democrat.
2 p.m.
2 p.m.
We all need to recognize, which is that
Sounds like my weekend hour.
like we don't
Sounds like yours.
people for
My weekend hour.
on a platform that because they
My
have
feet are so cold, babe.
Yeah, because you're not wearing anything.
is a good and decent like Joe Biden is not going to do
Why'd you wiggle your toes when you said
What?
so there is an asymmetry to
your toes?
and rather than lamenting the asymmetry on the part of Democrats, I think we need to recognize the absolute abnormality of the circumstance we're in, and that this asymmetry exists entirely on the Republican side. It was not that long ago where it would have been unthinkable for any president to avail themselves of the need for immunity to commit crime.
Get out of here.
Right? It would have been
Get out of here.
unthinkable, you know, to think that a president would incite an insurrection.
We need to go here.
I'm struck.
And then
by,
here.
You know, the changes made in
What are you
the
doing?
Electoral Count Reform Act.
Very well.
The
Yeah,
theory
wait outside, yeah.
of the objections was that members of the House and Senate were serious people, and they were not going to interpose objections. Even a
See how far we to level up. Oh, so close.
to the outcome of an election.
Dude, we are
simply
so
to
close.
curry favor with a candidate of their own party.
But there's also another guy called 2
Do I
centimeter.
think that Joe Biden is going to turn into a criminal because he can, because of this report? No, and he should. Right? Like that's just like not the way democracy can function. I have a lot less confidence that Republicans will abide by their oaths of office and do the same thing, which is of course the reason why we're in this predicament with Donald Trump to begin with. But Congressman, you tell me.
Well, no, I think you've said it perfectly, Mark. You know, different people have suggested that, which is a sign of people's extreme anxiety about what Donald Trump will do, knowing that he is an utterly authoritarian and fascist to the core personality, as his former chief of staff said, and as Mark Milley, the head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, said about the guy. But that's not who we are, and we are playing every kind
Dude,
of
this game, like, there's probably so many things we missed,
mobilizing the greatest
you know?
lawyers in the country to
Because,
defeat all of their
like, even this
nonsense
area,
at
like,
every level, but
this
we're
puzzle,
not gonna
like,
break the
you
law.
could easily miss this. You know what I mean?
And I know that President Biden will not take advantage of the outrageous invitation offered by the MAGA Supreme Court to engage in
No one back home will ever believe this.
Like, I think that's why people are doing more than
on the theory that he won't be prosecuted.
Best be on my way.
Later.
Yes.
Sure, like, after this, we're gonna wanna.
The people called cheese,
I kind of want to replay this already.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Oh, they found it.
And just do like more, like try and just do more side quests. Like find more stuff like this.
Ground game going on in every state I've been to with
I mean, we can start doing it now.
the rallies and online.
It's just like, yes,
And remember,
It's a lot. It's a lot. Like,
it is a lot. I know, it's just,
it's and I mean it's the first like we tend to like play games to finish them.
Trump is there, and of course JD Vance is
So like yeah, let's just the first run through.
to put him
and then
out
we'll see if
there,
we want
and
to do it again.
you know, JD Vance, everybody says he's got no convictions, but that's okay because Donald Trump's got 36 of them, and he can share with JD Vance. So look, we're gonna win it on the high road. We're gonna win it fair and square. And we are gonna defend the electoral college. Even though I'm an opponent of the electoral college, I think we need to move to a national popular vote. We've had 5 popular vote losers in our history, twice in this century. And
Both Republicans.
Both Republicans. The electoral college is an accident waiting to happen. As we saw on January 6th, 2021, it can get you killed these days because there are so many boopy ramps and off ramps and moments where strategic bad faith actors like Donald Trump can exploit in order to try to reopen and revisit what is a clear result. And we had a clear result in 2020 with Biden
Well, it ends
by more than 7
not as
million
bad as
votes.
All right.
it could have.
so we gotta go up here.
Trump had beaten Hillary by,
One day I'll catch a break.
and he declared that to be
I opened this gate,
yet, despite
and I stopped here.
federal and state courts, including like 8 judges on the bench, continued to propound and continued to
Here lies Macaius, taken before his time.
Macaius.
the election. That's why we're in a scary situation. But we're going to get through it by defending the rule of law, defending the Constitution, and defending
I'd need
the
to
right
have time
of
to
people
fucking look
to
at
choose
what
their
the
through
is.
the electoral college system. And Brian, you know, the Senate didn't do their job.
You can have it.
McConnell chickened out, and even though he said
There you go.
that the House managers had made our case and that Donald Trump was actually ethically responsible for everything that happened,
2-minute noodles.
he said the Senate lacked jurisdiction
Where are you?
to try him and convict him, which was a legal question we had decided on the first day of the trial.
Oh,
which
merchant.
means he basically engaged
House of Healing. Oh,
in
that's something good.
an act
House
of
of
jury
Healing.
Don't call the doctor yet. I've got potions, sutures. I know I can do this. Oh, you're a patient. This is the children's ward. Triage is back that way.
Not do their job. It's up to the people. And the people backed up by.
I'll say what I can once I've stabilized the patient.
The election at every step along the way, and the Democratic members
Not
of the House
dead,
and Senate are going to
merely
stand
medicated
up
to
for
ease the pain.
election in the Constitution.
Yes, Coven. She's not dead.
Now, I just want to send a quick note to folks who are adding questions.
Oh, give the corpse a subtle poke there, eh?
One of those questions that we got
Oh, well, you a monk, see?
on a theme that I'm seeing
Yeah.
over and over is there a way in which this could end up ultimately
You gotta roll a double. Oh no, it's 14. You gotta roll a 14. I mean, this is easy.
Yep.
There you go, bro.
For you tomorrow.
Thanks, babe.
Look, always
Nice.
Yes.
why there is grave concern about that.
Yes.
With good reason.
I knew these hands would not fail me.
creepy,
The
man.
patient is sure to recover.
Though the Supreme Court in 2000 did decide the outcome,
Not much left now, but you're welcome to look.
very, very close race in a single state. 500 and some odd votes, and there was a question about how the House was going to proceed or not proceed. And the Supreme Court and very based on partisan ideology, they effectively halted the recount and gave the results to George W. Bush, who had lost the popular vote nationwide. Okay, so that is a data point. But the fact is, that is the only time that the Supreme Court has really played that role. In 2020, it had opportunities to get involved, and it chose not to. Now, does that mean that they would not do so in 2024? Not necessarily. But I don't think the court is
Enjoying yourself there.
involved in these cases.
You're enjoying yourself there.
And I think that
The only thing I can do is I can't sing with the lyrics.
to play a outcome determinative role, you again need a single state that was where their decision on a question of law or a question of fact would be outcome determinative. And very, very few presidential elections, honestly, are that close. I mean, one of the legacies of 2020 that I lament is that Donald Trump has succeeded in convincing
Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got to tend to my patient.
that the election was really, really
Oh, that's nice.
And the truth is, it wasn't really, really close. I mean, for Donald Trump to have won the election, he would have needed multiple states' results to have flipped, and those results themselves were not measured in the hundreds. They were not measured in the single thousands. They were measured in the tens of thousands or more than the tens of thousands. And that is just, was an impossible task given where we were in 2020. And so worry about the Supreme Court, yes. Obsess about the Supreme Court, no. There are plenty of lawyers like myself who both worry and obsess about everything that is happening in the Supreme Court. I can tell you right now, there are 2 cases that the Republicans have sought emergency stays in the Supreme Court, one out of Virginia, one out of Pennsylvania. I promise you, I am following them. I promise you, Democracy Docket is following them. If you subscribe to Democracy Docket, you'll get alerts if and when we get decisions there that are of consequence. But, and Brian, you and I will do videos about those outcomes, right? Like, there are people who are going to follow what's happening in the Supreme Court, but the much more likely outcome of the election is going to be decided, first and foremost, by how voters vote, because how voters vote is ultimately, the facts. And then the second is, to the extent there are ambiguities in the law, it's much more likely to be the decisions of hundreds or dozens of local judges, state judges, district court, federal judges, who are dealing with the regular, flow of issues that come up around election, whether this group of ballots counts or that group of ballots doesn't count, or what do you do with an unforeseen circumstance. So I don't want people to not worry about the courts, because I make a living out of worrying about the courts, but I don't want people to obsess overly about just the U.S. Supreme Court.
Another topic that we're getting a lot of questions about is the National Popular Vote Interstate Compact. This idea of how can we get away from the Electoral College. So can you speak about, I think Congressman Raskin, this might be a good one for you to dive into here. Can you speak about what the National Popular Vote Interstate Compact is and how close we are to the prospect of it actually replacing the Electoral College as it's used right now, actually how close we are to that coming to fruition?
Yes, indeed. This was the very first bill I introduced as a member of the Maryland State Senate. It was my very first bill in politics to create the National Popular Vote Interstate Compact. Now, the cleanest way, of course, to get rid of the Electoral College and to move to a national vote is by amending the Constitution. But that's a tall order requiring a
What is this place?
House, a 2/3 vote in the Senate, and then 3/4 of the states. The way we've gotten to most constitutional changes is through bottom-up grassroots action in the states. Like the 19th Amendment women's suffrage was preceded by decades
That's pretty cool.
agitation in the states to get
Wavering
state
toxin.
legislatures to change their laws or to change their state constitutions. The 17th Amendment
I'm sending this to you.
election of the U.S. senators from the legislatures to the people. Also,
These guys reminds me of clickers.
many states, a majority of the states, saying we will be bound
The
by a
clickers
popular
from the
vote
last one.
for whoever the people want to elect for U.S. Senate. So this picks up on that theme. The National Popular Vote Interstate Compact says we're creating a
Oh, there's a button here. Let me press it.
who will agree to cast their electors according
Oh, it's
to
a
what
lift.
wins the national popular vote rather than the vote in our states. But it only becomes effective when we have enough electors in the coalition.
Hey, there's something happening down here.
What's past this? And so when we get 270 electors,
Save, bro. There's something happening.
will be activated, and then that will begin the process where the state legislatures cast their electors winning the national popular vote in their state, and that will be a bridge then to Congress finally catching up with the people, catching up with the states, passing the required
Yo, come at the bottom. Save here, bro.
abolish the electoral college.
Come at the bottom.
For all, commanding
There's
majorities
something happening here.
75, 80% of the people want to
Maybe stay at the top. The top.
A lot of people
I don't know. Let me, in case this thing attacks me. So go at the top.
is that we have an election system for president that is
Okay, I'll show you where.
national election
Where the
process,
fuck are you?
national campaign to 7 or 8
Why are you
weeks,
there?
where everybody is going, where everybody is calling. That's how that works. If we elected the president the way we elected governors and representatives and senators and mayors, every vote in America would count, and every vote would count equally, and everybody could campaign in their own communities to turn out the vote. We would have much higher turnout across the country. Right now, turnout is 8 or 10 points higher in the swing states than it is in the non-swing states, where there's no election, basically. So we've got a system.
Okay. I'm out.
Given us popular vote.
Dude, come back. I don't. It's a boss here. Oh no, that's the main. But come back. There's a like. A dungeon.
And then it's got all these booby traps that can be triggered by the MAGA party or somebody else who wants to try to keep revisiting the result.
Now scream!
People to decide. So that's a conversation we have to have seriously, and I hope we will have it seriously after this election, after we win.
Oh yeah.
through
Okay.
the
Come here.
electoral system as it's being practiced today, and we defend that electoral result. And
I think you should stand here. This looks like a boss fight.
Political science, pretend political scientist. It has had another impact in modern era that I think is extremely bad for the country and it's extremely bad for democracy. Which
if everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
In fact, incentivized the Republican Party to become an anti-majoritarian.
Onward.
So, you basically have three
You see.
federal branches of government.
So maybe if I go through the bottom door.
Three bodies that are elected, the president, the House, and the Senate. The Senate is
You know what I mean?
by its very structure anti-majority. It just is. Every state gets 2 senators, whether you're North Dakota or you're California, right? So that is an anti-majoritarian.
The
the
objective of the Scalpel Sisters is to soothe. For the scalpel indeed is an extension of Shah.
So every time the Republicans
See how the patient reacts when I would stroke the right nerve. Here, it's comfort to
Dude,
hear
what
the
the fuck?
very melody of mercy.
With a minority of the population. So it disincentivizes
Pray,
them
sister,
for a majority
show
of
us
vote
the
and
extent of your
incentivizes them
beneficence.
for a minority. And then you have the presidency, which historically had a strong
Stop.
majoritarian.
Stay your hand, for it slaps where it should strike. I can hardly hear the patient's sighs of solace.
Oh my god, what a scene.
Perhaps it is our unexpected audience that makes... Come, step forward. You are no sister, but that matters none. Every student is welcome.
They have popular mandates. And so if you look through old presidential speeches, they are always hearkening back to their mandates as popularly elected figures by the national.
Huh? Which one? Attack.
Well, the recent
All right.
Republican Party, they have given up on politics. Like they now celebrate, Donald Trump celebrates the cleverness of being able to win a minority.
This flesh must be flesh.
Mr. Surgeon's
There
back.
is college in that it has deprived the American people that seeks
Right.
and I think we have seen the instance of that with Donald Trump, a Mike Johnson, a Mitch McConnell, where they have elevated.
They're coming upstairs, bro.
What was it called? The Hastert rule in the House. McConnell's way of working in the Senate, and of course Donald Trump wanting to govern.
If I could just add a postscript to that, Brian, people have been asking where are we on the popular vote. Most of the way there. We need 270 electoral colleges activated. I think we're around 175 or 180 now.
You're at 2 enacted, so.
Okay, we're further along than I thought. There's 17 states in the District of Columbia. Unfortunately, it's become something which it shouldn't be. In fact, Donald Trump himself was a huge critic of the electoral college. He said it made America the laughing stock of the world in the 2012 election. He thought that Mitt Romney was going to win in the popular vote and lose in the electoral college vote. He was railing about it after the 2016 election. He discovered secret virtues to the electoral
What?
college.
Saved himself.
Get over that
What?
I think
What?
House passed it. So look, I remember when we were voting on it, he said, look, just tell me between you and me, like who does this really help? Republicans. And I said, all right, I'll tell you a secret. It helps whichever party gets the majority.
Your shadow. The source teeth will open the way for the shadow.
That what happened in 2000 would not have been possible. All of this mischief and manipulation that took place with the Secretary of State Catherine Harris, double sheriff of the Bush campaign. None of that could have happened if it were not an electoral college system, right? They won by just over 500 votes in Florida. They were able to pull a number of switcheroos, and then finally the Supreme Court intervened to stop the counting of ballots manually in Florida. And then by winning all of the electors, the 25 electors from Florida, they were able to clinch the election, despite the fact that Gore had won a majority in the national popular vote. So look, what we're suffering from today is not democracy, it's the impediments to democracy, the obstacles to democracy, whether we're talking about gerrymandering, which is not constitutional, that's made up, or the electoral college, which is in the Constitution, or the filibuster, which is not constitutional, that's made up. But we need to get democracy moving again. You know, we say that this election is about defending democracy. That's a little bit deceptive. Yes, it's about defending the institutions and practices of democracy, but democracy is always an unfinished product. It's always moving. It's a project. And so we need to pass statehood for the people of Puerto Rico, so they're not kicked around by the MAGA party and denied hundreds of millions of dollars in hurricane relief they could have gotten back in Hurricane Maria. We need to pass statehood for people in Washington, D.C., the only residents of a national capital on planet Earth who are not represented in their own national legislature. If you told the people of Paris that they couldn't be represented in l'Assemblée Nationale because they breathe the same air as other people's representatives, you'd have another French Revolution on your hands. And in fact, in the 117th
You picked the wrong
Congress,
fight, friend.
When I was the floor leader for D.C. statehood, I started by thanking the people of D.C. who have a genuine, bona fide political grievance and yet didn't come down to the Capitol and beat the hell out of police officers and knock them over the head and get people killed and drive them into They've done it the right way in D.C. They petitioned for statehood. We've got to get democracy moving again. We need to admit new states in the Union. We need to fight for national popular vote. We need the John Lewis Voting Rights Act. We've got to get rid of gerrymandering. So we're talking about defending democracy. We're also talking about promoting democracy and making this country a more
And I would just note, to add to that, we do have 209 electoral votes signed on. There are 50 pending right now, and that is in Virginia, North Carolina, Michigan, and Nevada. So that would take us to 259. And then folks in states that aren't yet signed on, Pennsylvania is a good option. Arizona is a good option. So if we're able to flip state legislatures, then this can be something that they can take up, and we can get one step closer to a true representative democracy here. As we continue to wind down here, I do want to do something of a quick lightning round. So I'm going to ask both Mark and the Congressman a quick question. And the first one is for the Congressman. If you can enact one
your turn, bro.
election policy with the snap of a finger, one policy, what would it be?
Well, it would have to be a comprehensive bill.
She's attacking you through the second floor.
One small policy that is an omnibus bill.
Well, you know, the Senate has become such an obstacle to everything we want to do, whether we're talking about, you know, restoring Roe versus Wade and Women's Health Protection Act or voting rights itself. That if we could add to represent the millions of disenfranchised people in the country, we would begin to change the dynamics. You know, national popular vote is like that. So yeah, I'm for the omnibus democracy reform. Forward so we can keep democracy moving in America. I'm afraid I've got to sign off and great being with you as always, Brian, and thank you to great Mark Elias. I hope you don't sleep for the next, let's call it 3 weeks to get through this. All right.
Thank you so much. And Mark,
Thanks, everybody.
I'll throw it over to you now for this lightning round question. That is, if you could change one thing about our court system, federal or state, with a snap of a finger, what would that be?
Yeah, I would expand the size of the Supreme Court and expand the number of judges. So in other words, I'm not in favor of just expanding this U.S. Supreme Court for the sake of the Supreme Court. I'm in favor of expanding the fact is we don't have district courts because we don't have enough district courts. They languish in courts of appeals because we don't have enough courts. And the U.S. Supreme Court you know, in addition to the various ethics problems that they have, the problems with the serious problems with the way in which Mitch McConnell gained the nomination for the last 2 justices. But in addition to that, you know, what many people don't realize is that the U.S. Supreme Court only hears 7 cases. Now, this is frankly crazy in a country of our size. I mean, there are millions of cases that go through the federal courts. There are hundreds of thousands of cases that are petitioned for the U.S. Supreme Court to hear. And they're only hearing 70 of them.
All right.
And so, you know, we can solve several problems with our court system by simply expanding the federal courts, not allowing the single judges that we now see shopped in cases, you know, to issue nationwide injunctions. A lot of these problems could be solved by simply
we will leave it.
All right, but I have my question for you, Brian.
Okay, let's hear it.
All right, so you hear, I'm now going to seize back the microphone. You probably more than anyone I know hear from a cross-section of, you know, you interview presidents. You sat with Joe Biden in an interview.
Time to press ahead.
You did a book tour where you got to sign books and meet ordinary Americans who are coming up to you every day, you know, with questions. You are not only beloved by millions of
You
people
play
on
those
social media,
drums.
but you're one of the few people on social media who you actually engage intelligently.
Thank you.
You know, the audience. You know, the audience like trusts you and they ask you questions. What they do, what they say, what they feel like. What is your advice
She's dead.
to all of these?
I find something useful.
Are just like, you know, every day watching you and thinking and hanging on your words. Like, what is your advice to them on how to get through the next few days and like what they should be doing?
My advice is twofold here. So the first is the polls are going to be close. What we can take from the polls is not to look at them and go on this
Can you help
of emotions based on whether
what is it?
gain half a point here or Kamala Harris gain half a point here. The polls are close. We know it's going to be a tight race. We know it's a margin of error race. It has been a margin of error race in the past. Remember, we won in 2020 in
This brother.
Georgia by 0.2 of a point. We won in Wisconsin in 2020 by 0.7 of a point. We won in Pennsylvania in 2020 by 1 point. We won in Michigan by 2 points. If you looked at a poll right now and saw that Kamala Harris was up 0.2 of a point somewhere, you'd probably have a pit in your stomach. But what I'm trying to say is that we have had those numbers before and we have won with those numbers before. So do not let the polls signify to you that you should fall into a pit of despair, because that's not what previous results have shown, and you can have, even if the polls are bang on correct and Kamala Harris is up, anxiety as the result of it does not mean that
Leveled up. Yeah.
There's still more to do. You can go to VoteSaveAmerica.com, find opportunities to volunteer, to donate. You can go to Stand Up America, find opportunities to volunteer and donate. You can go to any campaign group.
Got to keep fighting.
There is still something left to do. Donate. So there is still something to do. I promise you.
I didn't. No. Nothing. No.
Finally, my last piece of advice is
where do we go from here?
Or two people in your circle and make that person responsible.
Got to focus.
Families, neighborhoods, work, process. Make those people your responsibility. It doesn't have to be everything, but this is a story that I tell quite often. But in 2020, the difference between a Biden win and a Trump win in Wisconsin, the tipping point state, was 2 votes. That's all it takes to flip
A backpack.
supplies.
Yes, I'm gonna throw him with camp supplies. It works, bro.
Still like 3 more.
So again, there's a lot for everybody to be doing. Something that we found within the last year is that
There, critical hit. Look at that shit, bro. With the fucking backpack.
Go pick up the backpacks again.
Yeah, I'm just gonna do that. Look at that, bro. Pick up.
See what she
Focus.
has.
that tells us pretty clearly that it's going to be on us, which is frankly
I'm gone.
because we have a lot more power.
Oh, she's not dead. She's just passed out. But still, did some damage. I'm gonna throw him with a backpack.
Your wish guides my hands.
Don't look back 2 weeks from today and wish that you had the opportunity.
Oh, this chick's dead. Watch this.
Anything of use?
we save here, bro? It's a good spot.
For our democracy, for our planet, and so let's come together and use that
Dead. Yes, it's wizard. Look at that.
Finish this.
Now we're just gonna. I'm gonna throw this, bro. So I'm gonna. Where's Dash? Actually, can I throw him from here?
The entire audience has been waiting for you to do this, and I am really, I cannot feel
Well, thank you
Oh,
to
fuck.
people who are
You're
tuning
right,
in right now.
right there.
You guys are the thing that powers these campaigns. You are the people that are paying attention, that are taking an active, engaged approach in all of this. So thank you to everybody watching. I know that I can speak for everybody in the audience, Mark, in saying that having you in the courts, having someone like Congressman Raskin in the House, you know, that we are beyond grateful to have fighters advocating for us. You know, Congressman Raskin often likes to quote Thomas Paine. Times have found us, and times are difficult, and they're contentious, and they're dangerous, and they are filled with anxiety. But one small consolation for us is that, you know, we have people like you, people like Congressman Raskin, in positions of power where you guys can make a difference. And take it from somebody whose diet these days consists of that really does count for something.
Where is he?
It is at least a small weight lifted off our shoulders. So on behalf of everybody watching this, and on behalf of the millions of Americans who aren't watching this, but we benefit from your relentless defense for carrying that burden for us, and for the work that you do, and the work that
Don't see him.
I just want to give one final shout out. As I mentioned, this is the last, the fifth
Oh, there he is.
pre-election. Stay tuned. We may do some in the post-election if things get interesting, but I want to take this opportunity.
Have to keep going.
Which made all of these possible, including Alexa Rothenberg and Talia Marcus, the brainchild behind them, and I want to say a special shout out to them, and also to remind you once again that if you are not already a member of Democracy Docket, membership, and the link is in the chat. So with that, thank you to Brian Falcone, thank you to Congressman Brown.
See if I can throw him. I can throw him with a backpack. Ah, he's knocked.
I beseech my colleagues, I will read any book, any magazine, any speech you've given that you want me to read. Come back and tell me if you think Donald Trump did the right thing. Converting the White House into a for-profit operation. No other president in American history has come anywhere close. And you ask why he's so determined to stay in office. Violence against his own president. The brother of your colleague, our colleague. Why would he do that? It's because it was a money-making operation, and it was a great business grift for a guy who went bankrupt several times. Yet, out of some
Yo, that looks like nothing, bro. I'm gonna throw him with another backpack. Screw this guy.
That was Jamie Raskin.
Oh, it missed. Fuck. Pick it up, give it to me, send it to me. I'll just throw it again.
Delighted to be with you, Brian, and I did have a very meeting. I think well, a total of 20 states now. I just got back from Jersey, where I was girl. And everywhere I went,
that's so cool. Seriously, that's so fucking cool.
Ah.
The Foreign Emoluments Clause does not stop the president from taking foreign government payments so long as he declines to accept
I'm gonna throw him with a cheese wheel. Watch this, bro. Watch this shit. Fucking cheese wheel, bro. Fucking knocked him with the cheese wheel.
That's amazing.
So, step back for a moment and let's just look at what the Emoluments Clause is all about.
Take your
Domestic Emoluments Clause, and then there's the dealing primarily with foreign, but you'll find the Domestic Emoluments Clause is very important about the president's salary. And the meaning of
Damn, that's crazy, bro.
Behold, the least burning humans most fry.
any other emoluments from the United States. So, let's think about that in the context of how rebel against a king, a monarch.
Almost dead, bro. There you go, you did now. Oh.
It's intense, bro.
Ah, you've almost.
Oh, dude, he's so close. You can do this. No! Yes. Yes.
Take this, bro. Take this, bro. What? Missed everything.
Now, let's flip over to the Foreign Emoluments Clause.
Dead, bro. What'd you get?
Awaken. Get Serena up. Get Serena up. And then I will bring.
All of history has told us that
Okay.
kings have
Wait, what?
unlimited avarice, and what will stop them from going to foreign governments
We can level up. Finally.
and collecting money from them and selling out the people of the United States? Right? You see the problem there? They thought that the redeeming virtue of having a king is the king would at least be loyal to the country because the finances of the country were mixed with the finances.
You're gonna be very happy with this.
Put the president on
I picked up a rare loot.
having that fixed finite compensation. At that point,
I'll send it to Serena.
abroad and making deals with foreign kings and princes and governments
Yeah.
selling out the people of the country. So how do you guarantee that they
Why does it
would
keep saying
maintain
it's
their
blocked?
future?
Let's just move out the way then. Okay, try now. You just got to double tap. I realize it's kind of like a little bit of a bug, so you just keep pressing it.
No person holding any office of profit or trust under the
Should work.
shall, without the consent of the Congress, accept of any present, emolument, office, or title of any kind whatever from any king, prince, or foreign. The language of it is categorical, absolute, unqualified. They did not want presidents or members of Congress or appointed officials, anybody
Oh man, it should work.
any office of profit or trust under the United States collecting money from the foreign monarchies or foreign governments. Okay. Now,
You sure you're using the right thing?
for more than 2 centuries, we basically have not had a problem with the foreign emoluments clause. Think of it like almost like a wall of separation, like the wall of separation we've talked about in terms of
Wait, I'm talking to this bro.
states. This is a wall of separation between the personal finances of the president.
I don't know what I should do. It says unlock restraints or leave.
And it is the fear of contamination of American domestic politics and government by foreign
He's running.
foreign subversion that required this wall to be built in the Foreign Alliance Clause. And so, for more than 2 centuries, every president has not gone anywhere near trespassing on that line.
Shadowheart's still dead. What the fuck's happening?
Government money. Some presidents have even steered so far away from it.
You're using the correct spell, eh?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Wow. I'm just awesome. It's just. Okay. Okay. Let's try this. Give it to me. Give it to me. I'll do it.
Because the people of Ireland loved him so much, and he declined it.
I'll do it. Give it to me.
The spirit of the
Thanks.
Foreign Alliance Clause. You'll remember that President Obama won the Nobel Peace Prize, and although there was a ruling by his ethics council, and I believe by the Department of Justice, that he could accept the money, it was more than $1 million, because
Did we save? We did save, eh?
government
After the kill.
private foundation which runs the Nobel Prize. Obama still felt that it was too close to
Fuck, we gotta get our healer back.
emolument, and
Otherwise we screwed.
Wait,
the board did not accept any of the money given away.
Oh yeah, maybe it's a.
Charity stuff that was the problem.
Swift as my feet can carry me. Cursed to put my hands on everything.
Small tokens or gifts who have always reported
Did you level up as well?
and asked whether or not they could keep it. For example, our great Lincoln, was given in the middle of the Civil War in
Hey, we drunk. Both of us. We, yeah, we drank.
Chose wine. I chose the order select chose wine.
That's funny.
Elephant tusk, and Congress basically said, "You're doing a great job in the Civil
Something
War.
good here, I hope.
Okay, I'm just leveling up.
Please turn them over to the Department of State, I believe." And so basically, what we
Level
have
7.
Level 7.
to the foreign government emolument clause. Nobody has come close to violating it until we reached the last president, Donald Trump. Now, when Donald Trump was sworn into office in January of 2017, there was tremendous conversation, controversy, consternation among the ethics scholars. He had more than 500 different businesses all over the world in hotel, hospitality, golf courses, different kinds of trademark businesses and so on. And the ethics advisors were telling him that he could not accept any money from foreign governments in this process, and the smart thing to do would be to divest himself completely, sell his interest in any of the businesses at all, if there was an intention to keep doing commerce with foreign governments. But Trump basically did the reverse. He said he was going to keep all of his businesses going. He would not divest from any of them. He would not even place them in a blind trust. And they began aggressively courting foreign government business for the hotels and the golf courses and the various hospitality enterprises. In other words, he expanded his interaction with them.
Alright folks, this article is blowing my mind. We have done a lot of Trump and Elon coverage on this channel while maintaining a balance and still talking about the big ugly bill, still talking about Russia and Ukraine and other topics, but this may be the best behind the scenes look we've gotten thus far, and this is the article that exposes what's been going on behind the scenes throughout all of this. So I don't want to waste any time, let's jump right in. It's called Inside the Battles That Shattered Trump and Musk's Alliance. Trump called Musk a big-time drug addict in a phone call shortly after their public feud. There's also reporting that Scott Bessent and Elon Musk did get in a physical altercation. We've heard about this for a few weeks, but there is confirmed reporting that Elon Musk apparently shoulder-checked Scott Bessent, or the other way around. We'll read it in just 1 second. This says, President Donald Trump was dejected, processing his very public split with the world's richest man.
Dude, listen to this spell. Temporarily banish your target to another plane of existence.
His former allies, Trump said at one point,
oh, definitely want to see that.
Sounds fucking awesome.
So Donald Trump was telling aides
That's crazy.
that he had a big-time drug addict working in the White House side by side for the past few months. Not even the past few months, like 5 days ago. Remember, like 5 days ago, they were standing right next to each other. Musk has acknowledged using ketamine, a powerful anesthetic, but the New York Times recently reported that he was taking so much ketamine on the campaign trail, he told people it affected his bladder, and he traveled with a pill box with medications like Adderall and others. But the president, who historically hasn't hesitated to fire off deeply personal, blistering social media posts, was more muted regarding Musk than fans and advisors expected. I honestly thought he showed an atypical amount of restraint for Trump. If you just put it in the context of how Trump acts, I thought he had a decent amount of restraint given the moment. The bar is in hell, basically. But listen to how absolutely terrified Trump is of whatever Elon Musk knows. It says, the president, who historically hasn't hesitated to fire off tweets, was more muted against Musk. In the aftermath of his Thursday face-off, he urged those around him not to pour gasoline on the fire, according to 2 people with knowledge of his behavior. He also told Vice President J.D. Vance to be cautious with how he spoke publicly about the Musk situation, but it was too late because J.D. Vance had already said Elon was kind of going crazy on Theo Vaughn's podcast. I covered that earlier. But Trump is definitely scared. Listen, although the break between Musk and Trump only exploded in the public view on Thursday, cracks in the alliance began to appear much earlier. As Musk's move fast and break things bravado complicated the White House's ambitions to remake American society, the billionaire alienated key members of the White House staff, including Chief of Staff Susie Wiles, and quarreled with cabinet members, physically coming to blows with one. The account of the unraveling of the alliance between Trump and Musk is based on interviews with 17 people with knowledge of the events, including many who spoke on the condition of anonymity to talk candidly about sensitive conversations. So here we have the complete breakdown from 17 people close to the situation on what happened. White House officials say Trump has remained focused on his legislative and cost-cutting agenda, even as the battle between the two men has riveted Washington. The amount of lies in that one sentence, what do you mean cost-cutting agenda? Everything Trump has done is added to the debts, and I can almost guarantee Trump is not focused on anything in Washington.
Alright, let's
He's
say
a lot about Elon Musk. We know this. He's been asking aides and people around him, was Elon on drugs? We'll read more about the phone calls right here. Behind closed doors, however, retaliation against Musk has been the topic of conversations among admin officials. Trump on Truth Social has called for public scrutiny of Musk's government contracts, potentially imperiling his business empire. And really quickly, last night, on Friday night, I went out with some friends, and this morning, I slept in. Now I feel like absolute shit, but we're still making the videos. We're still grinding out video after video, so if you appreciate, you know, the post-party videos, make sure you drop a like, make sure you subscribe, drop some blue hearts, but let's continue. Trump on Truth Social has called for public scrutiny of Musk's government contracts, potentially imperiling his business empire. Republicans, meanwhile, are wary of how the world's richest man could use his deep coffers to retaliate against them, especially as he floats the launch of a third political party, or even funding Democrats, which is insane. Very serious consequences for somebody supporting a political party. It's just very serious consequences for the thing that Elon Musk did to you.
Let's see if I can cast Mage Hand.
Trump's most powerful ally, spending nights in the Lincoln bedroom while serving as a top White House advisor. The first signs of trouble emerged in February when an email landed in inboxes throughout the government directing federal employees to describe their 5 accomplishments over the past week. We remember this. Cabinet officials and other agency leaders weren't given advance notice of the memo, causing consternation at the highest levels of the Trump admin. Remember, the FBI, Kash Patel, I remember Tulsi Gabbard, all of these people were saying, don't follow this email if you're in our department. So Elon Musk basically sent out an email, then every Trump admin official contradicted him and said, you don't have to respond to this. So, when officials learned the email had gone out to some federal district judges who were not a part of the executive branch, and others who had handled confidential information, the feeling grew that Musk fundamentally misunderstood the federal government or did not have the dexterity to maneuver through it. Despite the tension, Trump and his deputy chief stuck
Fuck, I'm good.
Wiles grew increasingly
Fuck, I'm good.
agitated. She was the one that called him political liability. Wiles seems to be a very solid political strategist behind the scenes. Wiles grew increasingly agitated about clashes between Musk's U.S. Doge service and other admin leaders. She seemed to have spotted the problem. As Musk and his Doge team attempted to slash federal grants, dismiss federal bureaucrats, and shutter U.S. aid, he became a line of attack for Trump's political opponents, and for a good reason. At demonstrations across the country, signs read, "No one voted for Elon Musk," and protesters began to take to the streets. On April 1st,
I guess we gotta go back to camp now because
Musk had flooded
he needs to be
Wisconsin
rest
with
up.
cash to boost the Trump-aligned candidate in a race for a seat he lost badly. A wake-up call for Republicans who began to realize that Musk had gone from political risk to political liability. Quote, "There's a real recognition in the White House and on the Hill that the Elon brand has become a real problem," one person said. At the same time, Musk, like many other business leaders, was growing disillusioned with Trump's economic policies. On April 2nd, when the president rolled out tariffs intended to remake the economy, Musk took to X to express his displeasure with the levies and called Trump's trade advisor and longtime ally, Peter Navarro, a moron. In private, Musk made personal appeals to Trump to reverse the tariffs. Trump did not comply, only relenting days later after a steep decline in bond markets. Not long after this, Musk's tension with Trump's trade team devolved into blows in an altercation with Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, said Steve Bannon, the influential right-wing podcaster. In mid-April, Musk and Bessent had gone into the Oval Office to make their respective cases about their preferences for acting IRS commissioner. Trump decided to support Bessent's choice. That disagreement was first reported by the New York Times.
Hello?
After Bessent and Musk exited the Oval Office and began walking down the hallway, the two men started to exchange insults, adding that Bessent claims that he would uncover more than $1 trillion in wasteful fraud, which Musk had not succeeded in doing. Quote, Scott said, "You're a fraud. You're a total fraud," Bessent's ribcage, like a rugby player, Bannon said. Bessent hit him back. Not where the black eye came from. This was months ago. And
It looks like our quest is straight up ahead.
So while, yes, the Washington Post and the New York Times and everybody is reporting this, it is coming from Steve Bannon, but nobody has disputed it. So, to continue right here, Musk then rammed into his shoulder in Bessent's ribcage like a rugby player, Bannon said, and Bessent hit him back. Multiple people stepped in to break up the scrum as the two men reached the National Security Advisor's office, and Musk was shuffled out of the West Wing. President Trump heard about it and said, "This is too much," Bannon said. In late April, Musk said he would be pulling back from Washington to focus more on his businesses, especially Tesla, which was struggling.
Yeah.
Musk said he would still be spending part of his time in Washington, and his Silicon Valley allies claimed he would still run Doge from afar. I mean, we're really getting a picture of genuinely a drug addict. I mean, we know this, but a deep drug addict, someone who is deep in the hole, like he is in the worst position he's been in his life, it seems like, I'm just guessing. And that coincides with him having as much political power as he could possibly ever want. This is insane. Musk's ambition is to colonize Mars, and having an ally heading NASA was a major goal for him. Isaacman had made numerous political contributions to candidates, a liability, and an admin that prioritizes loyalists. That likely was not the real reason. Trump knew about donations. Just more than a week ago, on the tech billionaire's final day as special government employee, Sergio Gore, the director of the presidential personnel, armed Trump with printouts showing Isaacman's donations. Trump informed Musk that he was pulling Isaacman for the role due to concerns about loyalty. But Isaacman, in a weird twist of events, I watched an interview with Isaacman when this was all coming out. This dude is actually genuinely really qualified. Isaacman genuinely seems like he would have been qualified to do this, so Trump decided not to appoint him because he wasn't loyal enough. Gore's role was no coincidence. A longtime Trump aide had clashed with Musk throughout the transition, disagreeing.
Damn, we don't have theming tools
Tensions between the
to
two
open the other
escalated in
door.
March after Musk came to believe that Gore had leaked his story to the New York Times about a meeting
Or maybe it's this treasure
Musk
behind it.
clashed with multiple cabinet members according to a person with knowledge on the situation. Musk's suspicions were piqued because the story did not mention his criticism of Gore's office, the person said. Interesting. Gore made it known to others that he wanted to retaliate against Musk. When Trump decided to pull the Isaacman nomination, the decision appeared to be a blow to Musk's ambitions in space. Despite the tensions that were mounting, Musk and Trump presented a unified front that day during a formal send-off for Musk in the Oval Office, where Trump gave him a ceremonial key and praised him as one of the greatest business leaders and innovators the world has ever
I'm
produced.
sure this is the way.
But I'm starting to wonder if Trump is even second-guessing that line. Days after, the acrimony between the men exploded on X as Musk attacked Trump's signature legislation.
Is there anything
Sending
useful there?
We know all about this part. Senior White House officials tried to play down the impact, insisting the president already knew where Musk stood on the topic, but Trump's restraint faltered Thursday during an Oval Office appearance as he told reporters he was disappointed in Musk and questioned the future of their friendship. Trump said Musk's criticism of the bill was rooted in his concern that it would eliminate a tax credit for EVs that benefited Tesla. Musk denied that accusation and responded.
Oh, the devil's here.
In the hours after the blow-up, some in Trump's
The devil.
believed a quick reconciliation was possible, gathering from their own interactions.
Remember this guy.
A new grave they dug, which she herself fed.
But by morning, those prospects had receded. Trump on Friday insisted that he had no interest in speaking with Musk, telling CNN and
I
ABC
admit,
reporters as much in
it
phone
isn't
calls,
my
and also
primary
sharing that sentiment
interest.
with advisors, according
Not
to a
by
White House
any
official.
stretch.
He told aides he was
I've grown
considering
quite
selling the
fond of you,
Tesla
you know,
outside
in
the
my
White House.
way.
The vehicle the White House said had been
I
bought
thought it only
bought at
fair
market
to
rate in
warn you
March,
about the
after
dangers
Musk displayed
ahead.
several of his vehicles on the White House lawn. I can't speak to them.
Decorum,
I feel
Carlac.
terrible right now. But to
A
continue,
modicum,
meanwhile,
I
Musk
beg of
continued
you,
to fan the flames, doubling
especially
down on his
considering what
unsubstantiated claim that
awaits
Trump
you.
was implicated in documents
It would be
related
pointless of me to try to bar you from
He
entering.
questioned what he had
But I
to
can
apologize to Trump for and mused about
set the
launching an
scene,
alternative
as it
party
were.
called the
Prepare
Amazing
you
Fund. And that
for
is the
your
story.
role.
If you appreciate the breakdown, drop a like, subscribe. See you all in the next one.
There is a stage down in the dark upon which a great drama has suspended itself in time. Its actors dwell there still, mired in the languor of their long, tired scenes. If you, however, through the dark, go creeping and awake what is sleeping, chances are many more graves than yours alone will soon be fed. Very well. There is a creature that lurks in silence and shadow. A creature who, like me, is very much of the infernal persuasion. Should it make its way out through the very doors you are about to brazenly swing open, you'll have unleashed a pestilence upon this realm. In truth, it is carnage incarnate.
It's Soviet
If you
Dragon.
meet the devil of which I speak, kill it. Consider no other course of action.
What should I do?
Listen here, Pipsqueak. Do not underestimate this opponent.
Bill?
At best, you will have the blink of an eye to strike. Strike first, strike true, defy the odds, for they are distinctly in its favor. That much I owe the bastard to concede. After all, if there is one rule I hold dear, it's that one must always give the devil his due.
Someone who then lived under the harsh military leader who overthrew the emperor. Someone who had at least one of his men.
What's that?
More than a quarter of the physicians in this country are graduates.
Got some gold for us. There's an arrow there. See, I said there's an arrow. Oh, we're going outside. Look at the light. I see the light. Cover this light.
Dark Justiciars, who fell long ago in service of Shah and Catherick Thorn.
Oh, that sound is scaring the fuck out of me.
Sigils.
On Thursday, his latest book, The Covenant of Water. Meanwhile, down the road,
Oh, this is where we need to be.
It's the light.
class president at MIT, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology,
Oh, it's not light.
spoke about how MIT's undergraduate body and graduate students had voted overwhelmingly to cut ties
To be cautious. Free for the taking.
What's
next, I wonder?
Said MIT students never supported genocide.
Whoever you are, me. I shall carry out General Thorn's will alone.
All directions, especially, she said, your own university officials.
Last spring,
Oh, great plan.
Something useful. Graduate Student Union voted overwhelmingly to cut ties with the genocidal Israeli military. You called for a permanent ceasefire in Gaza.
Tread softly.
All right.
And you stood in solidarity with the pro-Palestine activists on campus. You faced threats, intimidation, and suppression coming from all directions, especially your own university officials. But you prevailed because the MIT community that I know would never tolerate a genocide.
Is that poison? What is that?
Poison. There are no universities left in Gaza. We are watching Israel try to wipe Palestine off the face of the earth, and it is a shame that MIT is a part of it. The Israeli occupation forces are the only foreign military that MIT has research ties with. This means that Israel's assault on the Palestinian people is not only aided and abetted by our country, but our school. As scientists, engineers, academics, and leaders, we have a commitment to support life.
And open to best avoid that trap.
And call for an arms embargo, and keep demanding now, as alumni, that MIT cuts
There's more to this place. I'm sure of it. Lady Shah's presence is near.
Indian American.
Fuck.
This comes as John University's Graduate School of Journalism, another school facing attacks by the Trump administration, writes for the New Yorker magazine this week about how, quote, academic
There's a button
in the United
by the
States
grave.
has found itself periodically overseas. In his piece headlined "A Tumultuous Spring After Summer Comes to a Close," he describes
Best avoid that trap.
the author of No Ivory Tower, McCarthyism in the Universities, along with other students at Columbia. They spoke about government repression on college campuses in the 1950s. Strecker told him, quote, "I've studied McCarthyism's impact on higher education for 50 years.
There's a
What's
button by
happening
the...
now is worse," he quoted her saying.
Okay.
Well, we begin today with Ellen Schrecker in person joining us in our New York studio. She's the author of Many Are the Crimes of McCarthyism in America, No Ivory Tower, McCarthyism and the Universities. Schrecker's also the author of The Right to Learn, Resisting the Right-Wing Attack on Academic Freedom. And she just wrote a piece for The Nation, headlined
Do you want me
Worse
to?
Than McCarthyism, Universities in the Age of Trump. Schrecker has been active in the American Association
Time to dance.
since the 1990s. I should note she has 3 degrees from Radcliffe Harvard and
a trap here. I have the trap here. I need you to disarm it. Jewish
Democracy Now! It's great to have you with us. As we look at these universities under attack, you've studied higher education for over half a century. Let's talk about what was happening and what's happening today.
No, I'm not good with traps. Not good with traps. I'm not good with traps.
Fired and blacklisted. That happened in every major institution in the United States. And although universities have themselves on academic freedom, whatever that means, they collaborate with repression. Actively imposing a climate of fear.
There's another button.
Self-censorship.
You have to click that button.
Today, what's happening is worse. So much worse that we have to But during the McCarthy period, it was attacking only individual professors and only about their sort of extracurricular political activities on the left in the past.
Best avoid that trap.
Today, the repression that's coming out of Washington, D.C., it attacks everything that happens on American campuses.
I'd like you to start off. We have a very young audience. We also
There's one more
have
button to the
parents
left.
and their grandparents around the world. And I'd like you to start off by talking about who McCarthy is. What do we mean by the McCarthyism of, for example, the 1950s?
Okay, that's a very good way to start. Because McCarthyism, unfortunately, is misnomer.
Here we go.
It is not just the career of Senator Joseph McCarthy, who came into the stage of history in 1950 after the
Sasson Elg Olaf.
had been
Here lies Isabel Thorne.
domestic politics since the late 1940s.
Isabel, the Selunite cleric from last life. Does this mean she's Ketherick Thorne's daughter? But she's alive.
Loyalty test on its employees. So, if we wanted to name this phenomenon of political
Sasson Elg Olaf.
political repression, and I want to specify that it didn't
Here lies Isabel Thorne.
randomly people on the left, but very specifically people who had some kind of connection, usually in the past,
Maybe not the right
with,
time.
The communist movement that during the 1930s and 40s was the most dynamic force.
I think the buttons need to be pressed in a specific way, in a specific order.
Political group. It was nonetheless
Let him do it.
influential on the left.
But it's fine. You can explore the red there.
Political repression of the 1940s and 50s and then it should have been Hooverism after the FBI director J. Edgar Hoover.
You know, the movie Good Night and Good Luck, they showed real black and white footage of McCarthy. And test audiences thought he was too harsh, unrealistic, not realizing it was actual footage. And now you have Good Night and Good Luck.
That's the symbol of Merkel.
George Clooney starring in it. And it is the financially most successful Broadway show we've seen. Is going to be now for free on CNN in a few days. But the significance.
Let's see what my touch can do.
What people feel today was a cartoon character was in fact much harsher and sharper than not to mention Rose Cohen, his sidekick in the hearing, who would later go on to mentor Donald Trump until at the very end of his life, Donald Trump rejected him because he was dying of AIDS.
There are lots of similarities.
Unseen. Perfect.
At the sort of public heart of this progressive movement.
This is the lost area.
Should have known in the 40s and 50s and should know now is it's not just a one-man show.
Someone's been engaging
It
in dark
has
rituals
been
here.
this moment of trying to crack down
Need to press onward.
dissent, constitutional dissent, free speech, the ability to say what Israel is doing in Gaza is a terrible thing. That is something that has been building up for decades. And that was the same thing during McCarthyism. There was a kind of network of right-wing activists.
A totem dedicated to Merkel. Ketherick Thorne ransacked the graves of his ancestors to honor his new god.
Project blueprint for Trump's attack on the institutions of civil liberties and
Ketherick Thorne dishonored the very Ketherick Thorne's forebears. He defiled their remains so he could pay homage to Merkel.
So, I mean, you speak as a Jewish author, active member of the American Association of University Professors. Would you say that the McCarthyism of yesteryear is the charges that President Trump, with his sidekick Elon Musk giving the Heil Hitler salute, charging anti-Semitism for what he's doing?
Seems there's been a grave robber at work here, and an artful one at that.
Trump has been all his life a racist, clearly befriending these fascist individuals and groups for years. And what we're seeing is a kind of
worth a try.
A melding of Trump's own right-wing proclivities, reactionary proclivities.
Here lies Melodia Thorne, beloved wife and mother. E Amiel Tellere Manon here.
To eliminate all support for Palestinian freedom.
Not wanted, not needed. Leave.
Universities in particular, but from within American society.
This place is not for you. Go no farther.
The release of Columbia University graduate Palestinian activist Hassan Madawi from prison in Vermont. He was picked
Here
up
lies Melodia
A bunch
Thorne,
of-
beloved wife and mother.
We have to do
E
something here.
Amiel Tellere Manon
I think that's something to do with those buttons again.
writing in his ruling quote, "Our nation's seen times like this before, especially during the Red Scare and Power I wanted to take it beyond that.
Damn.
You know that,
So-
that we're not just talking about individual professors anymore. We're talking about current attacks being much broader. And you write that
Moonrise. Or it used to be.
interesting paradox, quote, despite
Maybe
higher
not.
education's much larger footprint within
Maybe
America,
not.
See what we have here.
Ketherick
Be wary. This place is trapped.
I'll have to try this later.
Ketherick Thorne.
Sosun Elg Oloth.
Can't use this right now.
Moonrise Towers.
Here lies Isabel Thorne.
Or maybe we have to report back to the inn and say, hey, found your tooth. Oh, we figured it out, good. Ah, nice. Good.
This must be the way forward.
Let's save here, bro. Good shit. Damn, dude. Nah, nothing. All right, go down there.
Have to get federal loans in order to pay tuitions. So what he's doing is drawing federal money
Oh, what the hell? Is it a lift or something? It's like a judgment area. I don't know. What's the lift?
I just realized now my ass is just out here.
The moment of show. Before my very eyes. The Dark Lady guided me here. She wanted me to find this place.
Shah,
Yes, I'll say good night.
singer of eternal night, protector of the lost and forgotten.
Let's say goodnight for my tea.
Okay, babe, can I say good night now? Can I say good night? Yes.
And if you end up having a green card, not citizenship, but a green card as a result of that visa while you're here in those activities.
How long is
If I wake up,
Christianity claims that God is immutable. So the same dude who killed 42 children with a bear for laughing at a bald guy is preaching to turn the other cheek. You can't survive inside a giant fish. The sun can't stand still. Donkeys can't talk. People don't turn to salt. And crucially, people do not return from the dead. Today's video is sponsored by Magic Spoon. You've probably heard me talk about Magic Spoon before. You'll know I love it. Magic Spoon makes super delicious cereal, treats, and now granola. Granola has my heart. Their products fit a variety of lifestyles. They are high protein, no sugar, great for carb conscious lifestyles. The Magic Spoon treats, which are these cute little bars that come in a variety of delicious flavors. They're so good as filling snacks on the go. I always say this, but it's the first time I've ever found like a protein bar snack that is really actually filling, so highly recommend. The treat bars are 11 to 12 grams of protein, 1 gram of sugar, and 1 to 2 grams of net carbs. The granola, I'm on the granola today. I've just started chocolate granola. It's very luxurious. The granola contains 13 grams of protein and 0 added sugar in delicious flavors like chocolate, peanut butter, I love the peanut butter, your classic mixed berry, honey almond, and of course the Magic Spoon cereal we all know and love, which contains 13 to 14 grams of protein, a 0 sugar, and 4 to 5 grams of net carbs in each serving. I'm not sure why I'm doing this today, this is just the mood I'm in. I love my Magic Spoon, I love all the flavors, I'm on the granola for my breakfast at the moment. Sounds super lame, but I really like having a delicious breakfast to look forward to. Helps me relax to sleep at night. Maybe that's dumb, but it might work for you. You could try it. Use my code EMMATHORN, click the link in the description, or scan the QR code to try Magic Spoon treats or granola today and get $5 off. You can also find Magic Spoon on Amazon or in your nearest grocery store. Magic Spoon is so confident in their product, it is backed with a 100% happiness guarantee, so if you don't like it for any reason, they will refund your money, no questions asked. So click the link in the description, go to magicspoon.com/EmmaThorn or scan the QR code today for $5 off. Thank you so much for listening and to Magic Spoon for sponsoring this video. Hello lovely people, my name is Emma. Welcome back to my channel and welcome if you are new. I apologise in advance. It is ice cream van season and I have the window open, so I don't know, you might hear a creepy rendition of Teddy Bear's Picnic at some point during this video. I can only apologise. Why aren't you a Christian? It's a weird question, in my opinion, but it is one that comes up fairly often, asked both of me and of people I know. Specifically, I've only heard this asked to atheists, which is also kind of weird, but it does get asked a lot, so I thought I would be a helpful little bean and answer in as many ways as possible in one video. Shout out to my nice good Christian friends and viewers. There might be some points that you have answers to, things that you've thought about and you have an explanation for. Please do leave your thoughts down below. I appreciate you. I also want you to know that I understand that your relationship with God and your faith is very important to you, and I do not take that lightly. I am hoping you will give me the grace to explain my own lack of belief and thought process with honesty and integrity. I don't want to walk on eggshells just to avoid awkwardness and end up not actually getting my point across. So just know that my intention is not to put you down for your beliefs, it is to hopefully help you understand mine. So why aren't you a Christian? Answer number 1, I don't know, man. Why aren't you a Hindu? I'm just not. People ask the question, why aren't you a Christian, as if that's the default state of being. There are about 2.38 billion Christians in the world, and that is a lot of people, but there are 8 billion people overall. So it's not like they're the majority. If anything, the default, by pure numbers, is to be a non-Christian. So we should be asking the question the other way around, and I think it's a lot more valuable to ask the question,
another puzzle.
Why are you life to the shadows?
Because, hey, I love my Socrates. Every belief should be able to be defended against the question, why?
Offer
and as
your
per the
pain
Socratic
to
method,
Shah's embrace.
if you don't have a good foundation
Hear
for
the
that belief,
night song.
you should get rid of the belief. Anyway, why aren't you a Christian? Answer number 2. I've read the Bible kind of a lot. People asking me this question tend to assume the opposite and say things like, try reading the Bible. And I have. I guess because of this idea of the Holy Spirit coming upon you when you read it to help you understand. We'll worry about that later. Some Christians seem to assume that if you had read the Bible, then everything would make perfect sense and you would be a believer, but obviously there wouldn't be all the different denominations and arguments within the faith if that was true. So I read bits of the Bible growing up in religious studies classes. The only exam I've ever gotten 100% in was a religious studies class on Christianity. I promise I have always known this stuff. Everyone who thinks I just haven't read it or understood it, I would put money on the fact that most people who say that to me have not read as much about the Bible as I have not talked to as many scholars about the Bible. I'm a Christian at 50 years old after a lifetime of being a staunch atheist. I gave
Oh, let me try.
I read the Bible with all the openness of heart and mind that I have in me, and I asked questions of believers, and nothing changed. The experience just did
this
not
place is
make me a Christian. Read those books cover to
massive.
cover, and you tend to end up with a lot more questions than answers. Speaking of which, why aren't you a Christian number 3? I just don't vibe with the Holy Book. I know that's going to be a contentious one. Before you come at me with your sick verbal karate chops, obviously I think the generic overall message of current Christianity and mainstream Christianity to be a good and kind and helpful person. I love that. We all get behind that. I think stories about Jesus say a lot of good things. That's all rad stuff. The actual messaging of the religion is not all that. And it is cherry picking to pretend that it is. Otherwise, all Christians would just be humanists, and we would all hang out together in our lovely humanist celebrations and have a wonderful time, and there would be no violence committed in the name of the Christian God, etc., etc. Like I said, I read the Bible, and the messaging of some of those stories, including some of the most important ones, are kind of the antithesis of moral goodness, in my opinion.
There's a trap
The
here.
concept of heaven and hell is repulsive to me. I personally don't understand how any individual could be happy with the idea of going to heaven, knowing that billions of other people, most of them good, are off to hell
Are you
for
okay?
eternal damnation. That's sick, in my opinion. However you slice it, the God of the Bible commits and commands genocide.
Just don't walk onto.
He turns a lady to salt
You
for
see
no
the
good
vent
reason.
there,
He was going to kill his own
Oh,
prophet
that's
Moses
it.
for not circumcising his son, and the whole circumcision thing in general is a bit
Oh,
fucking
stop,
whack.
stop, stop.
Never mind
Whoa.
killing your own
I
favorite
just went too
person
close
for
to
not
that.
joining in. He again nearly killed all of his followers
Okay,
after the
unprepare.
Exodus. And Moses, whom God nearly killed before, had to talk him down. He sent bears to maul 42 children to death for bullying a bold
Magic
man. We
locking
don't have
his
time
door.
to talk about how the Bible treats women as both part of God's teaching
there's
and
a-
him just letting it be.
there's a lever here.
You worship another god who I claim doesn't
Okay.
exist, you die for some reason. But you can trade your women around like Pokemon cards, who cares? What do I care? Actually, could you sleep with your sister-in-law for me? Oh wait, I'm sorry, he pulled out?
Oh, nice, dude.
What
Oh,
about
fuck.
Job? A good, honest follower and God Satan.
Why does it still do that?
To ruin Job's life to the point where he was begging God for death.
I think we need
just
to
to
move all
what?
of them down.
Prove a point?
There's more than
Was
one.
God bored? The guy's a
So look at
psychopath.
these lamps.
How are you
There's,
telling me the Bible is divinely
lamp.
inspired and
There's a-
your
there's
God
a
is an
bunch of
all-loving
lamps.
God? Are you kidding? Apologists have
So,
dedicated their lives
have
to
to
trying
go
to
through all the
wangle
language,
some
each
justification
rooms.
for the most horrific stuff. And I think that is the reason that fundamentalists seem to just opt for, no, he is an angry and vengeful God, and you've got to do what he says or he'll fucking destroy you. Why am I
Okay,
not
I'm
a
putting
Christian?
another level.
On to number 4. The contradictions in teaching and in morals. Following on from number 3, there is not a consistency in moral teachings in Christianity because they rely on the Bible, which
Oh, I got another one here.
harp on about, is a collection of ancient texts by different authors with different purposes and different beliefs
that left
and different
me winded.
agendas. Jesus says that he is not here to change God's message, and yet he teaches compassion for one's enemies. Whereas, as previously discussed, God seems to really take a hatchet to his friends if he caught a whiff of dissent. There's a very confusing argument about the old covenant no longer
Did you get this one top right?
despite, again, what Jesus says about not changing anything about them. And yet it's still very
Oh, no,
important
go for it.
that we learn
Looks
and
like a
follow
trap
most of the 10 Commandments. Just not the ones that are obviously silly. Just the ones that tend to benefit, I don't know, men in power.
I didn't even touch the trap at all. Just,
I chose this t-shirt for a reason, let's be honest. Where is the logic in human beings,
Oh my God.
fallible human beings, were meant just for the Israelites in ancient times, and which ones are
A
good
little
for
help,
all?
please.
No wonder there are so many denominations and arguments and apologies apologists from different sides arguing about this day after day. On top of all this nonsense, Christianity claims that God is immutable. His character, his purpose, allegedly unchanging. So the same dude who killed 42 children with a bear for laughing at a bald guy is preaching to turn the other cheek. It just doesn't make sense, guy. Why
It's not me,
would
bro.
all-knowing, all-loving, all-powerful God divinely inspire a text that could be misread, misinterpreted, and mistranslated by humans
I'm
for
gonna help you
thousands
out.
of years? Why would he not make his word also immutable to change and misinterpretation? The
There's
only
one here, Kervin.
explanation is something
Straight
it's
ahead.
a test,
But I can't
which
get
is
to
not,
it.
in my opinion, very moral or very logical.
Fucking
And an immoral, illogical
No,
God
I
is not
blind.
one
I
I'd be
just wanna-
interested in following.
This is
Similarly,
fine.
but slightly more nerdily, the contradictions
No, not
between
that,
the
that one
texts
where
and
you're
within the
staring at.
texts. I'm not going to
This
go
one
into
here,
massive detail
behind
because
me.
you can
This
check
one.
out a video that I
Yeah,
already
I
made
don't
right
know
here, which is a
No,
sort
no,
of
no, no,
beginner's
I
guide
haven't.
to
Right.
contradictions within Bible texts. I think it's really fun and interesting, and because I am a good
Is that
being,
blood?
I included
No,
most of the
never mind.
apologetic explanations for a lot of them and why I don't think they work. It is just a fact. No one with a functioning conscience and a shred of logic
Whatever it
can
takes.
deny that there are contradictions between the books of the Bible, and sometimes within a single book itself. Ecclesiastes says the earth will remain forever. The New Testament claims in a couple of places that there will be a new heaven and earth. Did Paul visit Jerusalem 3 years after his conversion? Only Peter and James, and leaving after 15 days, as per Galatians. Or did he go almost straight to Jerusalem, meeting Barnabas and the apostles and preaching openly, as in Acts 9? These things cannot all be true, and a big stumbling block I had in ever coming close to being a believer is the idea that anyone is supposed to know which bits are true, which are human error, or translation error, or deliberate change, or just written by different humans telling a different story.
Just a brief
Or,
respite.
worst of
Thanks,
all,
man.
as I have mentioned before, that there's some third narrative not written in any book of the Bible that means all things are true. I hate when people do that. Oh, the Gospels say different things about the crucifixion. Well, we'll just combine them all into a big mega narrative that is not in the Bible at all and pretend that every single thing was said. I'm an apostle now and this is my gospel. Again, allegedly the Holy Spirit is supposed to guide your interpretation of the book as you read it, but it can't do a very good job because Christians all disagree.
Okay, now we can go in the middle, right?
Answer number 6. I've never understood why this isn't
Alright,
more
go
of a
for it, bro.
consideration
This is
for
your-
religious people. The fact that one's religion is largely
Damn,
and most
what's that?
likely influenced by
Do we have
the
to turn off
religion
all
of the
these
world
lanterns if we use them?
and your parents' faith. Do every other
We turn them all off.
Muslim and Buddhist equally think that they are so
This one
lucky
went
to
off.
have been born into a country where
This
the
one went
majority
off.
religion is the one religion? Like, phew, won that lottery. You can't all be right. I've spoken to the loveliest, most well-meaning and intelligent Christians who say things like, I actually
turn off all the
moved away
lights.
from the church, and I studied, and I came to it and was born again of my own accord later. They just always
Turn this
happen
one
to
off.
be born again
There you go.
into
Works.
almost or exactly the same
dude,
faith
it's
that
like
they
so you have to
started
come
with,
at
that
it
they
from-
grew up
Look,
with,
you have to-
that is the
it's like a
majority
maze.
religion in their country.
Oh,
The
look at
bias
that.
towards
That is so cool.
religion just doesn't seem to bother anyone. Maybe I should consider the fact that there are thousands
Wanna
of
go?
other
Yeah,
religions with
start here.
just as
This-
long and ancient a
Yeah,
history.
you go.
Damn it,
You
man.
spent all that time studying the Bible and Christian apologetics. How much time did you give to the Tripitaka? Or the Tanakh?
Blunder
Or the
forward.
Veda? Really, it
Need to
harkens
find
back
a
to
way
my very
around this
first
ring.
why Christian at all? A lot of Christians, call
Left,
me a gosh
yeah.
dang fool for being an atheist.
And then
Often
straight ahead.
gleefully pointing out how silly I'll
Back to the
feel
right.
when I die and I go to hell. But again, they're assuming that
Nice.
Christianity is the default alternative. If it is, it's only because of your geographical
Yeah.
location and or your peer group. If atheism is so silly, why don't I pick up my Quran and study that? Why does it have to be the Christian
Follow my
Bible?
voice
And
and
why does
do-
it have to be the King James version? Not today, and I'll deal with that another time. Why am I not a Christian? Number 7. Maybe this should have been at the top of the list, but hey ho, we're here now. I'm not a Christian because I don't believe in God. It sounds pretty obvious. It's a pretty fundamental requirement to being a Christian, but I don't believe in God, and you need to believe in God to believe in the divinity. Question mark? Something else Christians don't totally agree on, of Jesus and his dying for our sins. That is the main thing you must believe to be a Christian. For a lot of reasons, I don't believe in God. Chiefly because there is no evidence for him. There are arguments people make about some event or matter that originated the universe, and I kind of think that's just being tricksy and trying to do a gotcha. Because if something we don't
I love these
know
puzzles.
about or understand was at the beginning, I consider that
This game is so
science
fun.
you don't yet understand. If you want to call it God, that's
This
cool,
game's
man.
so
I don't have a problem with that. But for the sake of the conversation,
You know, like
can we agree that somebody who says they believe
like the
in
last
God
fucking
means, in the
2
traditional
years,
sense, they believe in
we
a
have
created
played
deity? In this case, one who
good-ass
started
fucking
and then interfered with
Loads
human
of the Fallen
existence. That's what I
start
don't
like
believe.
Diablo,
I don't believe
Loads
that
of
we or
Fallen
this planet were
started.
created. And if I see an argument from design in the comments, I
fuck,
might do a
dude.
little scream.
We
Look
The
at
one game that
trees, or the human eyeball is so intricate. It's not proof
the
of
one
God,
game that
it's
didn't
evidence for
hit the
evolution.
mark
God made everything, it'd be
was
perfect. And okay, the fall, Adam and Eve, original sin. So what? Adam and Eve didn't have an inverted retina and a too narrow pelvis, meandering
this got
arteries and
repetitive.
so on
What's that
before
game?
they got kicked out of the Garden of Eden. Did humans physically
Tina.
change after
Tina.
original sin
Yeah,
was
but I
committed?
had no idea
That
it
leads me
was
on to
gonna
another
be
point.
that
Oh gosh,
great.
there
I
are
just-
actually quite a lot.
We just needed
Number
a game other
8,
than
I
Project
believe the most
Divine.
important Bible stories are 8.
But I still stand by it. I think that one scene was so
Creation story and Adam and Eve. Impossible.
the
You'll find very few modern Christians
yes
outside of maybe the Bible
that
Belt
wave.
in the US,
It was just
or little
no, that was
fundamentalist sects
I've never
in
seen it.
various places. You'll find very few who do believe that that is a historical fact on account of the overwhelming evidence to the contrary. Yes, most modern Christians agree, but the question remains, if the story is allegorical, where did original sin come from? What was the fall of humanity? Never mind the moral question of why was sin a part of God's plan in the first place. Every story which can be described as allegorical then requires
hear
its own
voices.
explanation. And we return again to the question of why it's left to fallible human beings to interpret which stories are literally true and which are moral fairy tales. The Exodus from Egypt didn't happen. The Great Flood did not happen. The fall of Jericho did not happen. The lives of ancient
Wait, I got
patriarchs
an
are
idea.
impossible. Humans have never
got a
lived a
minute. You
hundred
do
years.
not belong
And these people are meant to be God's chosen.
You mind up end.
Listen, their lives are
Somehow in
fundamentally
the
different
decayed
to the
soup
faith.
of this creature's
They did
brain,
not
a
happen.
tadpole
You can't survive
lives.
inside a giant fish. The
Another
sun can't
presence
stand
nurtures
still.
it,
Donkeys can't
manipulates
talk.
it
People
like a
don't turn to
puppet.
salt. And crucially, people do not return from the dead. When it comes to the Bible and Christianity, you have the choice. You decide what the most likely explanation is.
plans.
Magic is real, and/or God did a miracle in every impossible circumstance. Or this was written by a human being who made it up based on existing traditions and superstition. For me, the latter is more likely. That leads me to my next point. Number 9.
They are more
I'm not a
than
Christian because this
bones.
ancient book seems to have lost relevance in the modern world.
More than
There are several reasons
flesh.
for that, but chiefly I want to ask this. Where did
More
God
than skin,
go? According to
blood,
the Bible, God
hair,
created the world
and
and
piss.
and then
They
he
are
was picking
more.
specific
They
favorite
are
people, giving them
mine.
tasks,
Now
giving them earthly
leave
rewards,
before
completing those tasks, smiting them for misbehaving.
stupid worm infested crockhead. You have awoken the shadows. My forces are split. The defenses are thin.
Who is part of him, who does
Rally
lots of
on
magic
me.
tricks and teaches
A
you
wall
how
of
to
bone and blade
dies,
against the
returns to
darkness.
life, and immediately
Now.
goes away again. After telling his
What?
followers he was that magically, and then God is just
Huh?
absent for 2,000 years. Jesus went out for cigarettes and milk and is not coming
Yeah,
back.
I'm gonna
Granted,
use
if you're Catholic and
daggers
other Christians too,
straight away.
You might believe there are miracles every day.
I know
proving
we're in a
that God
fight.
is still
We're in a
alive.
team with the other guys,
Compared to
but not with these guys.
armies,
These guys.
destroying cities, killing every firstborn Egyptian child, and now what? Making statues of Jesus' mum look like they're crying? Don't you think that's weird? Again, you decide what is more likely.
I'm gonna attack this way.
God as an explanation for things that they didn't understand, based on existing traditions. And now, the more scientific explanations we have for things, the fewer gaps we have to fill with God, and the less God seems to be responsible for in day-to-day life. Or did God really do all the creating and all the miracles, safely right back in the
Shouldn't have made me your enemy.
Christians insisting that the end is nigh. It is upon us right now. Always right now. 2,000 years ago. I'm getting tired. Why am I not a Christian? Answer number 10. Let's make this the last one because 10 is a good number. And I've been for a long time. As much as apologists often come up with, in my opinion, very subpar explanations for this one, a rational person who look into the subject cannot deny that lots of Bible stories, lots of traditional Hebrew stories, inspired by earlier traditions about different gods and different... I won't go too ham on this one because again, I have an earlier video with Dr. Josh talking about the creation story, the Great Flood. They're almost certainly inspired by ancient Mesopotamian myths. So is the Tower of Babel. Moses floating down the river in a little basket is a retelling of the birth myth of Sargon of Akkad. So once again, we just have to ask ourselves, what is the most likely explanation? Is it that human beings, aware of and inspired by existing myths, used known stories as a theological point about their god, or did the Bible really happen and just coincidentally happened to echo earlier? There you go, my friends, those are some answers.
Oh, get him.
Why aren't you a Christian? I hope that was interesting and enlightening. I'd love to hear your own answers to this question, and I'd like to hear your explanations if you have them for why the problems that I have aren't a problem for you. But gosh dang, be civil with each other. If you have to be a poop about it, be a poop to me. I can take it. I can take it. And if you are raging and frothing at the mouth and about to start hammering the keyboard about how stupid and pathetic I am, just remember, according to you, I am already going to hell, whether I make this video or not. So, there's no skin off your nose either way, really. Thank you so much for watching. Do subscribe if you haven't already. I have a lot of videos on this topic. There's a big old atheist playlist. There's a Bible scholarship playlist. Just go on my channel, subscribe, figure it out. Try pressing the notification button. I keep getting comments and messages from people being like, I haven't seen a video from you for ages.
Have to keep going.
And I've been making a video and posting a video at the same time every week for like 5 years. They're just not showing up on everyone's homepage. Apparently people don't use the subscription feature anymore. So hit the notification button so that you actually see my videos, please. If you have today's sponsor using the link down below, the best way to support this channel is via the Patreon. With that, I must give a big old thank you to my giant chickens and colossal backers over on Patreon. Allah. I'm allowed to say that because I don't believe in God.
It's fuck over.
And I will see you really soon.
A really interesting interaction took place on Joe Rogan's podcast with Bono of YouTube, where Bono confronted Rogan with the information about the damage, and this is particularly relevant now as Elon is in notable fashion left the Trump administration, just the damage that in a short time he did, and people mass suffering that's being caused. And I think that given all this going on, we can forget to break down the specifics of that, and so we're going to do it. Rogan's wrong and Bono's right. Really get
made him
into
scared.
the nuts and bolts, so do stick with us for it. Do want to introduce before we get into these clips and talk about the fact checks, etc. And beautiful.
Hello, Luke. Thank you for
Maybe
being.
I should- no.
Thank you for having me. I am not prepared because I was just prepared to come on here and say, listen, Joe Rogan's wrong and Bono's right. So I'm like a little panicked. Is that you want me to go deeper than that? Is that what you want? Okay. Oh no. Let me get some notes together. I'm kidding. I have them. I'm ready.
The funny thing is, last time we collabed, you were saying, pausing, waiting for a soundbite, but now we never know when Cole's going to hit us with it, with the
I'm
soundbite.
so stressed about it constantly,
Yeah,
honestly.
it's perpetual.
I never know.
Well,
I
now
never know.
he has this soundbite that's the TikTok video outro, boom, boom, and he just plays it and it drives me crazy. So we have fun. But here's the first clip. Dial specifics. I find really interesting. In the second clip, Rogan does admit, yeah, they probably made some big mistakes.
Right, better get to it.
Recent report. It's not proven, but their surveillance enough suggests
Nice.
300,000 people have already died from just this cut off, hard cut of USAID.
Yee.
50,000 tons of food that is stored in Djibouti, South Africa, Dubai, and Wayford.
We have to destroy those portals because they're just gonna spawn. More coming.
And so this, I don't know, it's kind
Yeah.
of like, what is that? That's
Right, this is the problem. The problem is, for sure, there have been a lot of organizations that do tremendous good all throughout the world. Also, for sure, it was a money laundering operation. For sure, there was no oversight. For sure, billions of dollars are missing. In fact,
Where are you getting the for sure confidence? I saw it on Twitter.
trillions
Wouldn't it be nice?
that are unaccounted for, that were sent off into various. They don't even know where because there's no receipt. The way Elon Musk described it, he said that this was done by a public company. The company would be delisted and the executives would be in prison. But in the United States, this is standard. When Biden left office, when it was clear that Trump won, in 73 days, they spent $93 billion in Department of Energy on just radical loans, just throwing money into places. And there's no
waste a
oversight.
step.
So we'll get to part 2, which is Rogan eventually coming around.
Yeah, I'm here.
I do love how I was wondering what
Okay.
sources is he citing. He goes, Elon told me that. So let me know. Do you want to do the second or address some of that first?
Let's go through some of it because there's so much there. And I have to say, I was really, really impressed with Bono. And when I was going through fact-checking his claims, everything that he laid out there
What?
was correct, even down to the specific 4 locations that he named for warehouses where food is just expiring and getting moldy and going to be turned into animal feed or incinerated. So he was completely right. He said 50,000 tons of food. According to Reuters reporting, it is 66,000 tons, but metric tons. So the math there is a little bit different, but either way, he's on the right track. He's exactly right when he's talking about why this is happening. I mean, you get rid of thousands of USAID employees who are terminated or put on leave, and then you're not going to have people who are able to fulfill the orders, fulfill the contracts, and deliver these food rations for the millions of people that they are supposed to be going to. So it's disturbing because the food that is going bad, it is valued at over $98 million, according to a document reviewed by Reuters. So this is a significant amount of money. It's a significant amount of food. It goes toward people who don't have enough to eat. It goes toward children who are malnourished. And to just read a specific example from that Reuters article that you have up, Luke, they write, quote, 500 metric tons of high-energy biscuits stored in a USAID warehouse in Dubai are due to expire in July. According to a former USAID official and a man familiar with the inventories, the biscuits could feed at least 27,000 acutely malnourished children for a month, according to Reuters calculations. The biscuits are now likely to be destroyed or turned into animal feed, adding that in a typical year, only about 20 metric tons of food might be disposed of in this way, causing damage in transit
Poor
or
fucker.
storage. So that's a significant loss, especially when you're talking about lives at stake. So when Bono is talking about lives, by the way, he talked about how 300,000 people have already died as a result of the Doge cuts. Now here's where he's getting that number. He's getting that number from a mathematician and professor of infectious disease at Boston University named Brooke Nichols. And Brooke Nichols evaluated the loss of life due to these cuts for USAID.
Stay focused.
And you can see this for yourself at a website called impactcounter.com, where they're actually tracking these deaths in real time, deaths per hour. And so as you can see there, Bono was correct. We're over 300,000 deaths. Now, this is not actual deaths. These are predictions based on statistical modeling, but as Brooke Nichols said in an article that I read, we don't have routine data sets that can measure someone as killed by U.S. lack of funding. So her methodology used data from last year, looking at estimates from program terminations and mortality data to estimate.
Just don't damage them now, hey? That's the thing, because if you, then they'll turn it against us.
At the HIV modeling consortium, who have endorsed her numbers. So this is a
physical tax is the way to
research, even though it is an estimate and it's not actual deaths, that it has been peer reviewed. So it's just wildly disturbing. And I think that's why you see Joe Rogan immediately try to get away from what Bono was saying, because when you're talking about hundreds of thousands of people dying as a result of these cuts, you're talking about tens of thousands metric tons of food expiring and going to waste, millions of dollars worth of food going to waste that could be keeping people alive. Of course you're going to want to start spinning some theories and get away from that reality, because it makes you and your people, the people you support politically, it makes you look bad.
No, look at him now.
Wow.
Pretty sure.
Explain, we'll play the segment clip, but just quickly, the waste, you have a part of it which
Yeah,
is
it's the one they're
cutting off
fighting.
programs that prevent and treat disease. You can pretty logically figure out how that's going to cause death.
No, those are on our team.
Of stuff that we had the resources already allocated, and it was just them being so hasty in their implementation of this that led to people not getting food that they desperately need. Runs right in the face of the whole idea behind Doge being about efficiency in it, and it wasn't that. And actually, we talked about before the analyses that go into more detail how gutting programs of employees that allow them to function. Often,
Good shit.
the example I cite most often, because it's
They went through this door. They just
lose the
run.
government money. Rip away a bunch of employees who are doing tax enforcement, and they don't get that tax revenue. We lost more money than we saved in those employees not being hired, and all of it was for show. And now Elon's nuclear against Trump, and none of it is really standing, and none of it has been meaningful. But
I use a bow for you.
The achievements were not
a rare one.
pain is very much meaningful. It's shocking. Let's watch the second clip and then we'll discuss further. Before, last thing I promise, please do click the subscribe button if you appreciate this channel, and then Brittany, if you search Brittany Page on YouTube. Sometimes I wait to do this in the middle. You can support her work.
The whole thing is, there's a lot of fraud, a lot of money laundering, but also we help the world. And when you're talking about making wells for people in the Congo to get fresh water, when you're talking about food and medicine to places that don't have access, like, no way that should have been cut out, and that should have been clear before they make these radical cuts. Like, there's got to be a way to keep aid and not have fraud. And you can't say we're going to kill everything so that there's no fraud. But then you're killing all the good. And you're
Okay, let's say.
Without letting anybody know it's going to happen. So no one's. It's not like they had 3 years to prepare.
Right, because those people, they ran down here, down the stairs here.
Change, and they want to change quickly and do the nature of American
and then they ran up the
about
stairs.
2 years before the midterms, right? So everything has to get done as quickly as possible. You have to show growth in GDP. You have to show that the economy's booming again under these ideas. Make America first, tariffs for the world. Bring back American manufacturing, and this mad rush to do it all as
Brave the
quickly as
gauntlet
possible
of Lady Shah, test body, mind, and spirit with her trials.
Even though
Glory awaits
Elon
the
Musk
few.
has proposed all these things, and the Doge Committee has proposed all these things, they've made no cuts in terms of the budget. They've cut nothing. They vote against it.
The rat holds its ground.
If it's big
It
government or whatever,
almost seems defiant.
want to shrink. I get the instinct, but
Ooh.
the life-saving part, it's like a little finger.
Yeah, that's the other part. If when people say
The rat has a thick coat and dark, staring eyes.
It's no, they show
but in
themselves to
good
so
health.
clearly not have that as an objective. I just gave you examples. But then also, if you were serious about making huge savings
Spiteful
in
little
the
lad.
federal government, why
Into
on earth would you
malice in
start
its
with
eyes too.
USAID?
That's not normal, is it?
Do so in a way that isn't. When Rogan's talking about you're not making huge changes.
It's not a normal rat.
Budget approved by Congress, so you are are somehow able, and it's like you would have to try to.
The rat attack are like big damage to her.
No real dent in the big government problem you say you're trying to solve.
Do you want to go up there or down here?
A bunch of
Where do you want to go?
and cause people to lose their lives. How they figured out to do both, is absolutely stunning.
Yeah, I was also really struck.
No, this is where you need to go.
Joe
The
Rogan
main.
speaking there because he sounds good, like his cadence is good. He's not
Find
tripping over
Balthazar, to get the lamp.
But he was contradicting himself almost from sentence to sentence. Like
I was saying, do we go down there?
clip 1 to clip 2, it was like that could have been a completely different day, talking to a completely different person. It was remarkable to see that, and I don't really know how to make sense of that other than he talks for a living for hours a day, so he's really good at that, and maybe he's just not tracking whether what he's saying is logical. But when it comes to the quote-unquote savings that Doge is claiming, there's a lot of numbers that have been kicked around. I think the latest one that they're saying is now $175 billion in savings that Doge is claiming. Of course, that falls short of Elon's original goal of $2 trillion of the $7 trillion budget. And he even revised that once he got in there to $1 trillion, and he still, by his own estimate, fell short of that. But a lot of this included terminating like real estate leases and terminating contracts. And as it pertains to this story, closing warehouses where many tons of food for malnourished children are being held. A few months ago, Doge claimed that they closed like 2,500 federal contracts across 47 departments, that they had terminated those contracts. So that's where a lot of their quote-unquote savings came from. And you heard Joe Rogan say that USAID is a money laundering operation and talks about how there's no receipts for the spending and that there's no oversight. What I find interesting about that is that's actually what
it's a soft. This is the trial, soft step.
Say about Doge, right?
Her most
that there was no way
treasure.
to track their claims.
Where are you, bro? Come to.
With their receipts, of course, they had the quote-unquote wall of receipts, right? But how often did we see them put something up and then have to take it down without any announcement of a correction? I mean, I think that happened in February when they claimed 16.5 billion in cuts, but they claimed half of that from a typo where they said they were saving 8 billion and it was actually 8 million. So Doge has been all over the place, and when you talk about keeping receipts, they have not been keeping receipts. So a lot of what Joe Rogan said as an attack on USAID could actually be true, but if he were saying it about Doge.
Yeah, and I just haven't seen those claims substantiated. The other thing, to your point, they'll act like they're canceling contracts when those contracts were already up or something. They'll take credit for any completions of contracts or retiring of employees or anything and just put all that in. And so if you really
Where are you, bro? Come in the fucking.
So small in comparison to the broader problem they say they're trying to solve, and it gets absolutely.
It's an open door though.
Whatever progress that would make on the debt, I would be there because of the big beautiful bill, if that gets through, and these huge tax cuts. Just the tax cuts for the top 1%, quintuple or whatever, even more. The supposed savings of
Bowl contains an ancient
Doge. So all of it was for nothing. I think that figure, clearly Elon, I don't know if you saw on Twitter, he responded to someone with, did my best, whenever they were outlining how this isn't really making a difference. I think it's a part of why he's now going
It's because I'm doing the trial, that's why I lost.
Because he feels humiliated.
Fuck, I need to do the trial again.
Affair. Introduce, if you would, this David Brooks clip.
Yeah, just to say, I totally agree with you on that. You're so right about that. I actually had it written in my notes that don't just say Joe Rogan is wrong and Bono is right. Okay, so this is David Brooks. He's a long-time conservative columnist in the New York Times, and he regularly appears on the PBS NewsHour to do kind of like a right-left segment where he's talking about his perspective on the news with someone else that doesn't necessarily agree with him. So I found this remarkable. They were talking about the exact exchange here that Joe Rogan and Bono were having about the Doge cuts, about what Elon Musk's legacy is going to be. And David Brooks, what he says here, I think, is so remarkable coming from a conservative.
As a budget matter, you would not say he had a big effect, but he did manage to destroy NIH and USAID. And the USAID one is the one I haven't gotten over. And so there's folks at Boston University who count How many people have died because of what Doge did at USAID? And USAID was a very ill-managed organization. That's true. But according to the Boston University folks, so far 55,000 adults have died of AIDS in the 4 months since Trump was elected. 6,000 children are dead because of what Doge did. That's just PEPFAR, the HIV. You add them all up, that's 300,000 dead, and we're
I keep fucking failing.
Now you accumulate that over 4 years, the number of dead grows very high. There are mass murderers in the world: Pol Pot, Mao Zedong, Stalin. We don't have anybody on the list for America. And I don't think it's the same as committing the kind of genocide they did. But by taking away that agency,
Come on, go.
being at least semi-responsible for the deaths of probably by the end of this hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people, that's Elon Musk's legacy.
My faith protects me.
Work
Nothing
at
let
Tesla and
anyone see.
SpaceX. We want to think about that.
Right? I know. Hearing Stalin and Pol Pot. I mean, to hear a conservative talk about what Elon Musk's legacy is going to be is remarkable, using those terms. That's not a progressive. That's not, that's not an AOC. That is someone who, up until very recently, was a Republican. He, is anti-Trump, but he is a conservative. He agrees with a lot of conservative principles. So to hear him talk like that about these cuts, it's pretty remarkable. And it may be a good sign that some of this is getting through, that if people understand the impact of these cuts, because I think Americans want to tell themselves a story that they are compassionate, that they are generous, that we are a country that can help other people, that we use our resources for good. And if that's true, why are we doing this? Why are we wasting millions of dollars worth of food that's just sitting there and going to go to animal waste and be incinerated? I mean, this is horrifying to anyone who really thinks about it and just stops for a second to evaluate what we're doing here. So I think that clip from David Brooks is pretty remarkable.
Yeah, indeed. Agree with everything you said. Okay, I also want to touch on, gonna make this a little bit thick, but the story you brought about the administration trying to suppress data that it doesn't like.
Yeah, so this is not much of a surprise because this is kind of the tactic that we're seeing from Republicans, right? They don't want people to know the truth.
You do the trial.
I mean, it's kind of the theme of this segment, actually. So this is new reporting from Politico. Trump officials delayed
You can
foreign
open
trade
it for you.
report
You
over
can
deficit
cut
forecast.
your knife now.
Trump administration officials delayed
Cut your-
and redacted a government forecast because it predicts an increase in the nation's trade deficit in farm goods later this year, according to two people familiar with the matter. Now, why is he doing this? Because it makes his tariffs look bad. That second paragraph there. The numbers run counter to President Donald Trump's messaging that his economic
You're the one who
policies,
says let's do
including
side
tariffs,
quests. This is trying to do this. Maybe we get something good out of it.
Convenient data prompted administration officials to block publication of the written analysis normally attached to the report because they disliked
This fucking guy snuck his way.
about the deficit. So now we're entering territory where
Oh.
the Trump administration is willing to censor information about government data, what we know to be true using government data that is paid for by taxpayer dollars, paid to collect that data.
So cut your hand.
Now attempting to censor that information because it makes Donald Trump look bad.
The bowl contains an
And this is what
ancient
scares me
rust-colored
is so
blood
much,
stain.
so
It
And then you'll
forms a valuable
start.
disc.
The thing is that gate's locked, so I don't know if you need to even. I don't know.
You
Not
recognize
sure.
this as a trial where initiates
Because I managed to get through. I used the invisibility.
stealth and
Work.
infiltration to the
how
test.
the jobs market is, how we're comparing to other countries. A lot of that comes from the federal government because they're the ones with access to the resources to gather that data, like you said, and we collectively.
No, I can't use it now because it need a long rest.
Analyses to understand what's
Oh, I
happening.
use it.
To solve problems, we have to understand them, and the federal government does a lot of
But
that.
I can
And
make
what
you
scares
invisible,
me
yes. That's
about
possible.
as Trump kind of gets his claws into the government more and more over the next few years.
Might have to split your companion. Yeah, he did. You see, those things are shadows. So if they spot you, you restart. So you have to make it through out there.
Achievements or give us the stuff normally is pretty dependable, nonpartisan groups, but now because of the obsession that Trump has with nothing under the government being independent and it all being politicized, it's going to become increasingly
The
difficult
thing
to
is,
know what are
do you have
the
thieving
reports of
tools or
numbers?
not?
What is this, data point about economic performance? And and how much influence is being put on
And I don't know how we
collecting that data to skew it towards Trump, because we have already on the record proof that he's very willing to try to suppress information that he doesn't like.
Right, and we already have a media literacy problem, we already have a disinformation problem, and so to have those typically reliable resources no longer be reliable is a really scary thing. But you're right, the motivation here is also the insecurity that Donald Trump has, where he cannot be wrong, he cannot look bad, and Republicans know that these various issues are political liabilities. If the people understand what's actually happening, the damaging impact of their policies, then they know that the people are going to turn on them. I mean, the most recent example of this is them trying to hide the impact of the Medicaid cuts.
Yes, and I'll run through. You'll see what I mean. You can go through. They won't see you now.
The number of Americans
Run.
without health insurance will
Just run.
increase by 16 million by 2034.
Just don't touch them,
given
though.
the Republican plan for spending and
There's shadows, I keep telling
this is
you.
an estimate, right? Just like
Go
we talked
through,
about
go
previously,
straight.
it's an estimate, but it's right up there with other estimates from other organizations, including the Center
See,
on
there's a
Budget
gate
and
there at
Policy
the top.
Priorities, which estimated at least 15 million. So this is significant, and again, it's a political liability because people are going to be harmed. People will die from losing health insurance. So again, this is another instance similar to USAID, where it is in Republicans' best interest to downplay the truth, to hide the truth, because when people know the truth, they don't want to support Republicans. They don't want to support Republican policies.
Brittany, you're amazing. Remind people where they can support your work.
You can find me right here on YouTube by searching my name, Brittany Page, or clicking the link in the description.
There's a button there.
Where?
I'm joined now by the pardon attorney under President Biden, Liz Oyer. Thanks so much for taking the time.
Thanks for having me on, Brian.
So the issue of pardons has absolutely been in the news lately as the
Ah.
has ramped up his spate of pardons, and that's owed in large parts to the fact that Ed Martin,
Can we do a long rest? Because I got
former acting
this spell.
U.S. attorney in Washington D.C., has moved from that post where he was an interim,
You have another spell though.
obviously couldn't get
Cloak of Shadows, nice. Okay, well, maybe you can do this. All right.
pardon attorney office where you work.
Go for it.
So what has Ed Martin done to the office that you previously worked
Well, Ed Martin is one of
You can't touch them. You can't touch them.
in the Trump administration. He has replaced me in a position that historically has always been held by
You did.
a career employee of the Department of Justice.
You did. It said
who
one
was not
damage.
appointee. I was not a presidential appointee. I was a career, meaning that the intent was that I would serve under any president, and that is what I fully expected to do until I was fired in March and replaced by Ed Martin, who has really very much politicized the pardon function.
And can you talk about some of these pardons that have been recommended, obviously, by Ed Martin and that have been carried out by Donald Trump? And I'm talking specifically, some names that have been in the news lately have been the Chrisleys, who had a reality TV show, and then you've got Paul Walzak,
Oh, weird.
Scott Jenkins. Can you talk about some of these folks and what it means that these were the ones who got pardons?
The president has been pardoning people who have not applied through the ordinary process. There is a long-standing established process where the Department of Justice vets applicants. But what's happening right now seems to be that there is a pardon economy. People are seeking to lobby for their pardons and hiring high-priced lobbyists and lawyers to access the president, jump the line, and get their applications on the desk. Most of these people have been celebrities, political officials, people who are supporters of MAGA and President Trump who have been successful in this process, and you've named some of the notable ones. The Chrisleys are a reality TV couple whose daughter has been lobbying for a pardon, including by trying to paint her parents as victims of Biden's Justice Department and the weaponization of justice in the same vein as President Trump.
Okay, you're invisible now.
They were
You don't have
prosecuted
to.
in a case that was initiated
Just
under
don't touch
President
them.
Trump when he was originally the president. So it's sort of a bizarre set of circumstances.
Here you go.
They also
Run.
committed a
Go.
large-scale financial fraud, which is an
Go, go,
unusual
go, go.
profile of the type of case to pardon. You mentioned the Grimm case. Grimm is one of 8 corrupt public officials who have received a pardon from President Trump to date during his second term in office. That's also very unusual that people abuse their political office and use the public prosecutors to get a presidential pardon. his case is actually not the most egregious. There are others I think that are more stunning. There's a sheriff in Virginia who was selling badges for cash, who received a full pardon. There's an elected official in Nevada named Michelle Fiore who actually embezzled money from a police memorial fund and used it for planning. Received a full pardon from President Trump. So these are not the types of people that traditionally would be considered for that type of relief, but because they are supporters and boosters of
What did you have to
Trump,
do?
they're having success under the Ed Martin pardon regime.
But
Can you
there's
talk
this
about Paul
fucking
Walzak
police,
in particular, because I think that one was perhaps the most egregious that we've seen during this administration.
Yeah, Walzak's case is really a shocking one. It's a case in which he presided over a nursing home company. Essentially, he ran medical care facilities and he skimmed money off the tops of the paychecks of his doctors and nurses. He, in total, committed a fraud in the amount of.
All right, we have some more breaking news. Only roughly 48 hours after Elon Musk sent out a barrage of tweets saying that Donald Trump is on the Epstein list, Donald Trump should be impeached, he wants to start a political party, etc., etc., Elon Musk is now walking it back, or at least quietly deleting these posts. Elon Musk, in the middle of the night, began silently deleting the tweets about Trump and Epstein, the tweets about Trump needing to be impeached, and it could be for a few reasons. First of all, Elon Musk's businesses have been taking a massive hit. Whatever Donald Trump says on any given week is very connected to Tesla, and it has been since he won the election. Tesla skyrocketed after Trump won, and Elon Musk gained a massive amount of wealth because people were anticipating really, friendly regulatory environments for Elon Musk due to corruption. But now, the inverse is happening. Tesla's stock crashed, Elon Musk probably came down on his high, and now he's deleting all of these tweets. We'll talk about this more in 1 second, but I do want to break the news that Trump is now asking his aides if they think Musk's behavior could be related to the alleged drug use, a news source says. So while Trump says publicly that he doesn't care what Elon says, he doesn't care at all about this Elon thing, behind the scenes, it seems like not only he cares, he's really wondering
Did you do
what
it?
the hell is happening. And by the way, it's mainly because of Jared Isaacman, the
You
dude
did it.
that Elon wanted to appoint as the director of NASA, and he got Trump to do it, and then Trump withdrew that as an FU to Elon. If I had to take an educated guess, that, combined with Elon Musk's drug use, probably led him down this spiral. To continue, President Donald Trump has asked aides and advisors if they believe Elon Musk's behavior for the past 48 hours can be related to his alleged drug use. I think so.
I think this is just a way to hide yourself in order for you to get to the gate if you didn't have invisibility spell.
In his own telling, Trump has not wasted any time thinking about the man who, 1 week ago, was receiving a giant golden key in the Oval Office.
Just like another way to get to the gate, I guess.
President told CNN's Dana Bash in a brief phone call Friday morning that
You need a thieving
not
tool.
even thinking about Elon and wouldn't be speaking to Musk for a while. But questions about the spectacularly
Yeah.
breakup have come up nonetheless. Talking to reporters on Air Force One on Friday night, Trump said he would take
Shit,
a look
I
at
don't
the
know then.
extent of Musk's government contracts, a possibility he's floated on Truth Social at the height of their feud. Now, I do want to say, before we get into Musk deleting his tweets, I'm still going. Behind the scenes, even when I'm not in front of the camera, I'm still debating, I'm still arguing, and I've been arguing with Trump supporters online, on social media. Now, this Trump supporter said, Dems would have released it to win the election if this was true, if what Elon Musk is saying was true. First of all, Dems would have, not would of. But then I respond, and part of this is me being a little bit, trolly, but I say, the Democrats didn't release it to protect the names of the victims, the names of Trump's victims. Elon is a genius. Are you saying he's lying to the American people? Obviously that's sarcastic there, but the point is you can't have it both ways. You can't say he's a genius with integrity who's fixing the government over the past 3 months, and now say he's a lunatic who's on drugs. You shouldn't believe a word that he says. If we shouldn't believe a word that he says, then thank you for coming around to our position over the past few months. So obviously I'm concerned, trolling here. I'm acting concerned when I know that Elon Musk does lie, like he breathes. But if you appreciate me going out there and still battling in the trenches, make sure you drop a like on this video and subscribe. What about this meme? Someone said, this whole fight is a lie. Elon and Trump made a deal. Elon
What do we have
needed to
here?
separate from Trump to rebuild his business. Still, so Elon is applying pressure to rhinos. It's very smart. Imagine living in this reality, and then someone made a meme, and then I'll call you a pedophile. Haha, yes, that is 100% something that I'd be okay with, says Trump. Trump would never be okay with that. There's no reality in which this was ever, why is Trump okay, now, on the main part of the video, we are now learning that Elon Musk has deleted his Epstein files and impeachment post targeting Trump. But Musk's post claiming Trump would have lost the election if it weren't for Musk still remains up.
What might
Now, the
you be
interesting part
hiding?
about the Elon Musk Epstein post, there's a lot of interesting stuff. Number one, we already knew all of this, but number two, this post got 300+ million views. I don't know where it landed before it was deleted. I don't know how many. Last time I checked, it was over 250 million views. It was over 250 million. With, at the same time, I believe 1.3 million likes the last time I checked. So that means the entire world saw this Elon Musk post. It started a lot of discourse, and you know it's bad.
Yeah.
Half of the articles out right now about Trump are about him and Epstein's relationship.
All right, man.
By the way, I made a really good video yesterday about Trump and Epstein and Alexander. This says, quote, I don't want to comment on his drug use. I don't know. I don't know what his status
All right, man.
is.
That was good.
Adding that the New York Times reporting sounded
Cheers.
very